Oh, hello, everyone. Thanks for joining in. It's time for Devfest, and actually Devfest on the Google Developers Discord channel. So the whole developer community is joining in for this global event. We are broadcasting starting now for the next 12 hours straight. So this is actually going to be our second annual Devfest Discord. And I'm really happy that you're joining in at early times. You might have seen on our GDC community dev platform that the agenda is around. We're going to have some fantastic speakers, 18 in total. And yeah, we're also using this opportunity for the virtual extravaganza in order to celebrate 15 years of developer communities and innovation, technologies, and of course, passionate developers. And without further ado, I would like to play a special message from one of our Google Developer Rels over here. So let me just put this on.
Hi team, thank you all so much for flagging that our audio is not currently working. We're fixing it behind the scenes, so bear with us and we should very shortly have the audio coming through for you. So sorry about the delay with the audio, but very soon we are going to reshare. So thank you for letting us know and it will be live very soon. Enjoy Devfest.
Hello, welcome to Devfest. This marks the 15th year of Devfest, and it's incredibly humbling to share this moment with all of you. Devfest is our community's annual celebration, the world's largest gathering for developers and tech leaders. Last year's event was truly remarkable, with over 650 conferences held in 500 cities across 115 countries. My name is Komal Sandhu, and I am the Global Program Lead for Google Developer Groups that happen to be the hosts of Devfest. There are over 1,000 GDGs across the globe, and each group is a hub of technical expertise where developers, future developers, and academics meet and intersect. These spaces break down barriers, foster collaboration, and inspire the kind of groundbreaking innovation and creativity that shapes our world. As Google, we collaborate with GDGs because, very simply, we want to build the best products that enable developers to build solutions and experiences that make the world better. If we want to build better products, then being deeply connected to our users is critical, and Devfest and GDGs help create that opportunity for us to not only share what we are working on, but also learn from your experiences and feedback. I had one of our organizers recently say to me, people come to Devfest because they are either trying to better themselves or better their organizations. And so I want to start by saying thank you. Thank you for being here and committing your time to learn and grow. This year is unlike any other. My brother, a seasoned software engineer, recently shared his perspective. He called this year the golden age for devs, where daily accomplishments surpass what used to take months. Yet, amidst this progress, there is a sense of unease. What does the future hold with AI? At Google, we're dedicated to unlocking your potential as problem solvers. Gemini, Google's AI, seamlessly integrates into your apps regardless of your preferred language or platform. AI is for everyone. It's time to think bigger than ever before. You can utilize Gemini to amplify your impact as a developer. With AI, we have the power to tackle some of the world's most pressing societal issues. Imagine using AI to optimize the distribution of food, water, and medicine to those in need, or creating adaptive learning platforms that personalize education at scale. From predicting natural disasters to accelerating drug discovery, the potential impact of your AI-powered solutions is immense. Of course, with great power comes great responsibility. We need to develop AI tools safely and responsibly. That's why we're committed to guiding the tech ecosystem and helping you use AI in ways that are secure, ethical, and beneficial to all. You're not alone in this journey. We're here to support you every step of the way. Let's embrace AI's potential and build a brighter future together. Now, we'll hear from Sean Rao, our AI security and privacy lead, to discuss the Secure AI Framework, SAFE, one of our most critical initiatives this year.
Thanks, Komal. Hi, I'm Sean Rao. I lead AI security and privacy efforts at Google. I work with engineers who build and secure Google's AI models, infrastructure, and products. I'm excited to speak with you today. Google has been working on AI for a very long time. And we've been keeping our AI safe and responsible for a long time as well. Our AI journey started with ML for spell check in 2001. Then a few years later came ML for Google Translate, TensorFlow for developers in 2015, and transformer models in 2017, all culminating in our Gemini models late last year. Now, along the way, we've always used the latest advancements in AI for security. Gmail spam filtering, for example, Drive malware protection, reCAPTCHA, detection response systems in our cloud, and many more. Today, we stand at a technological inflection point. Gen AI is exciting. It's enabling amazing new product experiences. And it's not just a technology or a product feature either. Gen AI is now becoming a developer platform, enabling developers to take advantage of the latest innovations in Gemini, for example, and build on top of it. At Google, we're meeting this transformative era with boldness and with responsibility. Our approach to responsible AI includes focus on security, privacy, and safety. Let's talk about security in particular. Like any new technology, while AI brings incredible potential, it also brings risks from bad actors looking to take advantage of it. So in 2023, we introduced the Secure AI Framework, a conceptual framework for securing AI systems. SAFE is designed by the security best practices that we built within Google through many years of work on AI and cybersecurity. We designed SAFE to help mitigate risk particular to AI systems, like stealing the model, data poisoning of the training data, and injecting malicious inputs through prompt injection. With SAFE, we're thinking across all of the layers of the AI stack: the data, the model, the infrastructure, and the application. We're working really hard to further secure AI for billions of users. Additionally, we're also sharing our insights with developers and practitioners to support a secure AI community for everyone. Now, we have a long history of developing industry frameworks to raise the security bar and reduce overall risk for our users. We've collaborated with others to launch the SALSA Supply Chain Security Framework, for example. And we had pioneering work on Beyond Corp that led to industry's zero trust security principles. Earlier this year, alongside our industry peers, we introduced the Coalition for Secure AI. We pulled this coalition together over the past year to support a collective industry investment in AI security and to advance responsible AI practices. We are looking forward to working with our industry peers over the coming months to help everyone in the world use AI that is built to be secure and responsible. AI's transformative effect on our products and its profound impact on our security and safety make 2024 an important year for AI developers. Keeping everyone safe at scale and helping our users, customers, and societal stakeholders stay secure is more complex, urgent, and important than ever before. We believe that Google's responsible AI approaches and the Secure AI framework will help us be bold and responsible as we build the future together. Enjoy Devfest today. Keep supporting each other, keep collaborating, and finding ways to apply the knowledge gained today to benefit your community.
Thank you, Sean. Together, we have the potential to unlock incredible possibilities in a safe and responsible way. The future is going to look a lot like who builds it today. Welcome to Devfest.
Welcome to Devfest on Discord. We are so pleased you've joined us for this very special event. This year we are celebrating 15 incredible years of Devfest. Happy birthday to Devfest, what an incredible milestone. 15 years of community-led, Google-supported events that bring together passionate developers. The Google Developer Community Discord are proud to bring you this online Devfest. Our second one ever, we're excited to bring Devfest online to a global community. We have a fantastic range of speakers, ranging from amazing Googlers, seasoned speaker pros, and some joining for their very first Devfest. Whether this is your first or 15th Devfest, we're so pleased you've joined us, and hope you have an excellent time. We're proud to share that every attendee can claim the coveted Devfest 2024 attendee badge for their Google Developer Profile. If you don't have a Google Developer Profile yet, the Devfest 2024 attendee badge is a great one to get your collection going. Your Google Developer Profile is a fantastic way to show off the events you've attended, programs you've completed, and your participation in the Google Developer community. Visit goo.gle/devfest24attendee to claim your badge.
Our first Google keynote starts at 10:30 a.m. in UTC. While our fantastic speaker is preparing, let's take a look at our incredible agenda so you know what amazing talks you can look forward to. Our first speaker is Vijay Kumar, a fantastic Googler. In this incredible keynote, he'll be talking to us about unleashing Gemini, Google Cloud's generative AI powerhouse. Just in case you missed it earlier, here's another chance to grab your DevFest attendee badge for your Google developer profile. It doesn't count as DevFest if you don't have the all-important attendee badge. This DevFest is brought to you by the Google Developer Community Discord server and a group of dedicated volunteers. The Google Developer Community Discord is a global community, bringing together developers from all over the globe to discuss the latest and best developments in technology. Our Coffee Chat Discord is renowned for being a hive of interaction and activity. A huge thank you to the incredible Googlers and the incredible moderators who look after the server and keep our community a safe, happy space. Of course, you're invited to join us on this wonderful server if you're not already a member. So come along, join the fun, and get chatting to passionate developers from all over. With over 30,000 members, you're sure to meet someone who shares your passion. Just don't ask us to reset your Google password or recover your account. We get asked a million times a day, but we definitely can't help.
That's it from us for now. So grab a coffee, get relaxed, and our first talk starts at 10:30 a.m. UTC. Thank you for joining this DevFest. We're so pleased to have you here. While you're waiting for the talk, hop onto Discord, find our dedicated DevFest channel, introduce yourself, and meet some great people. A huge thank you to the amazing Googlers who supported to make this happen. A huge thank you to the wonderful hosts who are keeping the show running. A huge thank you to the excellent technical supporters, helping to make sure the streams are streaming. A huge thank you to the incredible speakers without whom we'd have no event. We really appreciate your tireless preparations and the dedication and effort you put into these events. And of course, a huge thank you to my fellow organizer team for everything they did to get us to this point. See you at the next talk.
Phew, that was a bit abrupt. But yeah, here again, the ability that you now scan the QR code to claim your attendee badge. I also shared the link in the chat. I will do this, or I guess the hosts are going to do this throughout the next 12 hours several times. So times, we are starting right now. You got this. Again, the QR code where you can easily scan the information. And with that, I also would like then to, I see our next speaker, Vijay Kumar, is already present. So maybe you give us a nice wave into the camera, Vijay Kumar. And yeah, I would like to quickly, introduce Vijay Kumar. He's a cloud consulting architect at Google. And Vijay Kumar is going to talk about unleashing the power of generative AI, a deep dive into Google Cloud Gemini and beyond. Personally, I'm really excited about this topic because I was also doing presentations on Google, on Gemini during other DevFests, and I'm really, really, really happy to welcome you here, Vijay Kumar. And if you're ready, please take over and share your screen.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Achin. Right. Okay. Yeah, I've got access. Am I audible? Is my audio loud and clear? Fantastic. The reason
For me,
because
yes.
I'm in an airport today, and I have a flight in next couple of hours. So I just I'm in Bangalore airport just to share this one. Okay, let's quickly jump on. We are bang on time. Okay. So yeah, welcome everyone to GDC Discord Devfest, right? So even I've been plenty of Devfest speaker, right? So today we're gonna go with understanding on Gen AI, on Gemini and beyond. Okay, so just quick introduction. It's been like 18 years in the industry, working in data analytics, cloud, AI, and generative. It's my third year at Google. Okay, and I'm working closely with customer, help them in the migrations. It can be infra, data, and applications, migrations and modernizations as well. And I treat myself as a lifelong learner. I've been like certified with all the Google Cloud certifications, and so I keep on recertifying it. I think I just did training as well. So just see like whenever the new services being added, right? So that calls new learning, and then I usually get back. So I'm a research scholar. Recently started my PhD on AI for everyone, like consumer diversity, especially on autism syndrome, right? So that's I think what I'm trying to work upon. Okay, and okay. So yeah, let's jump on. Oh, I don't know whether the audio is being shared or not. Hopefully it will be shared. Somebody can stop me if it's being shared. Okay. Okay.
Allow me to myself. My name is.
What does this remind you of? Schrodinger's. Wow. Wow. Okay. When all of these tools come together, it's a powerful combination.
It's amazing.
That's amazing.
It's an entire suite of different kind of possibilities.
Hi, I'm Gemini. What neighborhood do you think I'm? This appears to be the King's Cross area of London.
We're creating a new era. Fantastic. Yeah, I think I tried the last one. I was in the hotel in Bengaluru, and it was like top of the balcony, right? So there, just because then I asked Gemini, where is it? So it did answer me the right thing. So if anybody have not tried, yeah, just give a try. Okay, with this, just like to welcome you all to the world of Gemini era. So I think I would believe that I know it's one way right now, right? So I believe everybody would have started working on, can be on Gemini on web, or can be calling the Gemini via Vertex AI Studio, Collab, whatnot, all right? So I'll just start with like Gemini is designed to be natively multimodal, right? So we can talk with Gemini on text, as an image, or audio, or a video, or whatnot as well, right? That's why it's built as natively multimodal. Okay, so what are the high-level models what Gemini have ever built till now, right? The top is Ultra, so that's one of the largest model which can satisfy a highly complex test. And then model is one of the best model for getting a great performance across a wide range of tasks. When you have multiple ranges, which at time Pro is to use. And the Flash, I think most of you have been using it. So one of the lightweight model which has been optimized for the speed, efficiency, and it's also a lesser cost compared to other models. The one is Nano. I think any guesses on Nano? I think this is actually on-device task. It can be, if you would have seen Gemini, Shabin's Google Pixel 9 launch, and Nano, Gemini Nano is built in that, right? So that's the one thing. The different types of Gemini over here, right? I think it's different family of models, right? At the high level, maybe we do a deep dive of it in some time, right? So where we have a code imagine, I think these are the models Gemini, or you can say like the Pro or whatever you example. We're talking with code. Coding is enabled on the back end. For example, code, what code you can, for example, you are a developer, right? And you have been asked by the manager to review some of those codes of your organization, and you'd like to read that code. And sometimes when you start reviewing thousands of code, right, so that I would like to build my own product, or I would like to build my own apps, right? So that's one thing. But Gemini, the code assist, which is driving or now, so with assets, right, what happens is it can help you to summarize something. This second just helps you summarize. It gives you details like what this particular doing, what is the task, what is the code, what is the item. In English natural language, you just like write a Python code to do so and so. Okay, so and so it will generate a code for you, and then code completion as well. So when you're typing your code, it will give you a suggestion what you can do. Like what is the image, text to image, okay, and when we have the AI to Gemini is like, for example, what are the consumers you have, right? So consumers are nothing but the people who would like to use Gemini for, right? They can go gemini.google.com, and people who would like access the APIs via API and AI to be the right place. Then we have enterprise experiences where we can use Gemini for doing workspace. Okay, so for example, now Gemini built in Gmail, Calendar, Drive, Meet, whatnot, right? So for example, if you have an meeting which you have skipped the meeting right now, and you would like to listen entire 1 hour of video, right? Until unless it's critical or something related which is very critical, you'll not go and see the recording, isn't it? So even I would not do that, right? So what usually what I do is like, okay, put that in Gemini. Gemini will help me out. Okay, summarize it. You can do a summarize Q&A as well along with that. Okay, this will not option of entire meetings, but also the actions, the pointed actions, what needs to take an action. For example, there's an 8-member team that you are missing. You can find out, okay, what are the actions items for you, which you can work out and get the stuff out, right? So that's the one. And also we have a Gemini for Google Cloud, as you would like to ask questions to Gemini with surrounded by the Google Cloud. So it will not search the entire web corpus. It will only search Google Cloud, right? So that's about it. And Vortex AI, yes, you are a builder, you are a developer. Let's get into a deep dive of Vortex AI. Okay. And yes. Okay. So Vortex AI, what you can say is like, okay, it has been powered by GPU or TPUs, which can be a Google GPU TPUs, or it can be NVIDIA, depending on the customer, depending on the you can buy. Next up is model garden, right? Why it's called as model garden, right? So yeah, because as in a normal garden, we'll be able to see a lot of shrubs, herbs, flowers, and fruits, right? So similarly, what I say model garden is it will have all the Google foundation models, right? Google task specific models, not only Google, also the open source models or any kind of partner source models also can be accessed, can be leveraged with the help of what XAI model guidance, right? What if you would like to do a further tuning? Okay, just before that, right? So these are the foundation models. Like Gemini remote farm to is a chat, text imagine is to convert to text to image, like audio to text, coding, just mentioned about the coding and embedding to translate. And then we have a translation, Google task specific models like speech to speech, not. And then I talk about the Google domain specific model. And for example, you are a medical customer, right, or the healthcare customer. So you'd like to use specific related to medical language, right? So that is called as a domain specific model. Similarly, if you're a cybersecurity industry, so yeah, TechFarm is a Google domain specific model that can be used. I'll just talk about the partner and open ecosystem where we have Llama, Cloudity, Mixed AI. So everything is part of the Vertex AI model, right? I'd like to add some more things or do a prompting, do a tune, or evaluating the existing model. Right? This is a tune it accordingly, pick the foundation model, try that, or it's satisfying your users or not. If it is there, it's well and good. If not, yes, let's get that tuned. All right, let's tune with respect to your use cases, right? For example, like we do a discover, then you do a tune, customize it, and do argument, right? A RAG, and you have your own database set up. Just get only the answers from your entire corpus what you have. Then you monitor and deploy it. Okay, so that's the one what we can further tune it, right? And going to the next step as the agent builder, right? So where we can build our custom agents, and where we have like search, yeah, Vertex AI search, Vertex AI, right? So for example, the Vertex AI search, we can do a Q&A. I think I'll just show you a quick example now. Okay, and the Vertex AI conversation is a chatbot. What is it? Okay, and when this Vertex AI conversation is actually a chatbot which can have a human empathy to it so that we can get a great customer satisfaction, isn't it? That's the one. And yeah, and then you can build your own customer, employee, data, code, security agents accordingly on top of the platform. What is that? Okay, so that you can that purpose what you are trying to do. Okay, and this is what it says, right? It's basically you can have out of personalized Q&A where you can upload your documents. It can be any document. It can be structured, unstructured, website, and what you can just create an agent in a second. Take some time to index it. Once its index is done, your Q&A can be done. You can search like thousands of pages, document, or structured or unstructured data. Get it, right? As an example, I'm just showing on. I'm putting up all the alphabet reports from few 3 to 4 years. Okay, and then what I'm going to do is I'll be importing cloud storage and create an agent. This is going to be a data source for my agent, what I've created, and then I'll start asking the question: what percentage of the Google spend? Right? Okay, this is the answer. Not only that, it's saying where did I find and what number did I find? Right? Detailed information what it can do, right? What you can get it from our Vertex AI server, right? And then what you're going to do is, if you know the context, you can keep on asking the question. So, what is the system memory? Right? Get an answer. What page number this has been mentioned, right? That's the one what we have got it. Okay, and yeah, that's great. And then we're gonna when is achieve the carbon free target? Yeah, page 2030, page 9 of 2020, 2022, and then this other document what we have mentioned says that 2030, right? That is a very get the data, do a Q&A, for example, or you need to read starting Q&A, and you get your question answered, and it's been groundedly by that GitHub source you have, right? this is then we can create a generic responses, find the deterministic business logic, what we are trying to apply, what our business requires. That is like where we can have a action automation with two generators, and this is built on like if you have used Dialogflow CS, right? This generative AI app builder is built up of Dialogflow CS. Okay, and then what you say is this Dialogflow is being built on that, right? So with this particular technology, hence this is a low code bot builder. Okay, so where you will not be able to, where you can just take use of the UI and the features what it has. So it's like you don't need to code a lot. Just give all the rest of the create the workflows accordingly what you need it, right? Similarly, let's just before we go into some demos or something, okay, what are the use cases, right? If you see all these things, right? So if you see, everybody is a content creator. They get their thoughts out and visions into the life, images from text, blog post from content. If you're a blogger, you want to create that, yes. Email from a content you'd like to document, you would like to send an email or an email from that, and like press release and summarizing, right? Summarizing, like, and also content visualization, content and video summarization, and talking the meetings where you can do an explanation of core content. And also is like what I said, what I just told, like what we can do, a huge document can be asked questions in hey. And again, a discover where you can find out and help customers to what they exactly needed, right? It's again a search from documents, and the event monitoring from the manufacturing industry thing, or it can be a file creation, or it can be exam questions. And the automation is like everybody wants automation these days, right? For example, feedback creation and classification and creation of a ticket. So there is a feedback created on any of the product of your product. Right? The product, like it goes to a sentiment analysis and understand what kind of feedback it is. Is it a positive, negative, neutral? Accordingly, there might be a customer would have returned it. Then what happens? It should be tagged to that particular product. Okay, this is a customer issue that has ticket generated. Bug, what is it? They have found it. We have to fix it. Something like that. It can be a product feature request. It can be a bug or issue, anything, right? And then we have content translation from one language to other languages, and conversion. I think just I mentioned about what is a chat. It's been a create AI-based virtual assistant, right? A few things, and just before we get in the industry video. Yeah, it was more about industry, right? I think as a present person, we have discussed like what all industries as this has been covered, right? Answer is all the industries, right? So just a quick one, like for example, how Gemini can help you out with the reviews, or with the interest of time, maybe we just quickly go through it. It's a conversation experience where you can have a chat, and then with the financial, like a financial document search and synthesis, to market research and some kind of recommendation for personalized financial recommendations, depends on yes, clinical trials and recommendations, and the customer service agent, and digital design, right? So public and private content should be for media entertainment, content discovery, creative assistance, and there you can do what is AI search, what is AI conversation, and also talking about content because huge is content over there, so you can have content moderation, content summarization, and stuff. And it's just manufacturing, like okay, we have a machine generated event monitoring things, and get the document search, like what you have plenty of documents, and then you have product SKUs and everything. You want to know more about the product. Yeah, that's the place where you can search it. Content category discovery from the different products, and then also the customer care as well, and communication, customer and employee service information. And then we have advertising content, creative assistance from GenAI, what we can do, and the knowledge, employee knowledge search, the entire huge database, what you have, employee information, yes, that's the one. And I'll quickly jump into demos, okay. Like some time, what should I do? Okay, I just need to stop sharing, and then I need to reshare it again. Where is the, okay, I have it here. Thanks for listening until now. So I'm just sharing out the window. Yeah, here you go. Okay, so a quick one, right? How many of you maybe it's in, it depends for the location. Sometimes it was but difficult handwriting, right? It's my own medical description. So I tried to ask Gemini the text from the slide. It read, okay, this is doctor, what's the patient's name, and what's the diagnosis doctor, okay? And then what doctor has prescribed, and is asking me to start the physiotherapy, right? And then it gives the more information about it, like, okay, what is this tablet? Is this a pain reliever? Take that. This is a pantoprazole for stomach acidity. What is this, right? And the recommendations you mentioned, the doctor advises Mr. Kumar to begin physiotherapy to address his back and like yes. And there's the next follow-up left blank, it's even the blank one. Okay, this is my studio order stuff where you can use different APIs. I'm just saying multiple ways. Even from collab, we can call the Gemini API and talk about it. I'll not play the video yet. This is the video, like it's in what do you say, a different language. It's a Japanese language, okay, and then I ask a question to which city was recorded, and then I say, okay, yeah, this is where is it? Somebody missed it. Okay, so the answer, what it got, the profession of a photo person in this is a photographer, and features what a photographer is talking about is a video goes to night side and city is Tokyo. It's not only understanding the English language, but it's also understanding the translating the different language altogether. And this is a collab, a different place called the Gemini APIs. And this is the Vertex AI where we are talking about, what do you say? Yeah, this is Vertex AI where we have all the pattern, okay, where we talk about a lot of things, isn't it? Where we have Gemini, we have featured partner models, we have some tunable models, and then we have task-specific models. And then for the task, we can click on it and try to get some more prompts to it. Okay, so I'll just take an example. Like for example, you want to have an advertising campaign. I'll just click on it. There are like a prompt gallery, plenty of prompts you can try. And I'm just giving a try for a prompt. Okay, so it's saying you are a system expert and giving the things, right? And then I'm just giving, okay, just 0.5 flash, right? So this is what it says. You're expert creative director creating the campaigns and other things, right? So we are able to get different types of prompts and the response for your advertisement. Okay, buzz juice, I think it's for your own new company, right? So where you're creating a campaign and for different things, for TikTok, I think whatnot. I think it's trying to give plenty of information on that. Okay, and yeah, I think I just create some image. Okay, what I'll just say, office. Okay, it's not let's see, media, let's see from. Okay. Okay. Okay, my office. Media things and okay, and the view from the window looks like with some board and birds flying in the background. Okay, it takes some time to execute it, and even still, I've just in the hurry I gave the prompt, but you can purposely give a prompt to studio. Studio like a photo, dramatic like natural, dramatic, warm, cold. What type of image you would like to generate, right? So that detail you can give. Yeah, this is a beautiful view of my office. If you see this, my office board going on, and there are birds flying around. It's so exciting. Okay, and then with that, okay, it's quickly. But in a minute, I'll just try to wrap this up. And yeah, this is an image. You would like to translate that image into a Tableau format. I think the other way is easy, but this is what it really gave an example of it. Okay, and then what we say, we would like to add a story for it, and then we have we can just generate the audio and create a chapters out of it. And yeah, I think this is the one which I would like to showcase today. Yes. So okay. So I just see. I would like to insert a media upload. So, okay. So this is an not this one. Let me, because it's not easy to understand for you all. Okay, so this is like, understand, like it's a spine, right? And then I just ask Gemini the vision, say what does it depicts. Yeah, this is a MRI of a spine, and result shows a disc herniation at L4, L5 level and seeing a nerve root and resulting pain and numbness. You remember the doctor prescription was also the same one where he has mentioned about L4, L5 PM, right? It's a place, I think this is just not a doctor, but it's helping out the individuals to understand, okay, what's going on and help them. And the other one, last demo, it's like, this is and I just tried to run it, and then I got, okay, patient has a normal heart rate. That's why I'm talking with you all today, and there are no evidences that abnormal disease and all is going on. So with this, I think I'll just go back to the, things. Okay, so yeah, with this, I would like to thank you everyone for listening in today. This is Vijay, and if you have any questions or anything, yeah, feel free on my LinkedIn. You can scan it, or you can search by my name. You'll find me. So yeah, thank you GDC Discord for having me, and thanks to the wonderful organizers with a lot of efforts from last a few weeks, right? So kudos and all the very best for entire people to listen on entire sessions today. Thank you.
Wonderful, Vijay Kumar. Wonderful presentation. I really liked as well the diversity about showing it on AI Studio as well as on Vertex AI, There had been
Yeah.
one or two questions regarding the different models. So what would be your approach about, for example, like deploying or using a medical large language model?
Yeah, so I think that's a great question. I think that's a place where the domain-specific model has been created. Okay, so MedLM is the dedicated medical specific model. We need to check, like it depends on what country it has been approved, right? It requires an approval from that particular respective country as well. Just if you'd like to see whether MedLM is approved in this particular country because of the content by the regulators of the country, then we can definitely try and use it, right? Nothing stopping to us. But there are like certain countries, or most of the countries have still not approved the usage of it. But I think if you are in US, no worry, it has been already approved, and the industry or the customer can really start using MedLM. And it's definitely
wonderful.
helping out a lot of medical practitioners as well.
Perfect. Again, thank you so much. And I see my community colleague, Petros, joined us. Petros, come on, be nice, unmute yourself, show yourself, join the show. Again, thank you so much, Vijay. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a great day, and cheers.
So let me quickly share my screen. All right, as a reminder, as Devfest participants, you can scan the QR code. You can get your badge that you are an attendee of this year's Devfest series. And yeah, I see one of the questions in the chat is also about receiving the slide decks. I would suggest that we as a team here, the hosting team, we reach out to all the speakers. And I think we're going to try to see that we make the slide decks available on Discord. So after the event, you will get email with further information about that. With that, Petros, now it's your turn. Take it over, please.
All right. So now we've got Aniket Agrawal presenting about the next generation smartbot revolution, and he's going to be using Vertex AI Agent Builder. And take it away. Introduce yourself.
Sure. Could you please extend the share screen permission to me? Yeah. Let me share. Yeah, I've got it.
All right.
Yeah. Please let me know if my screen is visible.
Yep, all good.
Yeah. Yep. Hey, hello everyone. Happy Friday. So this is Aniket Agrawal working as a generative AI engineer at Google since 2022. So in other words, I'm in my third year, and I'm super excited to welcome you all to Devfest on Discord for my keynote on how conversational and generative AI actually come together to form a fantastic product which is known as Vertex AI Agent Builder. And feel free to raise any questions should you have any throughout the session. So coming to this slide, so we are coming here for an overview at a very high level. So you can actually search like a librarian or chat like a friend. So this is essentially what is displayed on the right hand side. If you look at the image, the question is desperately trying to find its answer needle from such an enormous haystack of documents, websites, tables. You have got enormous information, and that's where you need to pick up that filtered context which addresses your query to a highest extent. So we know that finding and summarizing the information from your data is so crucial. So Vertex AI Agent Builder actually envelops two parts, search and conversation. We'll be going through some interesting demos for both of them, how the ultimate app which is created, how does it look like, for a very interesting wiki PDF on tourism in India. And together, these two come together to create some powerful retrieval augmented generation or RAG applications. But before getting into the further ado, and we'll actually take a deep dive into what is actually known as RAG. What do we mean by the key terms, retrieval and augmentation and all? So we are all aware about the capabilities of the LLMs. They are very much strengthful in tasks involving knowledge generation and reasoning. So definitely they are pre-trained on vast amounts of publicly available data, enabling them to perform these tasks effectively. So summarization, Q&A, and text generation, which basically comes to my mind when I talk about LLMs. But there is a problem over here. So there are actually limitations which the LLMs come with. For example, the grounding problem. So we also call it as hallucination. For example, if I write the prompt as what is LangChain, it basically calls the LangChain to be a blockchain-based platform, which actually it is not. So we know that LLMs can only understand the information they were trained on, and that they were explicitly given in the prompt. Now, since they are actually trying to be helpful, they'll often assume that the premise of the prompt is true. So LLM may provide a fabricated response claiming, let's say, LangChain to be a blockchain-based platform for creating and sharing languages. So we acknowledge that while powerful, LLMs have limitations in understanding the information beyond their training data and explicitly provided prompts. So LLMs can actually confidently generate inaccurate or fabricated information due to the inability to access the real-time information. For example, if I want to query about the real-time weather in Bangalore right now, LLMs will not be able to answer that because that's which is demanding the real-time information, which will take into consideration the information from the weather API. So that's where the external connectors have to come into picture, and this explains the need for the augmentation. So this sets the stage for introducing RAG as a solution to ground the LLM responses in factual information. So there are various sources of customer data which are shown. For example, it could be unstructured data, PDFs, documents, images. Then you have APIs, structured data, which may be in the form of databases, knowledge graphs. And then you are having files in form of JSON, CSV, and various enterprise systems. Now, when these data sources are fed into the LLM, you can enhance its capabilities in tasks like text generation, summarization, Q&A much more accurately. So this is a typical RAG overflow at a very high level. So you have different parts. For example, this is the entire workflow. You will be having a PDF, let's say. It's split into different chunks. So there are two parts to this particular workflow. First part is data ingestion or parsing. You're splitting the documents into even chunks. And then each chunk is basically the raw text data. You're basically creating a embedding for each chunk using an embedding model. For example, what embedding basically means, I want to present my data in form of numbers, because ultimately when I'm trying to pick up the most relevant chunk for my query, you can play with numbers only because mathematics understands numbers only. So there has to be some encoding which has to be declared for a string which is present in the PDF, and that is in form of an embedding or a vector having, let's say, 768 dimensions in case of Gecko embedding. And let's say there are different dimensions available, 512, 128. So this is where the embedding term comes into picture. So you'll be storing each chunk and its corresponding embedding in a database called vector database. Then the second part is querying. You're finding the top k most similar chunks to the query embedding from the vector database. So basically you will compute the cosine similarity between the vector which I create for my query and all the vectors which are sitting there in the database. And then I'll basically go for the top k similar chunks. I'll recreate the context, the filtered context, and again I'll pass on the query. So there are various ways which this can go ahead with, but this is the basic workflow where each and every single RAG technique will actually correspond with. So LLM uses these retrieved chunks as the context to synthesize a response to the user's query. We'll actually see all of this come into picture very nicely in the search and chat tab demos. Now coming to the Vertex AI Agent Builder. As mentioned earlier also, it's a suite of tools that empowers you to build next generation applications which are actually capable of understanding and responding to a user's needs in a whole new way. So let's say you have got documents in form of Google Sheets, DocX, PDF. You'll typically ingest it into a Google Cloud storage bucket. Now this is where two paths come into picture. Vertex AI Conversation on the right-hand side comes into picture for creating a chat app. So you'll be creating chat widget with the help of Dialogflow CX, and that's what conversation is all about. And then you have generators. So my first sentence of this keynote was where the generative and conversational AI come together. So this is where the generative AI is coming. You have generators to improve upon the formatting of the responses, the ultimate responses which you're trying to get from the LLMs. And this is the conversational part. So Agent Builder tries to bring them together to create a product called Vertex AI Agent Builder, where you are able to get the final response along with the file links, along with the citation links, where I am getting this answer from. So for example, if I am asking a query, let's say, what is LangChain? I have some documents indexed in this particular bucket, let's say, and it gives a very large description about LangChain. So it will also basically output the list of citations from which page number of which PDF I am getting the context to create this final answer. And the same argument goes ahead for Vertex AI search also. The only difference is you will basically create a search widget. What is the typical difference between a chat and search? Search is like a librarian. It will give you an answer with a list of citations, whereas chat is basically like a friend having a back and forth conversation, preserving the context throughout. And you do have search with follow-ups also, which allows search bar even to preserve the context of the queries which have been addressed earlier. Then your summarized responses. You do have a lot of configuration parameters, which we'll actually see. For example, you can enable follow-ups. You can actually specify the prompt templates. For example, I want my final answer to look like this in list format. So that is where the power of LLMs do come into picture. So what does it actually take to build out a RAG search yourself? You can actually utilize Agent Builder to build RAG in minutes, because DIY RAGs are really not easy, because you have to take into consideration all of these things. Honestly, there are a lot of different ways to do it, but there is pretty standard pattern. First, you have to decide what data to collect, public or private, unstructured text or structured data, like a database or a spreadsheet. Next, you have to be able to extract the information from the document. Sometimes that's easy, like for a text document or HTML, but it can get really tough. Consider parsing PDFs with wonky page breaks and embedded data across many different layouts. Then chunking. Chunking is a very important part of the pre-processing step as well, because the meaning of a sentence is often related to the previous sentence or the section heading or a page title or whatever. So for example, if I'm splitting the document into chunks, I need to preserve the context between the chunks also, but what kind of overlap you want to keep. Then you vectorize it. LLM processes the chunks of the data, encodes the semantic meaning of this entire chunk in form of vectors, as I mentioned earlier, 760 dimensional, 120 dimensional. There are various dimensions the vector could have. So these vectors are actually then written into some database called vector database for subsequent lookup. Then at the runtime, when user enters a query, you probably need to do a spell check and create a few variations of the wording. For example, if I'm asking, let's say, what are the top visited cities in a particular country, you may commit a spelling error. So there has to be some auto correction of the spelling which needs to come into picture. And on top of that, there has to be some variations of the wording also, which you need to take into account. For example, you are asking a question in some other way, and the answer is expected to be exactly the same. So those kind of edge case scenarios also need to be dealt with properly. And then you're trying to perform vector search. There are various methods, for example, ANN, approximate nearest neighbors, or maybe you can do an IF, inverted file, search across features if you have a large number of vectors. So also you need to rank your search results for relevancy to the queries, and that's where the scores come into picture. Finally, you will be passing all of these search results as part of the context for an LLM and try to get well-grounded summaries. And all of this has to be hosted somewhere, secure, performant, and stable. It's actually a lot of things going around. So that's where the out-of-the-box RAG, which is a specialty provided by Vertex AI Agent Builder, makes a lot of sense. So under the hood, with Vertex AI Agent Builder, which involves search and conversation. So this is the simplified end-to-end search and discovery process of managing ETL, OCR, chunking, embedding, indexing, storing, input cleaning. Then you have schema adjustments, information retrieval, and summarization to a few clicks. And those few clicks will be again shown in the subsequent slides. So this is how you process the query for the intent, find the words that match the intent using Google Shopping's state-of-the-art natural language processing. For example, you can see that there are features like query rewrite, retrieval, and ranking. You do have spell correction, synonym expansion. For example, I want a particular term which is not known to the LLM before to mean something. I could do it via synonym control. And then you do have segmentation, and you need to rank those segments properly for a particular query. So all of these things come into picture through different configuration parameters which are available on the console for the agent builder. So this is the demo I'm talking about. Will take into consideration a wiki article on tourism in India. So this is how it goes. So you will create on these hamburger icon, and we'll go ahead with the cloud storage. Click on cloud storage, and then we create a bucket. Let's say I specify the name of the bucket as tourism wiki, and then we click on create. So the bucket gets created. Now I need to upload that file. Let's say, let me pause here. So typically you'll be uploading the file which you want to be indexed. So this is where you create the app in the agent builder. Search and conversation, which it was earlier known as. Now you click on new app. You do have both of the options, search and chat. Let's say I click on chat. I specify the company name and then the agent name, and then I click on continue. So now we'll click on create. We create the new data store. I'll select that file which I uploaded in that GCS bucket and tick mark the unstructured data store. Then we name that data store and we then click on create. So the indexing for this particular document took around 9 minutes. This time duration can go into hours also if you're indexing, let's say, hundreds of PDFs, but this is a one-time process, and you can track all of these operations under the activity tab. So this basically shows that it's done and dusted in 9 minutes. And this is a single PDF which I have indexed. Now, if I click on preview to view the app, I can see that this is the data store which is connected to this particular app. Now, this is the first answer which it outputs under agent says. Now, under the default welcome intent, you can see that there are many options, many greeting options. Let's say I specify my own. Hi, Aniket, please let me know how we can help you, and delete the rest. And I click on save. So let's say I want to test this particular agent. Let's say I write hi. So it basically mentions whatever I mentioned earlier in the welcome intent. Let's query something from this PDF. For example, those were the two highlighted sections. So let's say I write most visited cities in India. So it basically says that the most visited cities were the 5 which were shown in the PDF. So if I just pause at a particular moment, so it's basically is able to give the answer from the PDF. So these 5 were the most visited cities by a foreign tourist during the year 2015. And if I just go back to that particular PDF, so this is where the answer is being picked up from. And it will again show me where it's picking the answer from. So it will mention page 1 of the PDF. So if you just expand this, so this is what it indicates, page 1 of tourism in India.pdf. So suppose you do have hundreds of files, it will indicate that correct file name, and from that file name, which particular page number is being targeted for the answer creation. So you do have a lot of features coming into picture. For example, I'll be showing the test results for this particular chatbot. You can query from other data formats. For example, if I want to query for a particular year, let's say how many arrivals were there. So it is able to answer that as well. Now I want to ask a follow-up question. Let's say in 1998, I asked the question how many arrivals in the year 1997. Now if I want to ask a follow-up question, I can ask like this, and it is directing me to the correct location of the PDF where the answer may be present. So it's indicating page number 5, and that is indeed correct. So I'll be referencing all of these app creations and the blog, the Google Cloud and Medium blogs which I created on this. I'll be discussing them as well in the references. So this is where the information is successfully picked up from. Suppose I want to target all of these tables also. So it is able to perform really well with respect to that as well. So coming to the next slide. So these are the different questions and the test cases, and it's able to answer well. For example, if I'm asking a follow-up question or completely independent question, so this is how it's performing, as you can see on the slide. So that was all about the chat. Proceed ahead. First click on new app. This is about the search app. Here I am basically creating a search app instead of a chat app. So there is majorly no difference. You'll still create the data store in the same manner. The only difference is how it looks like at the end. So this is a search bar which you will get at the end. So for example, I say most visit cities. So again, it answered in form of a chat bot. Now it's answering in form of search bot. So there are three options. Search, you will get no summary in this particular option, but only the results, this list of the citations. Then search with an answer basically indicates a generated summary above the search results. And then you have another option, follow-ups. So it's kind of a conversational like search, that is back and forth search. And then you have other enablement and disablement options as well. For example, how many top results I want to take into consideration for generating the final result summary. And you want to enable autocomplete, you want to configure it some other way, you want to customize the summary. So there are various methods in which it can be done. So let's say I ask about different questions. For example, I asked a question, let's say in 1999. So it's able to direct me to correct percentages and the arrivals in millions. And let's say in 2021, it's able to say that 2.54 with a decrease of 4.2% over the previous year. Then I ask about the next year. It's able to do that when I enable search with follow-ups. And then I ask all of these three questions together, total tourist arrivals in 97, 98, and 99. It's able to indicate the details for all three of them. And it's able to say that it's picking up the information from page 5 of tourismindia.pdf. And it's also mentioning where exactly the chunk exact where the answer is being fabricated from. So that's where you enable the extractive answers at this particular part of the configurations setting. So for example, let's say there is an image caption, Chilika Lake, which is the largest lagoon of India. I want to ask now the largest lagoon of India. So it's able to answer that as well. And it's picking it from page number 3. And rightly, that image is indeed on page number 3. So you do have other features, autocomplete features. For example, you do have maximum number of suggestions, minimum length to trigger those autocomplete suggestions, matching order, autocomplete model. You can customize your model as per your needs as well. And then you have integrations in form of widget and API. Should you wish to integrate it with your own website, company website, you are able to do that pretty easily through this out-of-the-box RAG system. And then you can view the analytics also. For example, how many queries I am asking with what kind of frequency. Let's say tourist arrivals in 1997. In last session, I asked it 6 times. So you can set the date range. You can view the analytics, which query is the most popular in a particular time range. So this is pretty much all about the Vertex AI search app creation. And this is how the end result looks like. Several results which I just showed just now, they are being shown in form of GIF. And it can be in form of a mobile app. It can be in form of a desktop setting as well. And on top of this, suppose even after implementing all of the RAG procedures correctly, for example, you're able to index the PDFs properly, still the chatbot is not able to answer your query properly. So that's where the self-escalating Wikibot comes into picture. You have done everything from your end. Let's say your chat app is working well and you have indexed all of your documents which you have. Now you have to have that escalation flow. So let's say you can have human in the loop system. For example, if the agent is not able to take care of a particular query, let's take help of a human agent. Let's say I draft a mail using a generator, and then through the webhook, which I'll be creating using Cloud Run function, I'll be triggering a mail from this particular project, the GCP project, where the agent is created, to the mail ID of the agent. For example, something like this, action needed, customer escalation is there, keeping the end user in CC. So this is the human in the loop workflow, which may be required, even if you are having everything in place, all the proprietary data is there, but still the user may be asking a question which may not get answered properly from those PDFs and may require extra information. So that's where the human agent needs to come into picture. So let's say this is the workflow. Let's say I say largest lake in India, and it basically mentions correctly, Chilika Lake is the largest lagoon in India. Now let's say I specify, are you satisfied with the response? And I say no. So sorry to hear that. Would you like to escalate? And again, I say no. So this is one flow where I don't want to escalate, where I'm not satisfied with the answer, and when I don't want to escalate. Now this is another flow. Would you like to escalate? I say yes. Now the mail is successfully sent. So this is something which gets triggered via webhook. There are two features which are provided by Dialogflow CX. That is generator and webhook. Generator to draft this particular mail, which you can see on the right hand side, and webhook to trigger the mailing information. The information is created by generator, and that information needs to be sent to the agent mail ID. So that is something which is done by webhook. So it clearly mentions, dear tourism board, the email is to report inaccurate information. So let's say even the information is not inaccurate. Let's say still I'm saying that I'm not satisfied with the answer. So what it will say that please review and update the chatbot's information to ensure accuracy, because in the prompt for generating a mail, I mentioned that, you mentioned the conversation messages. Below the summary of the mail, you summarize the entire conversation which has happened till now. And below that, specify the actual conversation which has taken place. This is typically how the ticket looks like. And this is something which is mentioned in the prompt as well to create this entire mail. And webhook is the one which is responsible for triggering this mail. So these are the different references. These are my Medium blogs, Google Cloud community blogs, and my YouTube short. I'll be happy to connect over LinkedIn, and feel free to reach out to me via various platforms there. I do love blogging, video creation on Agent Builder, and I've created several assets on that. Should you have any queries on that, we can discuss after the session as well. And really thank you all for this opportunity and listening to this passionately. All the best to all of you for your interviews. Yeah. If any questions are there, I'd like to address.
Thank you so much for the talk. It's really interesting.
Thank you, Beatrice.
Yeah, it was really easy to see how you set up a full-fledged AI system with your own data. And I think this is really something with purpose, and also can be used by individuals as well as companies then to, provide their own AI assistant in regards to that.
Yeah.
All right.
I also like that you mentioned human in the loop. That was nice.
Yeah, actually, my latest blog was specifically related to that. So in which a customer was wanting to, have escalation to the agent, in which the chatbot is not able to take care of all the queries. So triggering a mail, and so this is something which we came up with, and that is the last blog. That is my latest blog, which I did. Yeah.
Okay, maybe take over the screen sharing, please.
Yep.
Right.
Okay. So before we head over, let me just summarize. Again, thank you so much, Aniket, for your presentation on that part regarding next-gen smartboard revolution with Vertex AI, Agent Builder. So we've seen here that it was very straightforward. You accumulate your material, you put them in a cloud storage in a bucket, and then you set up your agent in order then to work with your material. That was really impressive. And I mean, as you said, it took about, the main point that takes time is about accumulating your data and making it available for the agent builder. And as you said, it's a one-off experience. And also it can be adjusted over time, because each time that you add new documents, they can be re-indexed and made available to the agent. All right.
Thanks, everyone.
Yes, thank you so much, Aniket. So, as a reminder, you can scan the QR code, of course, if you want to have your attendee badge for Google Devfest Discord. They are as well. Speaking of Discord, the chat, if you want to exchange, ask your questions, seeing the interaction with other community members, head over to the Google Developer Community Discord server. There we have a dedicated channel for today's event, and there is where the discussions are happening. And I've seen our next set of speakers are already present. And with that, Bedros, please, it's your time to shine.
Right. So we've got two very talented speakers here, and they're here to talk about improving LLM accuracy with grounding. Feel free to introduce yourself.
Sure. I would like to go first. So, hey everyone, my name is Shivang Avasti. I'm a GenAI field solution architect here at Google for the past 3 years. A little bit about me: I have around 6+ years of industry experience. I was earlier a strategic cloud engineer, and I have been actively involved into the AI and application development space. I'm an author as well, so I have published a book on Flutter. I have a couple of blogs and a learning series available on Google Cloud Community for Flutter, so please do check it out. And with that, I'll let Surbi introduce herself. Surbi, over to you.
And I am Surbhi, and I'm working as a customer solution engineer at Google. And I've been working for more than 3 years now. And overall, I have more than 7 years of industry experience. And before a customer solution engineer, I was also working as a ski at Google. So, thank you.
All right. So, without further ado, I'll quickly jump into the presentation here, if that's okay. Awesome. So, everyone, in the slide today, we are going to talk about how you can improve your AI's accuracy with grounding. And I have Surbi along with me to basically talk about it. So, without any further ado, let's dive right into the agenda. So, the overall agenda is we are going to talk about what is grounding. We are going to talk about how you can achieve grounding with Gemini. We have a cool demo for you as well. So, this is a hands-on demo. And towards the end, we'll have a quick section for Q&A. So any questions you might be having, feel free to ping us or let us know. So to explain what grounding is, I would request Surbi to come up and basically talk about grounding. Over to you, Surbi.
Yeah, thanks, Shivang. So, thank you. So in this slide, we are talking about the typical usage of LLMs. So like Aniket also mentioned in his presentation. So before getting there, let's talk about what are LLMs first. So large language models or LLMs are like the super brains of AI world, and they have been trained on massive amount of data. It can be text data, which makes them like it is making them incredibly good at understanding and generating human language. Now LLMs are phenomenal at generation and reasoning both, but think of them, you can think of them as a powerful agent, or you can think of them as powerful engines that can produce text, that can produce images, audio, video, and whatnot. It can also summarize information, answer your questions in a comprehensive and an informative way. Now, a key thing to remember here is that LLMs are pre-trained. So what it means is that they have already learned a lot about language from huge data sets of publicly available text and code. And this pre-training gives them a strong foundation of various language-based tasks. Now, some of the most common usage, or you can say use cases where we use LLMs, are for text generation, which means writing stories, poems, articles, and even code nowadays. Second is summarization, as it is being depicted on the slide, that we can condense lengthy documents into concise summaries. Third one is Q&A. So we can LLMs can provide accurate and relevant answers to your questions based on their knowledge on the data they have been trained on. Moving on to the next slide. Now we have talked about how amazing LLMs are and how good they are at generating and understanding the human language and the text. But they have a limitation. And the limitation is that they can only work with the information they have been trained on or what's given in the prompt. So this leads to the grounding problem. So LLMs do not understand the real world, and they do not obviously have, because they are machines, they do not have common sense. They cannot access external information, or they cannot verify the truthfulness of the information we ask. So this can sometimes cause them to hallucinate or produce incorrect or nonsensical output. Now in this example which you see on the screen right now, the Prompt is asking LLM, what is LangChain? The LLM, trying to be helpful, generates a response that sounds plausible. I mean, in first go, those who do not know LangChain, they might think that this is the correct answer, but this is not. It describes LangChain as a blockchain based platform that allows user to create, share, and learn languages. Right? This is not true. This is hallucination. Now, LLMs don't have the ability to, question the prompt or ask for clarifications. So they also cannot access external information or external knowledge sources to verify the truthfulness of their response. So this is a key challenge which we have to in making the LLMs more reliable and trustworthy. Next slide, please. So yeah, we have seen that LLMs hallucinate because they lack the real world information and they cannot verify what they have generated, right? This is specifically problematic when we need to make them work with our own data, for example, like company documents or the customer information. So how do we resolve this? So we augment LLMs by connecting them with our private data sources, and this allows the LLM to access and process the relevant information, making its response more accurate, grounded, and relevant to our specific needs. Now, this diagram on the slide shows that how we can connect LLMs to various types of private data. The data can be unstructured data, which can include any presentation, audio, images, video, even web pages. Second is APIs. So we can connect to APIs to access real-time data from various systems. Third one is structured data. So this includes data which is stored in your databases, SQL databases, vector stores, and knowledge graphs. Then you can also connect them to files. So we like various, it can support various file format like JSON and CSV. And the last one is enterprise system. So by augmenting LLMs with private data, we can first thing is we can improve the accuracy and relevance. Second, we can obviously personalize the experience. So which means that we can tailor the LLM, its output to individual users and individual needs and specific situations, right? Third is we can obviously unlock new use cases. So it opens up possibilities of using LLMs, such as like we can generate enterprise related reports, we can create personalized content, or we can answer questions about internal specific knowledge. Next slide, please. So yeah, we know that we need to augment LLMs with our own private data, but how do we do that effectively? So before we dive into the best approaches, let's look at some less ideal solution which we have right now. So first one is fine tuning. So fine tuning is where you retrain the entire LLM on your own private data. While this can sometimes be effective, obviously, it has significant drawbacks, as it has been suggested on the slide also, that it is very expensive to do. It requires a lot of effort to prepare the data, to I mean it's computationally very expensive, and it can be difficult to update the model with the new data. Plus there is no guarantee that it will always work as intended. Second is to have human check the output of the LLM before it can be used or validated. Now this might seem straightforward, but obviously it has its own set of problems, because this is very slow. It involves a human interaction and for every output we generate, so it's unreliable totally and untrustworthy, because we are humans and we can be inconsistent, we can make mistakes or lose focus. So let's just say that this is not the most human friendly solution. And third one is prompt engineering. So this is where we try to trick the LLM to into using our own private data by including it in the prompt itself. Now this relies on the LLM's existing knowledge and can be limited by a token limit of the LLMs which we have. It can also be error prone, and it can require careful crafting of the response. So these solutions which I have highlighted, like fine tuning, human checks, and prompt engineering, they need like we these are not robust, and we might need a more robust and efficient way to augment LLMs with our own private data. So in the next section we will explore more sophisticated techniques that address this issue. And now to talk about retrieval augmented generation, I'll invite Shivang to take it over.
Thanks, Urbik. So let's talk about the retrieval augmented generation. So by far the most common usage of embeddings in the world of generative AI is to enable the paradigm called retrieval augmented generation. Now this is just a fancy way of saying let's find and feed the LLM the relevant context and information at query time. This paradigm or family of architectures is also often referred to by the term grounding. So before we dig into the high-level architecture, let's quickly take a look and understand the problem we are trying to solve. So the first problem that we are trying to solve is that LLMs don't know your business's proprietary and domain-specific data. LLMs are typically trained on vast quantities of public web data, and they are not trained on your data that may matter a lot for your use case. And the second problem is that LLMs do not have real-time information. They may have information up until the point they were trained, and but they may not have the data from yesterday or last week or even last month, for that matter. The third problem is that many enterprise use cases need the LLM to cite its source of information. Now, in addition to providing answers, enterprise often want LLMs to provide the source of answers. When LLMs answer based purely on the knowledge encoded within their weights, what is called parametric knowledge, they struggle to cite the sources. Now, what is the solution to this? We have to feed the LLM relevant context and information in real time, and by using an informational retrieval system. So what we do is we take the input prompt. In generative AI, prompt is the term used to refer to the input query to a model. We take the prompt and use it to query the information retrieval system that has indexed the information you want LLM to use. You take the top results written by the information retrieval system and append the content of the returned results to the prompt, and then you pass this augmented prompt to the LLM. Now the LLM not only has the original user query, but also additional information that it can use to answer the query. So moving to the next slide. So we have seen some of the pitfalls of the naive solution, right? Now let's explore a more effective technique for augmenting LLMs with private data using a modified prompt. So the idea here is to provide LLMs with relevant context from your private data directly within the prompt, which this helps grounding the LLM's response and reduces the chance of hallucinations. Now let's take a look at the structure of this modified prompt. So the first thing that you will see here is a role which is the an intelligent assistant for a specific domain in this case. You would see context, and this is where you include the retrieved information from your private data sources. Now, this could be text from documents, data from a database, or any other relevant information. You could be seeing a question here, which is clearly stating the question or the task you want LLM to address. There could be instructions, and you need to provide clear instructions on how LLM should use the context to answer the question. For example, you might instruct it to think step by step or only use the provided context. You can add constraints to further guide the LLM's response, such as specifying the desired length or format of the output. And using a modified prompt offers several advantages. So that is improved accuracy, reduced hallucinations, flexibility. And when I say flexibility, you can easily adapt the prompt to different tasks and data sources. It also improves the efficiency, and this approach can be more efficient than fine-tuning the entire model. So for example, if you have a knowledge base of, let's say, company documents, you can include relevant excerpts in the context and then ask LLM a question about how company policies or procedures. And this ensures that LLM's response is based on the provided information and not on its general knowledge. Now let's see how this modified prompt approach can be combined with other techniques to further enhance the performance and reliability of LLM. So before we deep dive into how to use external data with LLMs, let's take a quick look at classic information retrieval system. These systems have been around for a while and are designed to help users find the relevant information from a large collection of documents. The general purpose of an IR system is very simple. It is to help the users find the information they need. You can think of it like a search engine. You type in a query and the IR system finds the most relevant documents or web pages. Now, classic IR systems typically work in two stages. The first one is being the retrieval, where the system retrieves a set of documents that are potentially relevant to the query. And this is like the initial search results you see on Google. And second is ranking. So there the system ranks these documents based on their relevance to the query. Now, the most relevant documents are shown up at the top of the list results. And this diagram here illustrates the process. So you see a query that is the user providing the query at the very beginning. Then both the query and the documents undergo text operations like tokenization and stemming to prepare them for searching. Then the documents are indexed to allow for efficient searching. The system searches the index to find potentially relevant documents. The initial set of retrieved documents come under the retrieved documents, and these documents are then ranked on based of relevance. Post this, the system might evaluate the effectiveness of the retrieval and ranking process, and the final ranked list of documents is presented to the user.
So the ultimate goal of an IR system is to achieve high effectiveness. This means maximizing user satisfaction by providing the most relevant results with minimal effort from the user. So now that we have touched upon the classic information retrieval, let's explore a powerful technique called vector search that's essential for building modern Gen AI applications. Now, vector search also allows us to find information not just by keywords but by meaning and context. So at the heart of vector search are embeddings, and these are numerical representations of your data like product description or even images that capture their meaning in a way computers can understand. You can think of them as coordinates in a multi-dimensional space where similar items are closer together. Now let's walk through this diagram to see how it works. So you start with your raw data such as product information and documents as your data sources. This data is processed and organized for efficient searching in the data indexing stage. Now this model is transforming your data into those meaningful vectors under the embedding model. A user then asks a question or expresses a need, like what red shirts would I like? That is a query. The query is also converted into a vector, and the search engine finds the most similar product vectors in the index. So the results are then ranked based on how close their vectors are to the query vector, and that is similarity search. The search engine returns the most relevant items, and LLM can then use these results to craft a natural language response. And the final informative response is presented to the user. Now, vector search offers several advantages over traditional keyword-based search, and it captures the meaning and context of your data, not just the words themselves. It can find relevant items even if they don't share exact keywords. It can be used to personalize results based on the user preferences. It can handle different data types like text, images, and audio. So Google Cloud's Vertex AI Search provides a powerful vector search engine that can handle massive data sets and integrate with LLMs to build sophisticated Gen AI applications. Now imagine searching for red shirts, and keyword search might miss a shirt described as crimson or scarlet, but vector search understand the meaning would likely to include those as well. So vector search is a key technology for building Gen AI applications that can truly understand and respond to user needs in a more intelligent and human-like way. So now LLMs can be trained on an impressive variety of data and can impress us with what they can do there on their own and with simple text prompts. But everyone will quickly come to a situation where LLMs doesn't have enough information or the right information and seem to make up an answer. So now with RAG, we did a retrieval search across the bottom and added search results to our LLM context. You can see the output has been grounded with citations to the search results. And even though the LLM hasn't been trained on new data, it has access to new data through search. And this is why search really matters, to ensure you are giving LLM the right context to summarize. So in this example, just scrolling the Flutter website gives us the right information about Flutter Casual Games Toolkit. So in this example here, you can see the comparison between when do you fine tune versus when do you use RAG. So in case there is a external knowledge required, fine tuning would not help, but RAG certainly would. If you want model to adapt, and in this case, fine tuning is the way to go instead of RAG. So, and if you want to, let's say, minimize hallucinations, then you should always use RAG. In the case where training data is available, fine tuning is the way. And in case your data is quite dynamic, use RAG. And in case the interpretability is required, RAG is advised in this case. Now, I would like to pass the mic to Surbi for explaining grounding with Gemini.
Oh, thank you. Next slide, please. Yeah, so I'm thrilled and I'm super thrilled to introduce you to Gemini, which is Google's next gen AI model that's pushing the boundaries of what's possible with AI. Now, Gemini is designed to be multimodal, which means it is capable of understanding and generating different type of content, including text, images, code, video, and even more. So thanks to this multimodality that they can employ sophisticated reasoning and can understand the world in a similar way to humans. So, and Gemini has advanced coding capabilities as well, which means it enables Gemini to generate different creative text formats of text, of code, and translate languages. It can also write different kinds of creative content and answer your questions in an informative way. So these were the three core pillars of Gemini's capabilities. Next slide, please. So yeah, in February this year, we announced Gemini 1.5 Pro, which is our next gen AI model Gemini 1.5 Pro delivers dramatically enhanced performance. Now, it comes with a context window of 1 million tokens, which is a game changer, which means you can ask it to process vast amount of information in single go, including 1 hour of video, 11 hours of audio, code bases with over 30,000 lines of code and 7 lakh words in one single shot. So the bigger of model's context video is, to make it simpler, please understand it, like if the bigger the context video is, the more information it can take and process in a given prompt. Now it also has enhanced multimodal capabilities like I just described in the previous slide, which also means that it can seamlessly process and integrate information from various modalities, like it can understand text, audio, image, videos, and more. Gemini 1.5 is even better at understanding and generating code in multiple programming languages. This can help developers to write code faster, generate code snippets, complete the code, and even translate between different languages. It can also perform more complex reasoning task, like you can say it can perform logical deduction and inference, so you can draw conclusion from given information. It can understand and apply common sense knowledge according to that. Now, by the way, 2 days ago, we have also introduced Gemini 2.0 already, which all I mean, it outperforms Gemini 1.5 Pro at twice the speed, which means Gemini 2.0 Flash is twice as fast, as powerful, more powerful than 1.5 Pro. Next, yeah. So we have discussed the challenges of hallucination in LLMs, and let's discuss the powerful solution which we have. We have seen three not so powerful or not so robust solutions before, but the powerful solution which we have is to ground it on Google search. So this technique, what it does, it connects the LLMs to the vast knowledge base of Google search, providing them with access to the up to date and more reliable information. So it offers several advantages which are described on the screen. First one is it can anchor model responses, which means LLMs can generate responses directly based on trusted information from Google search, significantly reducing the chance of hallucination. Second is it reduces the hallucination, obviously. And third is it is easy to use. So this feature is often available out of the box, and it does not, it requires very minimal setup development effort to enable it. So this image which you see right now on the screen, this graphic which you see, is how like it depicts how Google grounding on based on Google search works. So first one is the LLM response is directly anchored to information retrieved from Google search. You can say if the user is asking about a particular dish, the prompt or the answer is giving us the information that it is coming out of the reliable sources. Second is obviously source data is provided, so it reduces the chances of hallucination. And third is it works out of the box, as I said, so you can simply enable and get this feature work for you with simple configuration without needing complex development or integration. So as you can see in this example, that when a user asks a question, the LLM provides an answer along with the source link and the suggested searches or the articles, right? So grounding on Google search is a valuable tool to enhance the reliability and trustworthiness of your LLMs. It bridges the gap between the LLM's internal knowledge and the real world which we have outside LLM's knowledge, which makes it more powerful and versatile tool for various applications. Now we'll move ahead with the demo, and I'll hand it over to Shivank. Hello.
Sorry, my laptop freeze. Let me switch over to the demo screen. Just 1 minute. All right. So we have a small demo about the grounding aspect. So in this demo here, we are going to talk about how the grounding works and how you can see the difference in results when you have enabled grounding and when you have not enabled grounding. So in this demo here, what we are doing here is we are actually importing some dependencies related to Google Cloud AI platform in text to speech. And we are making an API call to basically authenticate it using my account to basically run the call. And what I've done is I have a data source that I've already created in background, which is having some information about travel related things. So you can consider it as travel-based chatbot or travel-based data source that is having information related to flight rescheduling or hotel rescheduling. And
Would
what I
you
have done is
mind to zoom in a little bit? It's not readable.
Sure.
That would be nice. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Is that okay?
Well, a bit more, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome. So as you can see here, what I've done is my prompt is to basically ask what is the reschedule piece for a domestic flight, and when I do that, I'm making a call to the Gemini 1.5 Flash model. So I'm making two different calls here. One is using the Google search retrieval, and one is using my data source as the grounding. So this call is going ungrounded, and this is the initial call, as you can see in the response section, which is just making a call to the LLM. And second call is using the grounded response using my data source as the tool. So when we run it, you would see a specific difference here. So in the initial call that is not grounded, it would say, I cannot give you a specific reschedule piece for a domestic flight. And it is giving me all the logical explanation why it cannot give me a specific reschedule flight. But in this case, in the grounded part, what it did is it actually made it actually looked into the document that I have given as a data source, and it was able to identify that, and it was able to it was able to generate a good response for me. So you can see there's a particular amount that is coming in, and it is actually coming from the data source that I've given. So this is where you can see how enabling grounding on your private data actually helps a lot, and it will give you the right set of results. So coming back to the slides. So for this particular section, so basically this was what we just saw is grounding with Google search. So we have two options currently available. One is grounding using Google search, and one is using grounding your own private data source. So essentially, we are the only provider currently in the market who is providing you the grounding ability with Google search. So whatever call or whatever prompt that you give to the LLM, it is going to make it and search for more results using Google search grounding. So and it is going to ground it on the results obtained by Google search. Now we have seen how grounding LLM can help on external sources like Google search, and how that can improve your accuracy. Now let's take it a step further with grounding that uses your own specific data and provides a measure of confidence in the response that we just saw. So this technique involves providing the LLMs with a specific context, like a set of documents or a knowledge base. The LLM is then asked to answer questions based only on that provided information, and crucially, it also gives you a grounding score indicating how confident it is in its answer based on the given context. So in this example, we give the LLM Alphabet's financial report as context. So in the prompt one, you would see when asked about Google's Q1 2024 revenue, it finds the answer in the provided document and gives a very high grounding score, that is 99.2%, because it is very confident in the answer. However, when asked about Q3 2024 revenue, it correctly states that the information isn't available in this and gives a very low grounding score, that is around 3%. So this approach offers several advantages. First is that you would get an increased accuracy, and your LLMs would be explicitly constrained to use the provided context, reducing the chance of making things up. Second thing is it would improve the transparency and trust. So the grounding score provides a measure of confidence, allowing users to assess the reliability of the answer, and it would give you have the control over the context of the LLM users. So ensuring it's based on your specific data and knowledge. You can always trace the answer back to the source document, making the LLM's reasoning more transparent. So this technique is valuable for applications where accuracy and trustworthiness are paramount, such as financial analysis, customer service, legal research, contact review. So grounding with high fidelity and grounding scores is a significant step towards building more reliable and trustworthy GenAI applications that can be used in sensitive and critical scenarios. So currently we use LLMs to generate answers. The process is often static. You as the user have to decide beforehand whether to use grounding or not. And now this choice affects the cost, speed, and quality of the answer. So if you always turn on the grounding, it can be slow and expensive because LLM has to search for external information every time. But if you always keep it off, you risk getting hallucination and inaccurate answers. So to address this, we are proposing dynamic retrieval. This is a more intelligent approach where LLM decides on its own whether it needs to use Google search or not for a particular prompt. So the diagram shows how it works. So this is the current approach where the grounding is always turned on, which can be slow and costly. The other approach where grounding is always turned off, this is faster and cheaper but risk lower accuracy. Now, the adaptive generation and grounding, which you are seeing somewhere in the between, this is the goal of dynamic retrieval. It finds the sweet spot between speed, cost, and quality by selectively using grounding only when needed. Dynamic retrieval actually starts with Google search as the external source, but can be extended to other sources in the future. So the LLM analyzes the prompt and determines if it needs external information to generate a good answer. If it does, it automatically uses Google search to find the relevant information. Now, the adaptive approach offers several benefits. There's an ideal trade-off. It balances cost, latency, and answer quality. It improves efficiency by avoiding unnecessary searches and making process faster. It enhanced accuracy by reducing hallucination by using grounding when needed. So with dynamic retrieval, we can enable grounding by default in LLM APIs, making LLMs more reliable and user-friendly without sacrificing the performance. So in this here, we have discussed the concept of retrieval, and now let's see a concrete example of how it works in practice. So this table here shows you a set of queries and how an LLM with dynamic retrieval would respond. And you can notice the score column. The score ranging from 0.0 to 1.0 indicates how likely the query needs grounding, and how a higher score means the query is more likely to require factual information. So now that we have explored LLMs can be grounded and augmented to improve their accuracy and reliability, let's move on to an exciting application of these advancements, that is building AI agents. So AI agents are essentially programs that can understand natural language instructions and perform tasks or answer questions on your behalf. So they can interact with different systems, retrieve information, and even make decisions based on your preferences. So with platforms like Vertex AI, building AI agents is even easier than ever. You can use natural language to define the agent's goals and behavior without needing to write complex code. This image here shows you an example of a platform building for building AI agents, and you can see that it provides several key features. Now, the goal with Agent Builder is to meet developers where they are building and deploying agents with enterprise-ready tooling platform. So to orchestrate your agents, we are also announcing the public preview of LangChain on Vertex AI, and to ground your agent is the public preview of grounding on Google Search. And for the more hands-on developer, we are introducing primitives to build your own RAG components to build search experiences, including vector search, talk processing, retrieval engines, rankers, and so on. So finally, we have expanded our connectors to offerings with including Confluence, Jira, ServiceNow, Pinecone, Elastic, and others. Now, with that, we are opening this forum for any questions that the audience might be having. And we would also like to thank you for all the time that you have given to us. And we both are available on LinkedIn, so feel free to reach out in case you have any questions or anything that you want to discuss. And thank you so much for this amazing event.
Wow, thank you so much, Shivang and Surabari. That was really interesting about getting these kind of details regarding setting up the grounding and also improving the accuracy of LLMs. Now with a new feature as well that we can easily add in Google Search, it's really a way how to keep your responses even up to date and more fact-checked in order then to provide more accurate information back to your users. So really, thank you so much for that.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for being an amazing audience.
Thank you.
For the questions and everything, I would suggest everybody jumps over to the Discord channel we have specifically for Devfest or Discord. So because here the Q&A session is a little bit restricted, and we keep the information, we keep the chat, we keep the excitement running on the Discord server. And so with that, if you don't mind, I would like to take over the screen. And
Sure.
all right, that is good. Thank you so much for that. Okay. And screen sharing, my own one. So yeah, right now we have a little bit of a break. And I would like to remind everyone at the moment in the channel that we have a QR code to scan, claim your attendee badge for Google Devfest Discord 2024. Join in our Discord channel. Whoops. And here are the times. So yeah, as you've seen, we're going to have a short break at the moment, about half an hour. Well, now it's only 25 minutes till we then are going to be back with Emmanuel, picking up the conversation then about empowering communication, the quest for automatic solution in sign languages, which sounds like a great topic on my side. I mean, I'm going to join in. Sorry. For sure. And yeah, please. Oops, sorry. Be back at the right time. So we have a quick break until till half past the hour, and picking it up then with Emmanuel. So maybe Lisa, I don't know if you have a chance, if you join, if you're present, to take over and maybe loop the video back in. That would be a great time killer. So, thank you everybody for waiting. We are back for our next presenter. And this is going to be Emmanuel. Emmanuel is already present. So hi and welcome. I'm personally quite excited about the fact that you are actually a full stack Angular and .NET developer, which is matching my own, let's say, interest in development. So without further ado, please, Emmanuel, take over and talk about your empowering communication, the quest for automatic solutions in sign language. And I'll stop my screen sharing and hand it over to you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much. I'm sharing. Do you hear me? Do you see me?
Everything is good. Happy to let you run.
Yes. Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. I'm so happy to be here. I manage and that is welcome to my empowering communication, the quest for automatic solution in sign language. If you need a transcript, feel free to scan the barcode. I know Toto has also content automation. Feel free to activate the MShot here, but I cannot guarantee that they work properly with my deaf accent and French. I'm sorry, yes. So my name is Emmanuel Amboise. I am French and I am a developer at Chodo, a French company. I am also deaf with 2 ear implants. I am part of the CNCF Deaf Hard of Hearing in group, which we together deaf web professionals from over the world. I am also part of 3 feminist associations in France, Duchesse France, YESO, and Opposite, to represent women in tech and, by extension, disabled women. And finally, I'm so proud to be part of the Women Test Makers program to amplify my message about inclusion, disability, and accessibility. Before we talk about sign language, you need to know that around 4.6 million people worldwide are affected by disability hearing loss, according to World Hearing Organization. This represents 5% of the world population, whose estimates that 700 million people will be affected by 2050. Here, 1% in 10 in the world. We have 72 million deaf and hard of hearing people around the world using sign language. Contrary to the popular myth, not all deaf and hard of hearing people know sign language. There are over 300 different sign language. That means that sign language is not universal. Each country has its own sign language. For example, in the United States, we have American Sign Language. In UK, we have British Sign Language. In France, we have French Sign Language. In India, Indian Sign Language, and so on. However, there is an international sign language that enables that deaf people over the world to communicate with each other. International Sign Language, called ESL, is different from American Sign Language, ASL. Saying that sign language is not universal, we realize that creating automatic tools in sign language will be only accessible to a local language and population. Sign language varies considerably from one region to another, even within in the same country, due to cultural and regional differences. Variation can include differences in vocabulary, grammar, intonation, and body movement. This makes research more complicated. When you create a tool in ASL, it won't be understandable by people who use French Sign Language or another sign language. For example, I don't know about American Sign Language, but I know French Sign Language. If you want the tool to be available in another sign language, you also have to interpret the language. Let me remind you that sign words are different depending on the region. The hello sign difference depending on the country. For example, here is the hello in ASL and bonjour in French Sign Language. You see, it's so different. Text-to-sign language processing, which has been around for a few years now. Many sign language projects are flourishing because the data is big. This data comes from American Sign Language. What even people don't know is that sign language is not universal. So, for example, I can see professionals in France using this data to create an application with a 3D avatar, but ASL is not the language used in France. As a result, it's completely pointless to create the app in France because the French deaf population does not know about ASL. That's why it's so important to get to know the deaf and hard of hearing community, deaf culture, and above all, learn the local sign language with deaf people. If you don't know the language, how will you know that the language you are using is the right one? That the vocabulary is the right? That the sign movement and facial and body expression are right? Hence, the importance of involving deaf people in the process. Ask for their opinion on your project, and even involve them from start to finish. Every year and for years, students and engineering schools have been constantly trying to invent a new prototype designing to facilitate communication between deaf people who speak sign language and hearing people. Students in search of technological progress see they are doing the right thing by creating these prototypes without the approval of the community and without even trying to understand how this community works. The most obvious example is labs. The gloves are the perfect example of the disability doodle, a term invented by Liz Jackson. Liz Jackson created the term disability doodle in 2019 to draw attention to the phenomenon of design and engineering studios and practitioners prototyping innovative solutions for disabled people. The definition satirizes an outcome each which designs of technology for disabled people attract mainstream attention and praise despite disabled people's legitimate concern about them. This term refers to a technological solution designed for disabled people, but which in reality is often useless or poorly adapted to their real needs. Tax laws, for example, the laws attracted the attention of the public and therefore potential founders, but did not meet with the approval of the deaf community. The law have therefore distracted from the real needs of the community, which is calling for greater accessibility with sign language. In fact, access to education, healthcare, administrative procedure, the media, and so on, using sign language is still very difficult for deaf people whose mother tongue is sign language. To meet this need, more sign language interpreters are needed, and they need to be trained. Even today, there are too few interpreters to meet all the needs. What's more, do you see people walking around with this love that obstructed their movement, especially as they are heavy and huge? There is also of the question of responsibility. If the machine's translation is bad, the person receiving the message will misinterpret it. A sign can mean several words, and this sign is defined only to the context. Watch Shenzhen's video showing the same sign meaning several words. If you don't know sign language at all, it can have consequences of more or less impact. That's why you need to work with the people concerned to ensure that the tool is viable. I'm going to make a bit of a nation with automatic emission. Today, as you see, automatic emissions are not 100% viable. There can be a lot of errors depending on the environment, the context, and the person's PE. In the USA, the reality is better than in France. Being French, when I see that there are a lot of errors in the automatic emission, I have to do some mental substitution to fill in the gaps, especially during live broadcast. When the AI makes a mistake, I have to make up for it by reading lips and hearing the missing word if I have understood it already with my hairy hands. is very exhausting. So imagine with automatic sign language. That's why we need with sign language interpreters to help the humanity in their daily lives. Automated solutions are not intended to replace them, but they can help in areas where interpreters cannot intervene. Digital content, for example, having digital content or audio announcements in public transport translated by a 3D avatars can be an effective solution. The problem with 3D avatars is their reality. At present, it is difficult to reproduce facial and body expression, two things that are very, very important in sign language. Just signing is not enough. You also need expression to transmit of the tone of the message and context. 3D avatars works very well, but more often than not, they look like robots or are completely devoid of human expression. That's the challenge today. I have no doubt that in a few years' time, avatars will be more fluid. Watch a great video from EA, a French company, to raise awareness of AI and sign language. Thanks to object detection API, it's easy to caption the sign and recognize it. However, the program only managed to capture sign by sign and slowly and that. But sign language is not about sign by sign. It's a whole language that's constructed and alive to facial and bodily expression. You hear sign and high speed, but the AI will have trouble capturing the signs because they are so fast that it has to recognize them. I'm going to take the example of a French company because that's what I know the best. Be French. I follow technological development in France. Ives, a French company, has created its first signboards, an conversational chart in French sign language. From my own experience with signboards, during a demonstration, I signed very quickly, and the AI did not capture what I said. I had to sign very slowly for him to understand me. It's very promising. The advantage of these signboards lies in the collaboration with deaf signers. And this works, but there is still a lot of work to do. The American company like SignSpeak is also building technology for deaf people with them. Why is it so important to work with deaf people? Did you know that to enrich the avatars of vocabulary, you need to have the sign in motion capture to that the AI can learn it? Unlike automatic captioning, where you just need to provide a verbatim, the process is more complicated, more complex, and slower. And we know language evolves every day. New signs appear in the sign language repertoire. Each entry C is no sign language to wrong. So the database has to be constantly updated. That is why it is so important to work with the deaf community and hard of hearing community. Nothing about us without us is a movement, a slogan created by disabled community in the sign language. Nothing about us show nothing about us without us. Without us. Show the importance of involving disabled people in product design. You can collaborate with deaf and hard of hearing people in tech to create a tool with AI sign language. For example, there is the CNCF Deaf and Hard of Hearing Working Group, which brings together deaf and hard of hearing people in tech all over the world. You can contact them. If you are looking for someone local, you can be sure to find them via this group or contact a local deaf association. It's very important. In addition, if you want to create a tool that evolves sign language with AI in any country, that the community evolved. Thank you very much for listening to me. If you have questions, I can respond it. Thank you so much. Do you have any questions? If we have time.
So thank you so much, Emmanuel, about this presentation with the different, let's say, dialects of sign language. I mean, I was aware that there is American Sign Language and British Sign Language, but I was totally not aware that there is like country-specific ones. And well, it makes sense, but I mean, it's also making it more difficult to get your solution then in regards to that. Yeah, so I mean, very impressive demonstration. I really liked the information presented. And yeah, I've checked. I don't think that there had been direct Q&As here. I think comments, questions would be then in the channel on our Discord server. So maybe if you have still a few minutes time to hang out there, you're most welcome to engage with participants. That would be great. Other than that, yeah, if you don't mind, even for our viewers, you get here the QR code easily to get access to the presentation. And as Emmanuel mentioned, she is available on LinkedIn. I think a quick search on her name, no problem at all. But I think also on our side, as the hosts, that we're going to assemble a little bit of an information post-event where we're going to provide contact information, social media contacts, etc., from all our presenters and speakers of today's Devfest here on the Discord channel. All right, thank you so much, Emmanuel. Then have a great day. Yes, see, I'm learning. Perfect, perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, great, great, great. Let me just pick up my screen here as well. Again, this was Emmanuel Abov, Empowering Communication, the quest for automatic solutions in sign language. I mean, really impressive stuff. And you see, with the power of AI, you can easily go forward, pick up your own approaches, make it, well, specific to your country's sign language. And I think everybody on the Discord channel, on the Discord server would be happy maybe if you come up with a solution that you adapted to your country-specific sign language. With that, I like to remind you that with scanning of the QR code, you can claim your attendee badge for Google DevFest here on Discord. And we are at the moment a little bit ahead of time, and I'm wondering if I have anybody else here in the channel to be around to chat with me. But it seems that's me alone killing some time. So I hope that's not too disturbing for each and everyone. Our next speaker will be coming up. And let me just have a look. We're gonna have then Enzo Conti coming into the channel. I'm just checking if he's already around. Yes, yes, yes. That is wonderful. So Enzo, I gave you should be able to activate your camera and microphone now.
Hello, do you hear me?
Yeah, yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Right.
Thank you so much for joining in. Well, we still have a little bit time. We have still a little bit time to kill, about 2-3 minutes, I think. We are ahead of time, which is very surprising because out of my standing experience with Devfest and conferences, the schedule is usually pushed a little bit backwards and not like us being ahead of time. So how is your experience with the schedule at events?
I think it's quite the same as you. Usually conferences and meetups and online conferences are always the same, and you always have to, they're always late at the end and people at the end are waiting for the party or something like this if there is one at the end, and it's such a mess because there is a schedule. And as soon as you have people asking questions and everything, it takes quite a long time because you want to give an honest answer and a good one. So it's quite difficult to manage time and have good quality answers and have respect the time that you're supposed to have. So yeah.
Especially that if you're in-person events that you have already next speaker standing at the back of the room, waving at you.
Yeah.
So hey, it's time out.
And they have to set up the computer and stuff. It's just it's difficult to find the right time and the right moments.
Exactly. And then you have, of course, attendees still queuing up for more questions, which in my case, I tried them to, gently guide them out of the room, to leave the stage and give room and space for the next speaker. All right. Well, I would say we kick it off. Your talk is going to be about accessibility first, building an inclusive app with support for various disabilities. So we just had a session from Emmanuel addressing hearing impaired participants. So I'm also really looking forward about what else is there in regards to the different, let's say, restrictions. I don't really like the word disabilities because these people
maybe
have
deficiencies.
other abilities. Maybe deficiencies or constraints, but they usually have then other abilities where they are excelling compared to like a regular guy like me. And so therefore I'm really looking forward to your session. Again, I have to say that accessibility is a long-standing topic because there are different international consortiums that are considering that accessibility is a first citizen matter that has to be addressed. And I've seen over the past years as well that governments in various countries actually have now a policy established that their own public websites and applications have to be accessible to all citizens and users. And I hope that you're gonna shed on some light on that. I fear that I might have taken one or two topics ahead of myself. But
you're
with
like
that,
teasing my talk.
yeah, that's my job. So without further wasting your time, let me stop my screen sharing and invite you to share your screen. And then I hand it over to you, Enzo.
All right.
And really looking forward to your talk.
Okay, let me.
Oh, that's sneaky with the barcode in the background as well. Quite cool.
Oh yeah, but it's actually not working for this event. But it's usually for more like meetups. I didn't set it up.
Let me try that. Let me try that if it's working.
Let me just find.
Actually, it's working. My mobile is picking it up.
Oh, okay. It should work, but it should not follow to the right link. It linked for under past events.
App loops.
Okay, sorry for all of the thing. And I'm ready whenever we are ready.
Absolutely. Take it from here. The stage is yours for the next half an hour.
All right. Nice to meet you all. Thank you again for the invitation. It's been a long time that I wanted to actually participate in some Devfest. And in my city, we don't have one. So it's always a good occasion to still share my knowledge, if I can, with more people. So further ado, we're going to speak about accessibility first, building an app with support for various disabilities. I'm saying disabilities, it's definitely not a negative word that I want to employ. So if you feel offended by that, I'm very sorry. So firstly, who I am, because maybe you should not take tips and like listen to any stranger around. So I'm just going to present myself. So my name is Enzo Conti. I'm a senior Flutter software developer. So I do Flutter for the past six years and maybe and a half, 6 years for sure. And I work recently, I mean, like very recently, it's the past 2 days, and it's in a company called EasyMob, which is located in Paris, France, and I'm from Bordeaux, southwest of France. And before that, I had my own company where I was doing like basically software development services for the past 7 years. You can find me on my socials. There is my GitHub, and there is also my X/Twitter. I also have a Blue Sky, but I didn't have time to implement it. So yeah, you can find me with my name and last name there also. Just a quick thing also, I also manage the Google Developer Group of Bordeaux. If you ever come to Bordeaux and you want to speak about tech-related thing coming around, and I also manage the Flutter Google group, Flutter Meetup group, sorry, in Bordeaux too. All right, quick agenda. I made a quick agenda about what are we going to speak about, what is the goal of this talk. Firstly, we're going to speak about accessibility. Maybe there is some people around that don't know what accessibility is. We're going to speak about the different form of disabilities that there is around. And we're going to speak later on about demystifying accessibility. This is my favorite part. This is where I kind of like debunk some stuff that I heard around. And lastly, and this is like going to be the biggest part, we're going to speak about the solutions. All right. So accessibility. First thing, we're going to speak about what is accessibility, because you don't want to be left out and don't know what is accessibility for the rest of the talk. So what is accessibility? Defined by Wikipedia, I found this little description, and it says that accessibility is making content and services accessible for all the people with disabilities and generally to all users. So what I want to highlight in this sentence is and more generally to all users. This is very important because it means that making accessibility and like pushing around accessibility and do accessibility in your product is not only for people who have disabilities, it's for all users. It's a global thing. If you have an application or a product that is accessible, it's going to work for everything, and it's going to make your product better for non-disabled people and for disabled people. So if you are not convinced by what I've just said, and you're like, why should we care? I want to highlight a number. This number is like 15%. 50%. What does that mean? If you, I have a statistic who come from the World Health Organization, who is estimating that around 15% of the global population on Earth, so more or less like around 1 billion people, are living with some form of deficiencies or some form of handicaps. So 15% is a lot. Maybe if you are a manager or something, you're thinking, oh, okay, I can have 15% more users on my product. It can be good. But maybe, just maybe, you are still not convinced. So I have a clue for you. And I want to ask you, what is this flag? Should be quite easy. It's the European Union flag. The European Union flag is important. Why? Because we have something called the EAA, which is like actually going to be applied in 2025, in June 2025, if I remember correctly. What is it? It's basically some kind of law. It's not really a law. I don't actually have the exact right word in English for that. But this is some kind of law that push around accessibility to be applied, forcefully applied to some big company. If you have a very big company, or if you are a legal entity, like for example, a government entity, and you have any website, or maybe you are in a big cinema and they have like, I don't know, a ticket distributor, or any kiosk, or if you want to order, I don't know, a burger at McDonald's, all of those things, like if you have, it has to be accessible for everyone. And so you have until 2025 to kind of look around at what accessibility is. And you have until 2030 to make your product, which is already existing, to make them accessible. So we have like this kind of legacy notion of products. So your product have only a few months to be accessible, or a few years maximum to be accessible, and after that there will be probably some fine and stuff like this from the European Union. So after all my convincing, you have basically two choices. Either you are not making accessibility until 2025 and you are waiting until 2030 to really get into accessibility, and you don't do anything right now, or you make the smart move, and the one that I'm going to try to convince you to do today, and to become a leader in accessibility today. So with that, I want to kind of check my first task of my agenda, and now we're going to speak about the different form of disability that there is. There is a lot of them, but there is like 3 main ones that we're going to speak about today. So let's see them. The first one is what I'm calling sensory disabilities. It's basically being blind or visually impaired, or you can be deaf or hard to hearing. The second category of disabilities I want to speak about today is cognitive disabilities. For example, it can be like dyslexia, ADHD. There is a lot more, but for the sake of this talk, and we only have like 25 minutes together, so I'll have to make the list a little bit shorter. So we can only speak to those ones. And the last one is going to be mobility disabilities. So it's like person with reduced mobility, what we call PRM, or what I call temporary. Temporary, what is temporary? Temporary is, for example, I don't know, you go skiing, you break your arm, you have a temporary disability because you cannot use your arm will be in a cast for maybe, I don't know, 3 months. So this is a kind of disability. So even if you are like fully healthy and you don't have any disabilities today, you might have some disabilities in a few months because maybe you break your arm for some reason, or your legs or whatever. All right, so this is my very quick second point. And now this is really my favorite part, because again, I've been working with accessibility related application and software thing to do for the past 3 years, and I have a lot of points I heard about and who are complete lies, and so we're going to debunk them today. So I present you all the lies about accessibilities. The first one I heard a lot from managers. I'm not pointing the finger on to managers, but I'm just in general. So the lies that I heard about can be managers, can be developers, can be whatever, can be designer. The first one is it's only for a few users. And as we saw, we have around 15% of the world population which have some kind of disabilities or handicaps. So it's around like 1,200,000,000 users, something like this, if I said correctly in English. Which is basically the entirety of Europe and the USA. So next time somebody told you, yeah, maybe we shouldn't push accessibility, think about you can have a lot of users on your app, and they're basically also loyal users, because they're not going to change just for the sake of changing. They're going to change if there is an application which is more accessible and do the same features as yours, but they're not going to change for the sake of changing. Another lie that I heard a lot is about accessibility make my product more expensive to develop, which is true and untrue. But why is it true and untrue? It is true because if you think about accessibility, when your product is already made, when you have made 90% of your product and you're like, oh, should we add accessibility? Yes, it's going to cost more because maybe you have made some bad decision at first. Maybe you should have included some stuff. Maybe the designer made the interfaces not accessible. And so now you have new design to make, you have developer to pay for that. It's expensive because of that. But if you think about accessibility right at the moment where you create the product, if you are like, okay, I'm going to create a website and I want it to be accessible, it's not going to cost any penny more. It's going to be really, really, really cheap. So it's false. Another one that I heard because I work for example, banks and and complex products, they usually say my product is too complicated to be accessible. And this one, I might be rude. But what I say usually is that your product is simply poorly designed. If you think that accessibility is something about complexity of your product, you are totally wrong. You can create the most complex software ever, and yet it can be definitely accessible. It's just a way of thinking and a way of implementing things. And the last one that I want to speak about is to have an accessible product, it must be ugly. And for this one, I have a quick example. This example is about Amazon. Amazon in the 90s, the logo is from 1998. And we will have a picture of a phone. It's on the phone in 2005, sorry. So what I want to say about here is, for example, the logo, as somebody which is like not visually impaired and not having any issues, yet I have glasses, I can see definitely that it's the Amazon logo and it represents the A of Amazon. The website, it's not super clear. It's super crowded. I don't understand exactly what is the button, what is not. Is the title clickable? It's not. I'm not sure exactly what I'm supposed to do on this website. I do understand it, but it can be confusing for a lot of people. And that was in 2005 for the website. Just to remember, the iPhone were in 2004. So it's what is BlackBerries were before that. So we had like way better UIs, and yet it was very ugly. And now Amazon is one of the leaders in accessibility. The website is like super accessible, and we have a new logo and new websites. As a new logo is like very, I mean, everybody know it, this logo, and it's super accessible because you have the full name, you understand what it means, you have this little smiles they have. It's super cool. So I have nothing to add on this. And you also have the website, which is on my phone right now. And you do understand very easily what is a button, what is not, where to click, and this is just better. So with that, we finished demystifying accessibility, and now we're going to have the bigger and more complex part of the solutions. So why are we speaking for solutions? I'm French, and as many of you, I've been saying like the Olympic Games in Paris, and Olympic Games, they are supposed to be like super accessible. They're supposed to be like for the entire world. And yet the websites were super not accessible. So we're going to speak about solutions so we don't end up like this. And I'm sorry for you guys who are following maybe and thinking that accessibility might be just a package to add or just a few lines of code to add. It's not. There is not a single solution. It's not just adding some library or some stuff like this, but it's a set of solutions. What I mean by set of solution, for that, we're going to come back to all the categories of disabilities that we saw before, and we're going to see what kind of solution we can implement for each of them. So let's go back to the categories. So now we have the sensory disabilities, and I want to highlight which kind of solution we can bring for blind people and visually impaired people. The first one, it might be obvious for many of us, but it's the size of the font and of the components, but you have to do it right. For example, I have this example here where we have the same page. It's the exact same page on free iPhone screenshot. It can be, again, I'm speaking about application because I'm a mobile application developer, but you can think about any product. It can be a website, can be a kiosk, can be embedded devices. I don't know, whatever you are developing for. And so, yeah, you have to think about, is my website does work in a super big font size? And you also have to respect the font size that the user put in a setting of his device. For example, if you have an iPhone, you can, for example, maybe like make the font size super big in your iPhone. But if in the application that you're developing, the font size is not the same as what the user put on his iPhone, is going to be a big disadvantage for him. So consider this. And we also have to think about which font we're going to use, because it has to be readable. It has to be easy to read. So think about some really mainstream like fonts, like for example, Arial, Calibri, San Francisco, Google Sans, all of these things. Before I was speaking about the EAA. In the EAA, there is a lot of things. It's a big document. You will have a chance to browse it later on. It's around like 300 or 400 pages, and there is a lot of things to see on this document, but it's not very readable. Why? Because it's mostly about legal entities and stuff like this. But in one of those pages, I saw this chart, and this chart is actually very interesting because it shows how the font size should be big or bigger depending on how far you are from the screen. Because it makes sense. If you are 20 centimeters from your phone, you probably have some kind of view of font size. If you are watching a billboard across the streets, you probably want bigger font size for that. Secondly, what we want something with content with contrast ratio of 4.5 divided by 1. What does that even mean? What does it mean? It just means that we want basically a background that is really having a good contrast between the background and the foreground, between the text and the background, for example. So right now I'm showing this website called which is called like colors.co. Which basically show you, you select a color of text, you select a color of background, and it shows you if it's a good contrast or if it is not. But I was speaking about like 4.5 divided by 1. What does that mean? So I searched a bit, and there is actually a website like called webaid.org that actually gives you the right contrast ratio. For example, here I set up like a pinkish color of text on a white background, and it just tell me right away that it's like not the right contrast. I only have like 1.5 divided by 1, and it's not enough. And we have like a different kind of text that show me that it's not readable for everyone. And I think everybody have always this issue, whether you are like visually impaired or not, where we've been on a 90s website and it's like gray text, little gray text on a black background, and you have to squint your eyes to read it. So try to not do that in your products. Lastly, or not lastly, I'm not sure, we have voiceover and talkback and semantics. Maybe you never heard about voiceover and talkbacks. Voiceover and talkbacks, I had a demo, but I'm not sure I can actually do it from in person, because we're not in person, we are remotely. So what I mean is, like, there is on iPhone and Android phones, there is like a way so your phone become basically a screen reader. It's going to read whatever there is on your screen and describe it to the users. So I'm not going to have a demo for that. Maybe, I don't know if you see on my camera, it's going to be very, very little, so I don't like to do this. But we have like some kind of thing, and you can swipe left or right to basically go to the next item on your screen. And you might be thinking about, okay, so the screen reader is reading whatever there is on my screen, but how does he know what's on my screen? And for that, we have what we call semantics. Semantics are a way to basically describe what you have on your screen. And this is something that as a developer, you have to add on your product. Right now, I'm going to show up like Flutter semantics because I'm doing like Flutter again, but it also works. There is also like not the same methods, but there is also different kind of semantics for HTML, whatever you're working with. So just like type semantics and like which language you're working with, and you will definitely find something. And so semantics, they are basically describing whatever you have as a widget. So right now I have a small example. Again, I'm sorry you don't especially do Flutter, but maybe you will be able to work to understand what the code. We basically have an icon button. So the icon, it has an on pressed, which is basically a callback that whenever you press this button, it's going to do an action. Right now, I don't describe the action, it's just an action. And it have an icon. The icon is an icon.delete. It's basically a little trash can icon. As a view in person, you're going to see the trash can icon and you think, oh, okay, so it's a delete button. It makes sense. But if you are blind or if you are visually impaired, maybe you need semantics. And the semantics are going to wrap around my button and say, hey, firstly, it's a button. Secondly, it's enabled, so you can tap on the button. And thirdly, what does it do? It does say delete the button, delete the item. So whenever you tap, whenever you're going to go with a screen reader and you're going to move on to this item, it's going to say delete the item. And it makes sense because it's going to be part of a larger UI and it's going to work like this. We have something in Flutter, it might be also for other language, but we have in Flutter something called like show semantics debuggers. It's a little flag that you can put in the material app, which is basically the root of all your app in Flutter. And what it does is basically disable all the fancy screen that you have, and it shows more information. So for example, you have on the left just a screen that I made at some point, and which is like just the visually impaired, like for people who are not visually impaired, you can have like this screen and you will see, and it's awesome. You know what to do, you know exactly what you're going to do. In the middle, you have basically the same screen. This is the exact same screen, but with the flag enabled. Hence, you have like the issues where you're going to have like squares, and each squares is basically a part of where VoiceOver and TalkBack are going to read the screen and do something, and they're going to read whatever is written on these little placeholders. And you can see that there is some squares who are empty because maybe they are just icons, or maybe there is also something who are just say they are buttons, but we don't know what they do. And so on the right, we have like the same screen again, but with semantics and optimized semantics. So now, for example, we have the little sandwich menu who was just going to say button. And now whenever you're going to come on this button again with TalkBack or VoiceOver, it's going to say open the menu, button, because it's a button and this is a button to open the menu. It's just a little things, but it does help a lot for people who are visually impaired. So don't just think about it. Lastly, I think we have the sensory reminders. What are sensory reminders? Sensory reminders are basically reminders about how to. Okay, let me rephrase that. You shouldn't only say that an action is a success or an error only in one way. For example, if we look where my example is wrong, we, as a visually impaired person, I can see that the password field is red, so it means that there is an error. But let's think that maybe you have daltonism, or maybe you don't see the red color for whatever reason. Then you have an issue, because the person will enter her password, click enter, and be like, okay, but why doesn't it work? Yet the website works, but she doesn't show the red color. So what I want to say with sensory reminders is that you should always show an error or a success in two different ways. For example, where my example worked, we can see that we added a little text. We say incorrect password, and just that say that you should always show two kind of errors, and it should like always be different kind of error. Like can be color, can be haptic feedback, can be different kind, like textual. You should just show different kind of errors. All right, so that was like the biggest part. And now we're going to speak about deaf and hard of hearing people. So how do you do an app for them, and what can you do for them to feel better on your app? First thing you can do is adding subtitles to media. Maybe you have like a video on your website, or maybe you have some kind of movie app or whatever. So in this case, you should like definitely add subtitles to your videos because they can read it, and it's way better. And we also have like the sensory reminders, because maybe your application like do some sound or do something, just to add some haptic feedback, add a pop-up or whatever. It's good for that. Next, we have the cognitive disabilities. I want to speak about dyslexia specifically. So what can we do for dyslexia people? And it's really easy. We can definitely just use a different font. There is different kind of font. There is Arabic dyslexia. There is Open Dyslexic. Both of them, like some dyslexic people say that it helps them. Some other people say that it doesn't really help them. So in my opinion, you should just include them. It's just whenever in the settings on your app, just add a toggle. And when you toggle this thing, it just changes the whole text to whatever font it is. It's just a quick and easy thing. As a developer, it shouldn't take more than 20 minutes. And yet you will help people drastically with this. Secondly, we have ADHD. ADHD is quite simple, and I think it's like quite natural to help them. Two ways to help them is like having clean and streamlined interfaces. So what does that mean? It just means that you should have like very not having like too much color, not having like too much crowded interfaces, just like kind of like minimalistic approach to making UIs. And you should avoid long load time as much as possible. Sorry. So this should be like natural for any of you, but don't let people wait like 10 seconds for, I don't know, generating a PDF or something like this. Just generate it like on the thing, show a slider, show something, but don't let them hang out for nothing, or show them at least that something is increasing, because that is confusing for some people. For mobility disabilities, I'm going to take both people, so person with reduced mobility and temporary disabilities, because as we saw, it's kind of the same thing. If you break your arm, you are a person with reduced mobility, even if it's just temporary, and it's going to be better in a few months. So what you should do for that, firstly, you should make the button easy to access in the interfaces. What I mean is like it's way easier to have a button which is next to where your thumb is on the phone than if it's on the top left side of the screen, because it's just way harder to touch it. What we have also adapted mapping. If you have it's quite high on the list because for example, Google Maps is very nice, but it's not especially good for people who are disabled or maybe in a wheelchair or something like this, because they might not take the stairs, they might not take a lift or whatever. So just think about it and adapt it. One of the last kind of accessibility that I want to talk about, and didn't speak about it yet, it's territorial accessibility. What I mean by territorial accessibility is that I think we all know what this app is. It's Facebook, if you don't know about it. But maybe not a lot of people know what this is. This is not Facebook. I mean, like, it is Facebook, but it's Facebook Lite. What does that even mean? That means that, for example, Facebook, and not Facebook Lite, Facebook is around 75 megabytes, and you need Android 11 to use it. Where Facebook Lite is only 2 megabytes, you need Android 8, and you have less animation and less requests. So I hope everybody just basically optimize their application, because maybe you live in some kind of rich country. I am, for example, in France, and we have unlimited data plan for our phone, and that's super nice. But there is some part of the world where you actually need, it's very expensive. I mean, data can be like, for example, 10 euro for 50 megabytes. And it would mean, like, for example, that for downloading Facebook, you will have it for 7.5 euros, which is like quite a lot of money, even in France. So I can't even imagine in some other countries. That's basically almost the end of my talk. I want to speak about what you can do if you are interested in accessibility and to implement accessibility in your product. There is a ETSI EN 301 549. This is a barbaric name for just the European Accessibility Act. This is what I was speaking about. If you want to browse it, it's around 400 pages. And there is a different kind of things. There is Accessibility Flutter, which is a documentation on how to do accessibility in Flutter. There is Rebel App Studio, who made a lot of tooling for accessibility with Flutter. Again, this is mostly for what I'm saying, for Flutter related things. You have like WebAIM and Close.co, what I was speaking about. And after that, you have a lot of Code Lab and like different accessibility tools that there is made available by Google or by other companies. There is like this one, and there is even those one. I know it's a lot, but you can definitely take my slides later on and browse them. And that's basically all for me. And I hope this talk was interesting. All right. Is there any question I forgot to ask?
Enzo, amazing presentation. Thank you so much. Q&A wasn't open. We've just opened it, so we'll see if any questions come on through. But amazing presentation. Thank you so much for that.
Yeah, thank you very much for inviting me. It's so hard to present a subject like accessibility, only 20-25 minutes. Even in 1 hour, I find like quite short. So it's very condensed.
Well, you did a fantastic job of condensing it down. So thank you so much. It looks like no questions at the moment. So thank you again for your time today and sharing with us.
Thank you very much for inviting me again, and see you next time.
Thanks so much, Enzo. Amazing team. It is now break time. So our next talk is at 2 p.m. So enjoy a nice coffee or tea, and we'll see you at 2 p.m. And Enzo, thank you so much again.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. And for our next session, we will have Olaleje. Please, if you can please share your slides. And he will be talking about responsible AI, a beginner's perspective on ethics and fairness. Olaleje, please feel free to start your presentation. And if you can unmute yourself just to be sure that we can hear you.
Hi, everyone. I can hear you. Hope you can hear me as well.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
You should be able to share your slides.
Yeah. So share screen. Okay. Okay. Sure. Can you see my screen?
They're loading up. Let's wait a little bit.
Oh.
Amazing. Yes, we can see
Okay.
it. Okay. Well, thank you again, everyone. Welcome to this next session. Thank you, Olaleje, for being here and sharing your knowledge today in the Fest Online. And yeah, feel free to start.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Olaleye Anuluwapo Kayode. I know it's kind of long, but it's OAK for short. It's really great to be here. Okay, so diving right in. Okay, so today's topic is basically not just critical for developers, but for societies as a whole. And I hope that, like with my presentation, I would be able to share basically what I have learned over the past couple of days and months and years. Okay, so today we'll be exploring the bias, ethics, and fairness in AI development. But then, uh, what's why does responsible AI matter? And that's basically a very good question to always ask. And and I think that I like to say that AI is not only as good as the data for people, but it's as well like the ethics has to do with like the ethics of the people creating it. So as long as we are all using AI to create, to work, and it's a big part of our lives in this day and age. I think it's very much important that we develop AIs that are very responsible, basically. Um, so, just a quick question, but have you ever thought about the unintended consequences of AI models? And the typical examples are basically in the facial recognition technologies that we have in our days. So initially, just a quick one, initially when facial recognition was being put out, it could not recognize black people, and it kept projecting their faces, and that was because the data that was being trained on it didn't have black people's faces. And you can also find some of popular examples in predictive policing and in our healthcare system as well. Okay, so what do you think the combination of human plus AI should be? Okay, so what is responsible AI if to give a proper definition about it? Responsible AI basically isn't just a buzzword, but it's a commitment to building AI systems that prioritize basically fairness, transparency in and the way we design and develop and deploy our AI, basically. And it's also to ensure that these systems or these AIs don't discriminate particularly against a certain group, and also to understand that it should be transparent in how decisions are being made. And one of the core principles of responsible AIs are one, fairness, transparency, accountability, and privacy. Okay. Okay. So these are real world examples of some ethical AI issues that we have had so far. And one of them has been Amazon's based hiring system. I think I mentioned the second one earlier, the racial bias in facial recognition and the credit scoring discrimination. So basically, the algorithm that was developed used for Amazon was kept rejecting resumes with the word women, and that was because it didn't have data basically that was sufficiently trained on. And it's quite interesting to find that some of the facial recognition systems that we have misidentified people of color at alarming rates, and it has also led to wrongful arrests of people. And for the third one, which is the credit scoring discrimination, the algorithms that have been designed with this, I have denied certain people who should have gotten access to loans, basically. And this is basically just a few cases of the the stakes of building responsible AI. Okay, so it's very much important that we understand how this biases creeps into AI, and one of the major ways is through the data collection. It's very important that our data sets represents diverse groups, diverse people, so that the bias doesn't creep in. And it's also important to also carefully monitor like the algorithms while designing them. And lastly would be that we shouldn't overlook how our assumptions basically shape the systems that we build. Which tends to happen anyways because we are all humans. Okay, these are some of the types of biases that we have in AI, and one of them is sampling bias, which is when certain groups of people are underrepresented in the training data. So simply the way I would put it would be that if you have a a, a data set that has more certain group of people than another, there's definitely going to be bias when you put out that model in whatever use case you're putting it out for. It's always going to prefer those people with the largest data set in it. And another bias that we have is the algorithm bias, which is the way like the algorithm process data. and introduces or amplifies biases. And this basically is an algorithm thing. So it's important that while training the algorithm, it's always very important to check and recheck and retrain the model and the algorithm to make sure that it doesn't amplify like biases with the data that has been put in it. And lastly, we have like the cultural biases. We have a few more, but these are just the three that I'm highlighting in my presentation. Okay, so next on. So the interesting thing is we have tools that can be used to assess bias and fairness in while developing and designing AI. And one of them is Google's What If tool, which is basically a visualization tool that allows developers to basically analyze their models to just ensure that it is bias free. And another one that we have is IBM's AI Fairness 360, which is basically an open source toolkit that provides metrics to test for biases in data sets and machine learning models. And the third one that I'm talking about as well is Microsoft's FairLearn, which is basically a Python package to assess and improve the fairness of machine learning models. And these are some of the popular ones, anyways, to that we can use to check and build responsibly to ensure that bias doesn't exist in the AI models that we put out for people to use. Okay, so before I conclude, building responsible AI starts with you. You can participate in the ongoing Google Adversarial Enabler Prompt Hacking event, which is an event basically for image to text prompting. It's to reduce the bias in the image generation space, basically. And another way you could contribute basically towards building responsible AI would be to take courses on responsible AI, and these are available on YouTube, and Google has few courses as well that you could take just to get familiar with building with responsible AI. I'd like to say that begin with small steps using bias detection tools, diverse data sets, and collaborating with industry and people. Okay, thank you for listening. You can find me on LinkedIn, Twitter, and every other social media platform here. So right about now, I'll be taking questions and responding to them. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Oak. That was an amazing presentation. Thank you very, very much. And thank you, everyone, for attending this session. As you can see, you can follow Oak, hopefully I'm pronouncing that correctly, on his social media. And yeah, thank you again for your presentation. Right, so for our next session, it will start in some 15 minutes, but in the meantime, just reminder that you can get your attendee badge for the Google Dev Fest, for attending Google Dev Fest 2024. So you can scan that QR code and be sure to get your badge. It's always really cool to have all the badges in our Google developer profile. So yeah, in about 15 minutes, we will get our next session. So please be sure to be around. It's going to be a great one, and see you in a few minutes.
Hello.
Hi, Jay.
Hi. Oh, okay, good. I was getting worried that I wasn't in the right link. How are you?
Don't worry. I'm good. Thank you so much for joining us. It's
No
really a
worries.
pleasure to have you.
Thank you.
Yeah, so everyone, before we start the session, and thank you for being part of the fest on Discord. We will have Jade. She's a customer science analyst in Aviva. She will be talking about AI in wearables, which is actually a really pretty cool use case. And I will ask you, Jade, before we start, if you can share your slides and just check that everything is in order before you start your session.
Okay. Yeah, just how okay, I share my screen here because I'm on 2 screens.
Right.
Okay. So can I just try sharing my screen now to see if that's okay?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Okay, great. That looks good.
Okay.
Right. Okay, brilliant. So I think we can start maybe a minute before time, but that will be okay. And yeah, Jade, again, thank you so much for joining us, and please feel free to start your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, everyone. I'm really excited to talk to you about a topic which is really special because it's about something that everyone is connected to, every single person in the world, and that is health. And even more so, I think it's safe to say that AI also falls into that bucket with the technological phenomenon that is directly or indirectly impacting each and every single one of us. So today I'm bringing them together as I'm going to talk to you about how AI in wearables is reshaping global health. And this talk is really inspired by my recent completion of the Google Women Tech Makers Academy, where I focused on developing a technical talk for me to share something that I've learned about a new technology. And that was really an exciting opportunity to learn and do research in a different domain area than what I've worked in, and to educate myself and others on what is really a critical intersection of AI and health, which I'm incredibly passionate about. And as we'll see shortly, it's an incredible future of just high impact innovation, which is a space that's calling for developers like we have here today, researchers, designers, engineers, governance leaders, just everybody. It's really a global mission critical global issue that needs a continuous collaboration to really deliver on the promise of the extreme good that can be driven through AI with proactive and personalized healthcare. So we all know the phrase saved by the bell. And for 12-year-old Imani Miles, it wasn't a bell, it was her smartwatch. And late one night, it was constantly beeping, which alerted her to an abnormally high heart rate. And concerned, her mother rushed her to the hospital, where doctors discovered not just appendicitis, but a rare neuroendocrine tumor. And it was that alert which saved her life. And this is where wearable AI comes in. It's real-time data, actionable insights, and life-saving interventions. And this isn't an isolated story. Analysts predict that over 400 million smartwatches will be sold by 2027. There are known companies like Apple, Fitbit, and new emerging tech companies which are transforming these devices into powerful health companions, or, as I'm sure that many of you will be hearing plenty about these days, agents. And these are tracking metrics like sleep quality, blood pressure, and even blood oxygen saturation in real time. And it's these innovations which are driving a new and bold era in healthcare, turning wearable AI into a market that's estimated to grow to over 304 billion by 2033. And it's an enormous space, which is where integrated potential for preventative and personalized care can really come into play. So today and the future is all about connecting hardware. So we think about the physical products a user interfaces with, and software, the intelligence and the inference layers that do all of the work and the smart bits of the machine learning, modeling, and more that happens behind the scenes. And wearables are no exception to that. We have the hardware side of products like glasses or patches, smartwatches, and rings, all integrated with AI into them, which is taking different modes and forms of data inputs. And in those different data forms, it's processing it intelligently and giving a predictive output that is tuned, personalized, and accurate in real time. So in union with the software, the intelligence component of the system and tech is using many different types of sensors to continuously capture a person's data signals, which can be biological, they can be environmental, depending on the application. And for today's focus, we're going to zero in on wrist-worn or smartwatches, just like the one that saved Imani's life. So let's break down how these devices work, from hardware to AI-driven insights. So let's begin by understanding the data pipeline, which is transforming those raw sensor readings into actionable health insights. So firstly, smartwatches in this example contain various sensors like PPG for heart rate, accelerometers for movement, temperature sensors for things like skin temperature changes. And these sensors can capture the time series data. So these are a series of measurements over time as they're happening in real time. But this data is often noisy. So for instance, those PPG signals can be affected by many different types of factors, and like motion artifacts, varying skin tones, or even ambient light. So that's why it's really important that as we're developing the technology, we really test it and train it under these different sorts of conditions, and having that diversity of the data sets and the conditions under which we develop the tech is really important for it to be applicable in real life. So there's that first challenge of AI tackling, which needs to be done, which is really cleaning up that data to be used. So that initial processing, if we move on to the second step, happens on the device in one way, where it's more a lightweight AI models which are used, which can be optimized for edge computing on such a small device. And these models are really designed for providing those faster, more immediate insights, like detecting irregular heartbeats, again, in real time. And this would be really valuable, such as in Imani's case, for instance, of detecting an irregular heartbeat or rhythm, which captures that signal earlier and allows you to make that intervention in a timely way than would otherwise be the case. At the same time, you also have, as well as having on-device AI for those smaller, more immediate tasks, a lot of heavy lifting can be done with identifying long-term patterns and health trends, which can happen in the cloud, where you have more advanced models which are running, which can analyze weeks or perhaps even months of aggregated data to detect those patterns. And if we relate this again back to our real world story of Imani, it's this more advanced analysis which could confirm other things which are more sporadic and likely to trigger an alert. And it's this pipeline from the sensors to the AI, whether it's on the device locally or on the cloud, which is really what enables the wearables to deliver insights with both speed and depth, which is what you're looking for in a healthcare solution. And then there is the machine learning, which we'll go into a bit more deeply shortly. And the output of this is going to be some kind of alert. It could be a prompt message, or in essence, really a call to action if there's anything to be concerned about, which in the case of a more pressure situation where there's an alert, or there could be perhaps more just behavioral changes in the case of having some insights where a user, in learning more about their body state, might choose to make certain life or behavior changes to improve their health. So now we've seen the flow, let's sort of zoom in a bit more on how that AI component and the machine learning works to power these wearable devices and how they generate those insights. So one branch of this is supervised learning, which is all about recognizing patterns. And supervised learning models are trained on labeled data sets to recognize known patterns. For example, an algorithm trained to detect atrial fibrillation learns to identify irregular heartbeat patterns by studying examples. Another way to think about this is like teaching a student with flashcards. You have clear inputs and expected outputs. You know what the answer should be, and that's one way that you can train and go through the pattern recognition to identify those anomalies. Another way is through unsupervised learning, which is all about discovering the unknown. So unsupervised learning is coming into play when we have patterns that we don't have the labels for, as we do in supervised learning. And we can apply a multitude of techniques like clustering, dimensionality reduction, feature learning, and it really helps to detect these anomalies for rarer conditions that traditional methods might miss. And you can imagine that in a way as a detective that's trying to piece together the clues and make sense of an unstructured sort of image or data set to uncover the new insights in a way that makes sense. But surrounding all of this, we must talk about explainable AI, which is a critical component, especially in the context of health, where the application that we develop needs to be explainable, to be able to understand and explain a decision in clear, understandable terms. So for example, instead of just saying an alert or having a flashing sign, having a device that can give the insight to explain something like the heart rate variability dropped by 20%, which may indicate stress. And even further than that, it's understanding how and why a prediction was made. So having the evidence to be able to justify confidently how the algorithms work and having that intimate understanding into the model, the weightings, the inputs, the calculations, the transformations, and the outputs. Just like you could ask your doctor why they've come to a decision, we should be able to ask the same of our AI systems and any technology when we are getting a result or a prediction for a certain health outcome. So it's really important and fundamental for us to understand how these systems work. And together, it sees AI concepts which will align wearables to be both intelligent as well as useful and trustworthy. So as we've just seen today, AI wearables operate as valuable advanced tools which can support our health. Imani, again, being just one case of many others where people have been able to take really positive actions, in some cases, of course, life-saving, to protect their health. And you'll probably be familiar again with those brands at the top. So for instance, we have devices like the Apple Watch, the Fitbit, and Oura Rings, which can detect things through different sorts of signals and from the environment and biologically from the user that a person can learn from and respond to. But today's smartwatches are semi-adaptive, which rely on static machine learning models and aggregated data. So they're lacking the real-time feedback loops and the personalization capabilities, which if, or more optimistically, I'd say when, these can be introduced will mark a really big shift in how we all manage and relate to our own health. So current systems are relying on the pre-trained learning models, which are analyzing data from onboarding sensors and flagging these different sorts of anomalies. This is effective, but again, being static and generalized, there are challenges that come from this which limits its potential. Some of them being the false negatives or false positives that can cause unnecessary stress or medical visits or critical events going unmissed. And the key thing really being the limited personalization. What's normal for one user might be abnormal for another. So wearables are lacking that ability to adapt dynamically. And also the way your own health looks today will look different tomorrow. It changes all the time. So these limitations really underscore that need for more intelligent and adaptive solutions. So with this opportunity, the question is to think about how can we solve for that? How can we fix that with technology? And that's what I think. What could that future potentially look like? So through my learning and the research and real deep thinking in and around this topic, I honed in on one area, which is reinforcement learning. So in this next section, I'm going to propose what I think is a really transformative opportunity to address the current limitations on personalization and dynamic responsiveness through reinforcement learning, which is a method in principle that could really take AI wearables from being the reactive tools to becoming more proactive, more personalized, and more targeted health management systems. And this is really where I see the potential and the next major leap for AI wearables, which I'm really excited to walk you through. Reinforcement learning is a type of machine learning that enables systems to learn by interacting with their environment, which receives rewards for correct actions and penalties for incorrect ones. You might have heard of several reinforcement learning systems like AlphaGo, which was actually developed by Google's DeepMind, which learned to beat the world's best players at the game Go by continually improving through trial and error, so that reward and penalty system. There are lots of other examples, so you can think about self-driving cars, where reinforcement learning agents can learn the optimal driving strategies by using the traffic conditions and road rules. There's robotics as well, where you can train robots to perform complex tasks in dynamic environments through reinforcement learning, as well as other sorts of examples which exist in real life. So what I think is that we can imagine that applying that to adaptability in wearables. So again, instead of having the static thresholds which exist currently in the generalized models, reinforcement learning could enable things like smartwatches to dynamically adjust their predictions, their detection criteria and recommendations, which makes it a lot more personalized and accurate for the user with specific insights targeted to them. And of course, wearables and implementing this is not without challenges. One would be computational power. It's computationally intensive and smartwatches have limited processing capabilities. Another one is battery life. So continuous model updates, it can drain power quickly. We want these devices to be sort of on all the time. So that's another limitation barrier and a technical challenge to overcome. And data privacy. So personalization requires sensitive data. And so we definitely need a robust on-device and secure ways of having secure ways of managing the data and protocols, which is why there's just so many elements of different people who are needed into this solution, incorporating things like governance and privacy to make sure that they work well for people and the impact is good. The promising thing, however, even though we think about these challenges, is we have a current boom in Gen AI, which of course I'm sure you're all aware of, where we're seeing a huge focus to develop in areas like compute to cope with the accelerating demand. So really the timing couldn't be better for technology like wearables to develop from the more powerful chips that are emerging. And it really does seem like every week there's a new announcement of a new chip or a new processor that's coming to the market or broke some kind of record. And in fact, just yesterday, Google unveiled a new quantum computing chip called Willow, which is really paving the way to useful and large-scale quantum computing. And it's claiming to take just 5 minutes to solve a problem that would currently take the world's fastest supercomputers 10 septillion years to complete. And it's still in the experimental phase, so the problems that it could be used to solve in future with quantum computing are to be determined what the applications would be. But the real point that I'm trying to make here is that we're making breakthroughs all the time with technology, making technology that's faster, it's smarter, more efficient, which is what we need to see in healthcare. So it's important for us to be aware of the challenges, but it's really promising to see how we're breaking down those barriers all the time. And technology has just never been more active in the research and the build that's happening. And that's what creates a real opportunity of the crossover to be able to apply these solutions or breakthroughs, which is making these hurdles surmountable to achieve things like the algorithmic efficiency and the feasibility of super high performance wearables that we want to see. So the future of this technology is already in progress, and the research is really astonishing. As I already just gave you that headline from yesterday, the leaps and bounds that are being made by different companies and organizations who are making these breakthroughs. So I really encourage you to read the papers, read the news about what's being published, because it's truly exciting and phenomenal, the discoveries that are being made. And today I focused on exploring just one pathway of the potential innovation that I could see through reinforcement learning as that example, but incorporating all the different sorts of aspects as to ways that we can improve these AI wearable systems, we can overcome these limitations and improving those variables. There's a huge win to be sought out with redefining healthcare through these systems. And to give some examples, these could be wearable implants or even nanotechnology, where we are continuously monitoring microscopic level health at that level and bringing it back to agents slightly in the potential there. There's remote drug administration, which you could use AI to make sense of a patient's biometric needs and deliver those precise medication doses and ensure optimal care in real time. So what we're seeing in the agentic developments, there's huge crossover and translation to how that can help in providing better healthcare. And additionally, the wearables might evolve into central hubs, which is something that healthcare has been calling for a really long time, in bringing together all of that health information for healthcare providers, for patients, and creating that connected ecosystem of truly proactive and connected care systems. And ultimately, there is really a strong path for AI to unlock a whole host of benefits for our health and our health systems through wearable technology. With smarter and more sophisticated devices that learn and adapt to you, with earlier and more acute detection and intervention, and greater trust in the AI systems as they deliver those more personalized and actionable insights. And to achieve this future, we definitely need the collaboration of AI researchers, of the wearables manufacturers, healthcare providers, clinicians, people. It's, again, a really multi-pronged problem to solve, which is mission critical, which involves many different parties to make a really strong and robust solution. And it's these advancements that will illustrate just how bringing together the hardware and the software through the products and AI, and with the innovations of things like reinforcement learning or agentic systems and others. And to make the point as well of always making sure we have that qualified human in the loop, of course, when we're talking about systems and domains like healthcare particularly, we're really going to transform not just how we monitor health, but how we deliver care itself. So to conclude, there are 3 key takeaways from today's talk that I want to leave you with, which I think are the most important key points and what's most exciting for us to take away about where we are and where the future could be. So firstly, AI is really transforming wearable technology into life-saving tools. And the more multimodal capabilities we develop, which is integrating and processing larger and more diverse data types, the breakthroughs that we're having with computing as well, will really further elevate these devices, enabling more accurate and holistic health monitoring and management. And secondly, as we've covered, there are challenges that remain, but I would definitely say these are really signaling opportunity. It's by addressing these technical barriers, these challenges, social and economical, like the battery life, like data privacy, and like affordability, especially when we're talking about developing high impact solutions at scale, which is fundamental and critical to ensuring that these innovations reach and benefit everyone in a really impactful and world good healthcare solution. And healthcare is really ripe for positive disruption. Arguably the ripest, I think, with AI, with the huge prize that there is to win with having a more accessible, higher quality and equitable way of how we understand and manage our health. And we're just in the early phases of that global health transformation, of where we're moving away from reactive and static ways of approaching our health to being proactive, precise, and more personalized than ever before. And where personal care really becomes the norm, which will be powered by AI. So that is what I wanted to share with you today. I hope you've all found that interesting, and I've left a range of references. Again, I would encourage you to really follow this space, read about it, learn about it. Health is something that matters to all of us, and these innovations, as well as being so exciting, it's so important for us to understand how the technology industry is really disrupting healthcare and how it can serve to benefit and really transform our approach to well-being and how we understand our bodies and how we manage health to live longer and healthier lives. And if you're building or contributing into this space, or just simply curious and passionate about it as I am, for AI in healthcare, whether it's in wearables or other sorts of applications, please do reach out to me on LinkedIn or in Discord. I'm looking to learn more and really interested in exploring the space for the novel AI solutions which are being developed in this space at scale. So it would be great to connect, and let's pursue these opportunities together. Thank you. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. This was such an amazing presentation, Jade. I want to congratulate you because it's a really, really good one. So thank you for sharing this with us. And yeah, I think we cannot take questions. Sadly, I believe that people are asking questions on the Discord. But again, thank you so much. And all of you that were part of this presentation, feel free to follow Jade on social media, on her accounts, and reach out to her with your questions and your comments. Again, Jade, thank you so much for sharing your knowledge with us, and have a good day.
Thank you, you too. My pleasure to be here. Thanks, everyone.
Right. For the next session, We will have another moderator, so that will be me for the day. It was really, really cool to spend this time with you. And congratulations to Lisa and the organizers. This is like a really amazing event. And yeah, just be sure to keep around because there is a bunch of sessions, really interesting ones coming up. See you later.
Hello, everyone. So we are about to start the event again. So next presenter is Varun Kohli, and he will talk about Level Up with AI, empowering developers of all levels. Welcome, Varun. Varun, are you here?
Hey, Jane. Yes,
Yeah.
yes, I'm right here. Okay, I hope you can see me now.
Yes, you can share your screen and then you can start.
Sweet. I have a lot of tabs today for you guys because I'm going to be showing some demonstrations as well. But I hope this pops up. Okay. Okay, shall we get started then?
Yes, please.
Awesome, awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me. And welcome to Devfest with Discord. Yeah, my name is Varun. I am actually an engineering lead in the space of artificial intelligence and security. We build artificial intelligence solutions and obviously newer technologies on it, and also now doing AI for security. I'm based out of Google Zurich, and what if I told you that? Imagine that there's like a tool out there that can actually help all of us developers write code, debug, or even brainstorm ideas, maybe even help you out with certain designs. And that's exactly the power of AI. And in this talk, we'll explore how developers of all levels can harness it to the level, or rather upscale, with these kind of use cases. So buckle up. It's going to be an exciting ride. Even before we actually jump onto those things, we at Google apparently have been doing some cool stuff, and so this is something that I actually just want to quickly talk about. It there's like a bunch of things that we recently launched. The first one, or the latest edition, what we actually have now with the Gemini family is the Gemini 2.0. It's actually not just an upgrade; it's a paradigm shift in AI. It's designed to be like a true peer for developers, assisting in every stage of the development process, right from the ideation to deployment. You can imagine having an AI that can understand your codes, generate new code snippets, debug your programs, and even create documentation for you. That's exactly is the power of Gemini 2.0. And with its ability to use tools like Google search, the Gemini 2.0 can access and process real-time information, making it an invaluable resource for developers who need to stay up to date with the latest trends and technologies at the same time. Gemini 2.0 is more than just a tool. It's a partner innovation, I should say, empowering developers to build the next generation of AI-powered applications. And just to support on that, we apparently have been working on a lot more cooler stuff, which is the latest addition to the family, which is we recently launched a new quantum AI chip, which we call it as Willow. And Willow at the same time represents like a major milestone in our journey towards building commercial, useful quantum computers. It's not just about speed, it's about tackling problems that are fundamentally impossible to solve by the classical computers. You can again imagine, like, if you are able to go ahead and simulate the behavior of molecules with unprecedented accuracy, leading to the discoveries of new drugs and materials at the same time. Or imagine developing AI algorithms, also talking about cryptography, resolving certain set of encryption algorithms. It's actually taking us to like exponentially greater capabilities, and these are all kind of breakthroughs that Willow can enable now. And by overcoming key challenges in error correction specifically and scalability, will brings us closer to a future where quantum computers revolutionizes entire industries. I did touch base on the next thing that I definitely want to talk about, which is the AlphaFold 3. AlphaFold 3 is literally revolutionizing the not just the protein folding space anymore, because that is something that we were doing with AlphaFold 2. With 3, it represents like a major leap forward in our ability to understand the building blocks of life. It's not just about predicting individuals' protein structures anymore. We can now model complex interactions between biomolecules, opening up incredible possibilities in the fields of drug discoveries and disease understandings. It puts us in stages where we are now able to design drugs with greater precisions, targeting specific protein interactions to combat diseases more effectively. And that is something that AlphaFold is making reality. I myself have contributed to that particular project to some extent, and it has been like revolutionizing so far. And yeah, so AlphaFold 3 is accessible to research community, which is super great. It's an open source solution. You can also go ahead and utilize or do inferencing on Vertex AI. And with this, Google is empowering scientists and developers to push the boundaries of biological research and accelerate scientific discovery. But there's another topic that I actually touched base when we were talking about Willow, which is also equally important, and something that we recently launched is GenCast. GenCast is revolutionizing weather forecasting by leveraging the power of AI. And it's not just about predicting if it will rain tomorrow. It's more about providing a more complete and accurate picture of weather patterns, including extreme events. Imagine being able to go ahead and predict the path of hurricanes with greater certainty. That's going to give people a lot more time to evacuate and prepare. Or imagine at the same time having like a clear understanding of how climate change will impact weather patterns in the coming decades. And GenCast is making these things possible now. So by generating multiple possible forecasts, GenCast helps us understand the certainties, or I should say the uncertainties inherent in weather predictions, enabling us to make a informed decision about how to respond in changing conditions. And with these, I actually wanted to definitely touch base on that, because they were like so crucial and so important for us in while we advance in the AI era. With this, I also want to go ahead and talk about Gemini and Gemini family of models and their availability at different endpoints that is actually enabling, or I should say, upskilling all of the developers at different levels. So let's quickly take a look on that as now. The focus definitely has been creating Gemini for developers, and we're trying to do that at multiple different angles. I'm sure for now you would have already started looking at Gemini, which already been launched for Workspace as well. But the first comes here is just the Gemini applications. The developers as well, or I should say it's majorly created for not just a developer, but for anybody who actually would want to go ahead and get a certain set of information over the internet. So you can definitely do that over a search bar, but you can actually also do that here as well. That just gives you a concise information very quickly in a neat fashion. Developers apparently can utilize the Gemini app to get a lot of information there itself, specifically in a case where you come across a problem statement, maybe something that you want to put it on Stack Overflow. This could be one of those other alternatives where Gemini now soon having already a capability to go ahead and debug a lot of code for you. It can already do that. And with a couple of other projects that we're adding to it, which is Project Astra and Marino, that were in the previous slides as well. It also empowers us to go ahead and give a lot more research capabilities and to get a lot more accurate answers. But in general, Gemini app actually is created for everybody, I should say. The second leap that we take is towards developers, I should say, folks who do not want to play around with API calls. Or does not even want to go ahead and code. Google AI Studio comes up to be like a very handy solution in this particular case, where developers can come up and like scribble down with very simple English language or even like their favorite language prompts. And with that, they can actually start creating some real-time applications very quickly. And the last one is, I should say, for the advanced developers, they can use Vertex AI platform on GCP by calling Gemini as an API. Or we also have I should say a playground on Vertex AI as well, where you can actually go ahead and play around with in a similar fashion where what were you doing with Google AI Studio. So it's like a bit similar, but then if you think about having, or rather building capabilities, something like RAG. I might not have time to go ahead and deep dive into it, but for the folks who does not understand RAG, it is it comes as a key, specifically in a scenario when your prompt is really big enough. We would be doing demos just after this slide, so I would specifically go ahead and talk about that in that particular case. But then just assume that that you have a massive database, which really is like maybe assume an entire library, and you're trying to go ahead and figure out a specific information in that entire library. That the entire text is not going to come up and fit into your prompt that happens in Google AI Studio, no matter some of the models allow 2 million tokens as well. So the next step to get that possible is RAG. Happy to go ahead and talk about in terms of technical aspects as well. But for the advanced developers, if they're able to relate, if you would want to go ahead and build those kind of capabilities, be it RAG, be it graph RAG, and the list goes on and on. There's like some very cooler technologies that people are apparently creating. You can actually go ahead and build an entire infrastructure over Gemini as an API on Vertex AI platform. Okay, with this, I'm going to try and keep short and spend a lot of time on the demos. Okay, I'm going to switch tabs here and there. So, and at the same time, I'm going to make sure that you guys are able to follow. So this is, I'm sure most of you would have already seen all of the 3 tabs. If not, I'll still walk you around. This is the Gemini app, the first one of the 3 that I was actually talking about. This is majorly created for everybody and not just for developers, but all our developers who apparently want to have a specific question can come up and like ask here as well. Let's say, how do you do a binary search? Yeah, it apparently gives us like a very concrete answer. You could probably also ask for like specific code. Can you write a binary search? Let's say in any of your favorite language. Let's say Go. Yeah, so it's, you apparently get an entire code as well. Yeah, the models are now capable enough, as I said, they are now capable enough of generating code and even like debugging codes and all those kind of things. So let's say if you have a piece of code that you're working on and you need certain sort of assistance, this comes as like a peer on the web who can apparently start doing peer programming along with you. So you could go ahead and like put down that particular piece of code that you're doing, and then you seeing like a specific error, you can actually post that error as well and get certain answers there. But yeah, as I said, like I'm just giving examples here specifically in terms of how developers would be able to go ahead and relate, but this application tells you everything. For example, can you help me create an maybe 5-day itinerary, or I say holiday plan for my trip to Norway. Yeah. Don't worry about the spelling mistakes. It apparently is able to go ahead and pick up everything. But if you see, like, it's pretty neat. It comes up with like those much of information that somebody would apparently have to go ahead and dig around over the internet. So with these two examples, I actually just wanted to go ahead and showcase that the Gemini app is just built for a lot more natural use cases as well. At the same time, it works really well for the rest of the developers as well. But on the side, okay, now let's jump on to a bit more developer friendly page, which is the AI Studio. AI Studio is not created for, let's say, creating itineraries. It can do that, to be honest, but it's majorly created for a lot more powerful solutions. It still works on Gemini, but here now, because you get like a developer flavor, on the right here is where you can actually go ahead and choose multiple different models from the Gemini family. We still have the 1.5 Pro. We recently launched 2, which is we have 2.0 Flash available already here as an experimental version. If you notice, we also have the experimental 12.06 here, which is right now making a lot of yeah, it's going crazy. Or if you're following the chatbot arenas, it's topping the charts right now. But yeah, you can. So that's the cool part. As a developer, as an engineer, you can actually come up here and do some cool stuff. We also have the gamma models, which are the smaller models in the Gemini family. But yeah, if you hover on that, it also talks about its cost and all those kind of things. You remember when I was actually speaking about RAG? This here, the token count, helps you understand. So this is 1 million for like 2.0 Flash. That means that you can actually have 1 million tokens here in your, let's say, in your prompt. This is a place where you put down your prompt. For 1.5 Pro, you actually are able to do it to 2 millions. But then for the users who hit the capability, or I should say the roadblock of having your data set beyond 2 million, you might want to go ahead and look at more different approaches, which is something like RAG. And there are multiple types of tunings as well, I should say. So yeah, right from fine tunings, and yeah, again, I'm not putting in like a lot of jargons here, but all that is not capable here, which would be on the next step. So we'll jump there as well. But there's also a concept called temperature, and here at Google, I also teach the LLM bootcamp to the rest of the Googlers, and I actually have like my favorite line here, which is, the word hallucination has gone places, and to me, to be honest, hallucination is not a bug; it is a feature, and we've created it in a way where a single specific model is able to go ahead and do so much things, like right from being very creative to at the same time being very factful. So let's say from the same model, you can go ahead and ask the model to write a poem or a song for you. But at the same time, if you ask a specific factual question, let's say capital of Switzerland, or a specific weather, or any specific information, it should be able to go ahead and give you that information as well. And you can actually get that by playing around with the field called temperature. So the higher it is, assume that your responses are going to be more creative. Like exactly when I hover on this, there is a tip there. It says creativity allowed in the response. Okay. So, and I'll quickly jump onto the last one, and then I'll start doing a bunch of demos. So this is the Vertex AI, and if you see, this here has like a very similar look and feel, but you can actually also start calling the Gemini models here, not just here, but obviously in your prompt in your code. But I also wanted to go ahead and showcase some cooler stuff, which is so the chat form helps you keep the history. So if you're building chatbots, it just becomes so easy. We will do a demo there. And it also has translation as an API that comes up here. So you can choose specific languages, works really well. Speech, that is something very cool. You can actually do text to speech. So you can type anything here and you can actually go ahead and choose a specific language, let's say English female, male, or Spanish male. These are limited languages that we are supporting right now, but it'll start reading it. And we can also do the vice versa option, which is majorly similar to captions, which is you can upload like a speech file or an audio file, and it can like generate all of the text out of it. There is a very powerful prompt gallery that we already have here that has like great examples of some of the solutions that have been already solved. So maybe you can come up here and like take references out of it. But today I actually quickly want to go ahead and show you how easy it is to put up like a chatbot, and I'll come up and do it here to get started with, because these similar things that you can reciprocate there as well. Let's say I'm gonna choose the Gemini to Flash, and okay, just a minute. If you see here on the top is where you can have like a preamble. So what I have here for you today is, meanwhile I run it, there's just a context that I have had, and let's say I've just given like a name of a company, a specific address somewhere here in Zurich, what type of products that they are selling, and some blah blah stuff, like a very accurate stuff here. And I am then giving it like a role. I could actually go ahead and start saying, speak in like the way that Dark Vader speaks. So you would literally see how like it actually being changing. But then I can actually now start asking questions, and if you see, like the answer is very accurate. Although I haven't even like played around with the temperature, I could, if I literally bring it to 0, things would actually start becoming much more accurate. But we rather created a chatbot, if you see, in a few seconds. But previously, these chatbots used to be very they weren't dynamic at all. They were majorly an if-else statement in the background. There were certain only choices given that somebody could choose around, and then it was able to go ahead and give information there itself. But if you just go ahead and expand in English language a context, and then you can just go ahead and start asking question around it. A quick thing that I actually also wanted to show you was here that you can actually immediately come up here and save it to Drive, compare it to a lot more stuff, even start generating codes around it. You could rather use the Gemini application and ask it to go ahead and generate an entire piece of code. It does the same stuff very quick, well, like very accurately. You could go ahead and execute codes and do a lot more cooler stuff. Something that we really talk about is the responsible AI stuff. There are a lot of things that are already built in for you. So let's say if you're working on a problem statement that where you think that any of these problem statements could be a roadblock, it's already been built for you. So you can literally block by choosing the level. You can actually block those kind of content automatically. Okay. I want to also showcase that, like, for most of the engineers in the AI space, I'm sure you would have realized that, like, there has been scenarios where we used to work on a classification problem statement for like months and months. Like, right, talking about putting up like a data pipeline used to be like so tricky for us that it used to be a very long effort, and then training up certain models, validating them, and then doing the reiteration, all of those hops, and then going back again and again until the time you think that the accuracy of the model is something that you really want. But now in this world, imagine if I would want to go ahead and do like a sentiment analysis with this kind of thing. It just becomes so easy. Imagine I actually just have, this is like a sentiment analysis kind of problem statement also a classification problem statement where I've just given like random 5 or 10 examples of some statements and just categories, whether they are positive or negative. A very basic prompt saying, can you classify these statements for me? A couple of examples, maybe you can. And then just finally asking a question where, can you go ahead and classify this for me? So I know this sounds different, but this is just like a very simple example of classification. If no matter where in the use case that you have at your business or the the problem statement that you're trying to go ahead and solve, you'd probably be doing the same thing, which is just have very sparse examples. You don't have to have quantity here, rather just quality. Very handful examples and a very simple prompt, and with this you can apparently get like an answer. I also wanted to expand the same problem statement, and if you see that right now this answer is actually not very elaborated, but what if I want to do that? That is something that we call in the prompt engineering world chain of thoughts. We published a paper in December 2023 specifying how the magical words like let's do this step by step or show your work, these magical words like they completely change the response. But let's do that. I actually have like a different question in this case. The previous one was like a negative statement, which was it is a complete waste of money, and it was categorized correctly as negative. But let's say if I have another question saying, let's say the quality is excellent and the customer service was outstanding, if you see the major differences, previously you just got like a one word answer, like a right classification. But if you would want to go ahead and have like a chatty response, or let's say if you're working on a problem statement where you do need references, why exactly did the model classify something as what they have, then you can probably go ahead and use the chain of thoughts approach, which is just by adding, let's do this step by step, which is something that I'm adding it here. Let's think step by step. And now you do get the correct answer in the end, but with a lot more blob describing why exactly the model thinks that's actually the case. Okay. And I also wanted to do something, maybe, yeah, looking at the time, I think I'm already over 2 minutes, but I want to do one more quick one here, which is specifically around the code. Like a bunch of us, we definitely write code and review code as well, and maybe like contribute to new code repositories, and it just becomes so tedious to understand the current code repository. And this is where, explaining functions come. So this works so well in explaining a specific piece of code. I'm sure you would have seen a lot more examples. We did like one of the examples for Go on the Gemini app itself, and that's why I'm actually choosing a different language here. But let's say I just had like a piece of SQL statement, and maybe I don't specialize in SQL, just for an example, and then all I can actually do is to pass these to one of the models here, and them just to explain this particular function for me, and it does a very, very great job at it. By the way, you could also do like a cool stuff, which is you could copy paste the same code and rather pass it down to the model and ask it to generate an SQL statement. It can actually do that as well, which is super cool. Which completes the entire story, which is it can actually help you generate code, but also help you understand code and debug code at the same time. And one of the other ones that I, at least on the visual perspective, that I actually had for you is that we recently launched the Image Gen 3 model. You would also find the two here as well, and you can these models are majorly utilized for image creations, and giving like any blob or a prompt. Something that I actually have for you here today is, let's say I actually would want to go ahead and create an image that shows a group of people. They're climbing up together, or like up a mountain, and we want to go ahead and show teamwork, and that yes, they're helping each other, they're giving hand to each other, and how that together comes up and like shows, like demonstrates teamwork. You could choose a number of results that the model can generate. It's by default usually 4, but yeah. So if you say that it's pretty accurate, at least in terms of the images, you could also choose the aspect ratio, and you could also play around with the image and models. We also the 3 being the latest one, and there are certain advanced options as well, and which specifically around the safety checkings. If you want person or face generations to be in place, which we usually by default put as don't allow. The reason is because it could evade somebody's privacy, and yeah, that's one of those reasons. But yeah. And yeah, so the other cooler things that you would apparently see here itself is you could go ahead and play around by editing a specific image, or even like generating videos. Yeah, I think I messed up my settings that I was actually playing around with. But yeah, with music and on all those kind of things, which makes it to work really well. Okay, that's all that I actually had for you today. I think I am maybe almost on time, but it was. I think I had a great time presenting all of these cool stuff that we're doing here, and together what we can come up and like build. So I'm super excited for the future, and see you next time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Varun. So next sessions will be hosted by Shah. And if you have any questions, we have the Q&A, the section in the Bevy, so you can still ask questions, or in the Discord, right? And yeah, Shah is gonna the host next session. Let me give the permission to Shah. Just a second. Yeah, Varun, you can close your camera. Let me check. Right, Shah, you are here, so you.
Yes.
Right, so I'm going offline.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Okay. So, hello, Dimitri. Can you hear me? Would you like to share like screen?
Hi.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Awesome. So,
Sure.
yeah. Can you please try like can you share the screen? So prior to that, let me just share to the folks like what we are having currently. So you're basically having a session. The anatomy of a text-to-SQL chatbot. So let's get started. We have Dimitri with us. So yeah, let's go. Okay. Would you like to share screen? And
yeah.
Great.
All right. So my name is Dimitri. Right. I'm a freelance Google Workspace and Google Cloud developer. Right. And actually wanted to talk about what goes into building a chatbot, one that takes your user prompts and converts them to SQL and returns meaningful data. But I want to start with a story first, right? A long time ago, I worked in sales. I worked in sales for a large hospitality company. And we had sales KPIs, right? And of course, they gave us some dashboards so we could track those KPIs. But the dashboard was superficial, right? Didn't really cut it. So there was another solution, right? We could go ahead and download some raw CSV data, put it in a spreadsheet, wrangle the data around, build some pivot tables, map some charts, and hopefully get more insights. But even that wasn't really great. And then through some internal networking, I actually learned that there were analysts in the company. And if you submitted a request, they would come back to you because they had access to the actual raw data in MySQL. So they could actually query the data. And that was great, except that every time they receive the request, they respond within about a week or more. So at one point, they grew tired of my requests, and they gave me direct access to MySQL, and that's where I started to build kind of involved dashboards in Tableau, and that blew the minds of everybody in the office. But think about it, right? How many users are actually going to go to such length to get access to their data? Well, really not many. Some of them may have access to analysts who can do something for them. Most of them will probably be, end up with a spreadsheet. But everything changes if they have access to a chatbot that allows them to talk to their data directly, right, in natural language, without having to know any technical skills, be it SQL, be it spreadsheets, or whatever. So today I want to take a very high-level look at how we can build those spreadsheets and how we can make those chatbots. I'm sorry, how we can make this a reality. Before we dive into technical details, I want to give like a very short, very simplified demo of what this chatbot looks like. It's actually in production. It's been built for a specific client who processes a lot of incoming materials throughout thousands and thousands of plants, right? And so, they need to be able to leverage those statistics. I had to blur some things out, of course, because some of the data is confidential, but I think you'll get the idea. Right, so here we are, right? So we simply enter the request to get some of the tonnage for the operational centers or plants, and we get the data in a table, and we also get a graph view, right? If you don't like the graph view, we can say, okay, give me a pie chart instead. That's what I'm doing here. It gives me the table, and if I switch to the graph, here I have a pie chart. So basically, very easy. I can pull the data that I need, the form that I need, really quickly, just with a couple of prompts. So, but why does it work? Now, actually, it works because it's highly specialized. It's adapted for a specific client, for their specific domain, and generally, for their reality. So the chatbot knows the database that it's working with. It understands the acronyms, the synonyms, the specific business terms that the client uses. And of course, it's connected to the tools that are relevant for the client, being the database, which is in BigQuery, or returning results in a format that works for this specific use case. So let's take a helicopter view at the architecture, right? And let's look at how the different services actually interact with each other. So as you saw, right? So this is a web, right? But we won't be talking about the web part of things, so or the stack. That doesn't really matter. Let's talk about what the actual AI, how the actual AI works, right? The current soul of the app is the prompt chain that you can see over here, right? So there's a series of prompts, actually 7, and the output of each prompt is the input into the next prompt, right? And you can also see that are broken down sometimes here. There are tools that are inserted into the chain, right? For instance, when we've made up our minds which tables we need to search, we don't need AI to retrieve their schema. We can use conventional programming tools for that. Also, when you've generated the SQL statement, we don't need AI to run the SQL statement for us, of course, right? We have the BigQuery API that does it. So yeah, so the prompts are there, but they also make use of the tools in that chain. And of course, the prompts need to have access to specific context that is relevant, for the task, and the context lives in cloud storage over here, right? So the actual prompts live there, the table descriptions, the schema, the jargon, the examples for SQL statements and other things, they also live here. And most of these things, are injected directly into the prompts, except the examples that are used to actually fine-tune a model, and we'll talk about that later, right? So the cloud storage is where the app gets the data, but the project management team actually manages the data inside Google Docs. It's a lot more simple, it's very collaborative, it's easy, and there's an export function with Google Apps Script that allows to change the format of the data and then upload it to cloud storage, right? We'll look into this in a little bit more detail in a second. So as I said, the prompt chain is the heart and soul of this app. Right. We're not going to go into the detail of every single prompt because there are 7 prompts. That's a lot of text, and the presentation will get boring very quickly. However, we'll look at the key aspects of every prompt, right? And the key aspects, well, you have the list here, right? You want to assign a role in most cases, not maybe in every case. You want your task to be specific, and you probably want the prompt to do one specific thing, not more, because the more instructions you give, the quicker, the higher the chance of Gemini being confused are. So you want to provide the relevant context. You want to send some ground rules of how you want the result to be, what the results look like. You want to specify the output format. Sometimes it can be just a text string. It can be JSON output. It can be whatever makes sense in your case. And provide examples. Yes, few-shot prompts usually make sense in this case. So let's look at the prompts in a little bit more detail, right? So first of all, we have the memory prompt, right? Usually, when a user inputs their request, there may be previous history of the prompts, right? And for Gemini to make sense of it, right, the memory prompts here, what it does is creates a standalone message, right? So as you saw earlier, I asked, right, can I get this data? And then I said in a pie chart, right? It understood that it needed to produce this same data, but with a pie chart and a graph, right? Because the memory prompt formulated that as a standalone message. And in the context, right, we of course provide the last message of the user and the summary of the previous messages. The summary part is important, right? You don't want to send the whole history because that also confuses Gemini. So just send as little as possible, and that actually works pretty well. The only catch is that it needs to understand if the messages, sorry about that, if the messages are linked or not, because if the user changes the topic completely, it also needs to be able to identify that and not merge those two messages together, right? Then once we have that standalone message, we need to clarify the user intent, because they may ask for things which are not in the scope, which are not in the database, right? Or they may ask for things which are completely irrelevant, such as, I don't know, the weather in Miami, right? This chatbot does not process this stuff. It's also a good way to introduce some guardrails against, prompt injections or even SQL injections, because, you never know if somebody will try to make the chatbot write a drop table query or something like that. So you'll want to validate that the prompt is legitimate and that we can process it. If not, send feedback to the user. And we're expecting JSON here, with one of these values. If you validated that the prompt is legitimate, we can ask for the question, right? We want to know which tables we're working with, right? Imagine your data set has, I don't know, 20 tables, 80 tables, 100 tables, right? You don't want to send all that schema with your prompts, right? You want to send the bare minimum. So you want to identify the tables that you need. And that, for that purpose, you provide the user prompt, of course, and the description of the tables, right? And the description must explain what the tables contain, the column names, the relevant jargon, things like this, right? So it needs to have all the context to be able to say, okay, well, we need table A and we need table B, right? And the output format here is JSON array. So, and then once we have the table names, right, we don't need AI to return the schema. That's where we actually use conventional programming methods to feed this schema into the next prompt. So, and the next prompt is actually we're starting to build the actual SQL statement. And with the SQL statement, we're still providing the user prompt. We've got the relevant schema and the jargon just to make sure that if the user used any acronyms or whatever, that it's still able to understand and say, hey, well, so this acronym means this column in the schema, right? And all we want here is the SQL string, nothing else, right? If you have a large user base, sometimes you don't want you don't want the users to have access to everything. So in my case, there is a table that says this user has access to these plans, right? And nothing else. This way, so this prompt simply injects an inner join statement that filters out any results that the user is not supposed to see. Quite simple. And once we have that SQL statement, we can run it against BigQuery, get the results, and then we just have a couple of things, just to polish our return values to the user. So we create an introductory sentence just so that it can present the data and say, well, the statistics you asked for are in the table below, or things like this, just so that it feels like a natural discussion, right? And in context, we provide the actual SQL query and a sample of data, just 5 rows, not everything, because some of the data that's returned can be pretty long. Wouldn't make sense to return thousands of rows. So just a sample, just enough to introduce this data. And one last thing, we also want to identify the chart parameters. So you saw early in the demo, I used chart.js to render those charts. But at the minimum, we need to be able to identify what goes on the x-axis, what goes on the y-axis, things like this, especially if you have multiple columns. So that's all it does, right? So, and then these parameters are actually rendered and the charts run on the client side. It's not sent with this request. So that's for the prompt chain. We talked about the context a little bit as well, right? And I've mentioned that the context lives in cloud storage here, and it's managed by, but this is the app port, right? That's where the app works. And this is where the people work, the project team, right? The actual Google Docs and actual Google Sheets, where the data is collected, especially if you're not working alone. If it's a collaborative effort, that's great. So there is a way to export this into cloud storage. So most of the data gets injected into the prompts, except for the examples which are used to fine-tune the data, right? So let's first look at this part, at the context management, right? It's how the team works. So this is an example of a Google Sheet where we collect examples of user prompts, and the SQL statements that the model is supposed to return, right? And there are dozens and dozens of these examples, right? So as a team, right, we collect feedback from the users, we put them in, we try out the statements, we make sure that they work, they're polished, nicely formatted, and we do the same for the jargon, we do the same for the schema, and once we feel that the specific piece of context is ready, well, we just launch this add-on written in Google Apps Script with the UI. We select things we want to inject in the prompt, or we can export the JSON-L file for fine-tuning, right? So Google Apps Script is perfect for this task. If that's not if that's not a tool that's in your tool belt, I really recommend learning it because it's a big time saver. It's really practical. So I've mentioned fine-tuning a couple of times now, right? Let's look at fine-tuning, right? Well, the general definition of fine-tuning is adapting an LLM to your specific domain, right? But to simplify, all you have to do is provide a set of examples, usually in the hundreds or even in the thousands, for the LLM, and ask it to train on those examples, right? So it's just a long list of examples with user input and system output. And by the end of the training, you will have a new model with a new ID inside your Google Cloud project that you will be able to call with the API. And this JSON-L or JSON lines file actually looks like this, right? It's nothing fancy. It's just a text file where there is a JSON object on every line, right? And basically it contains two things, right? So you have the user input and you have the model output, input, output, one object per line. Quite simple, easy to produce. No difficulties here. However, you will want to produce more than one data set like this, right? Specifically, you want to break it down into 3 data sets. Well, the training data set that will will be responsible for the training. Then you have the validation data set that you will also send to the LLM that will allow to calibrate the results. And for the LLM to say, okay, well, I've done a good job training or not that good a job. And finally, the testing data set, that is for you, right? That's for you to run your manual tests. That this is data that the LLM hasn't seen yet, but it will test you if the training actually worked. And once you have those files, especially just these two, the training and the validation, you can do the fine-tuning. And the fine-tuning in itself is really straightforward, right? The easiest way is to go to your Google Cloud project into the Vertex AI Studio, and you have the tuning link here, right? And when you've entered the model details, such as which model you want to base it on, mine is Gemini 1.5 Flash, the name of the model, etc. You will be asked for data sets, right? And here you just have to use the picker to pick, your data, the JSON-L files from cloud storage directly. And as you saw before, we actually export, from Google Sheets to cloud storage. So that's really easy. Once you've provided these 2 data sets, the Start Tuning button here becomes active. You click it, and 30 minutes to 1 hour, you have your fine-tuned model. Now, so you've done all that hard work, right? You've done all those. You've built all those prompts. You've got all those tools. You've got the front end. You've got the fine-tuning. So everything is perfect, right? So you got a perfectly functioning chatbot that's as foolproof. Actually, no. Reality is quite different. There will be pitfalls. There will be things will go wrong, and AI. Just remember that AI is actually looking for ways to let you down, and will do that very, very creatively. Things will go wrong where you don't expect them to at all. You'll be, foolproofing one thing, but something else will come crashing down. And your users will actually do the same thing, right? They will submit prompts that you've never imagined possible. So maybe to finish up, here are a few pitfalls that I've learned and something to watch out for. One, if you're asking for JSON output, right, you've got to sanitize it. Just because you ask Gemini for JSON, doesn't mean it will return pure JSON. It will return something like, well, here's the JSON output that you asked for, and it's going to put the JSON output in markdown tags, and those markdown tags will be broken. So the best thing is just parse everything inside the curly braces or the square brackets, depending on what your JSON output looks like, without counting on Gemini to do the perfect job, right? If you're working with BigQuery, like I am, right, you have to realize that Gemini doesn't natively speak the BigQuery SQL dialect, right? It will create things, that are MySQL compatible, but not necessarily BigQuery, and that will, of course, break the requests. Yes, you want to tell it to use the BigQuery SQL dialect in the prompt, but that will not be enough. You have to catch those errors, transform it into an example, and retrain the model. And the more examples you can provide that will use the native, either that will use the BigQuery SQL dialect, the higher the chances that it will produce valid SQL code. This one's fun as well, right? Gemini will hallucinate your schema. If it feels for some reason that it would be more logical to create, to invent a new table or invent a new column name instead of working with what it has, it will do that. You really have to insist in the prompt that it doesn't do that, that it sticks to the context, and of course, whenever you use that opportunity to create new examples, right? Yeah, don't overdo with examples. When you start with examples, you probably want to just inject them into the system prompt. Yeah, and that's fine. That works up to certain points, and I think 50 from my experience is where things start to break. That's where Gemini starts getting confused, and you add more examples and it doesn't take them into account, and you reorder the examples, it still doesn't work, and that's when you have to start thinking about fine-tuning, right? So a few dozen examples should be enough to start thinking about it. So especially if you see decline in the response quality. We talked about memory management. Yeah, don't send the whole conversation history, never. That also confuses the hell out of Gemini. Stick to the summary plus the new message and get a new summary. That is the most reliable approach that I've among those that I've tested, right? And I've tested a bunch of them. And even if you take all those things into account, all those pitfalls into account, well, you will not get 100% of accuracy, right? AI is not there yet. It's not fully reliable. Users, what I have to tell you, they're also not there yet, not very reliable. And when you put the two together, you've got a recipe for some surprising results. So keep at it, keep the logs, get user feedback, and continue iterating and improving the system. And if you're at above 90% accuracy, I think you're pretty good, right? That is it from my side. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out. Yeah. Find me on LinkedIn. Send me a message. Be happy to talk to you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dimitri, and it was awesome having you. And yeah, if you have any questions, we have the Q&A, I guess, so you can just ask the questions. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, next move on to the next session. Okay, you can, I believe, stop sharing the screen. Yeah, thank you so much, Dimitri. We'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Okay, now we'll start another session, but prior to that, just for the learning badge, let's share this one. Okay, so claim your attendee badge for attending the Google Devfest. So you can just scan that and you can get the badge. That would be great. Now we will have Vasilika with us. So for redefining security from passwords to biometrics and digital signatures. So let's get in and invite our speaker. So hey Vasilika, can you hear me?
Hi. Yeah.
Hey. Okay, so let's start with the session then. Okay.
Yeah, I can share my screen, right?
Yes, you can. Let's try to do that.
Okay, let me try.
Can you
Okay.
see the share screen option?
I just don't see how I can. I think I will share just entire screen then. There is no option to share a keynote. Okay. Now?
Yeah. Okay. Let's start sharing.
You see?
Perfect. Yes. Perfect.
Okay, we can start?
Yes, we can start.
Super. Hello, everyone. Today we talk about security. My name is Vasilika Klimo, and I'm very glad and happy to be here. So if you have any questions after my talk, I will be ready to answer you. On my Twitter, you can write me on Twitter, on LinkedIn, or for example, Blue Sky. So the context is here. A bit about myself. So I'm GD in web. I had experience like 14 years of development. It was full stack at the beginning with PHP. Then it was a lot of years of front end. Last year I started to work with blockchain. And so I became 2 years ago GD. And this year I got award from Microsoft Valuable Professionals as well. And I also work with my own projects as a manager. Technical. Okay, today we will talk about passwords, like what's the problem with passwords, what's new standard WebAuthn that can help us with that. Specific thing like passkey, what is it, and how we can use it. I will show you some examples. I hope we have time for everything. I will try to go fast. So let's start. In the world now, of course, you know, there are so many websites, and each minute, like every minute, you can see that it's approximately like more than 100 websites created. So we have more and more of them. It means for us that we need to take care of our users, especially when your website is not just like portfolio or visit card. So when you have users, you have responsibility, and that's why we need to think about their authentication process. So have you seen something like this? Have you checked in Google Chrome how many passwords you already reused or whatever? So this is my screenshot from a couple years ago. And I hope that after this presentation, you realize that it's not the best way to have it like this and what we can do with this. So by statistics, we know that people usually reuse the same password. So if they were not like taught to to do something otherwise. And people use a lot of sensitive information for their passwords just to remember them better, like first name, last name, their date of birth, favorite pet name, and blah. And of course, it's not secure because everyone knows their name, and some people know your pet name, your husband's name, your kid's name. So it's not secure to have all of this in your passwords. I will tell you a small story how I had experience in one fintech company where I had been working. So each 3 months I needed to change my password. Actually, now if you read some security blogs, it's not very good practice to change your password so often if it was not compromised. And I was not able to repeat my password. So if I changed my password after 3 months, I was not able to use my last 3 versions of passwords. I was not able to use my name and surname there. And it should be minimum 16 symbols. So you can imagine how hard it could be to remember each time this hard, strong password and change it each 3 months. So it's a bit nightmare, I would say. And of course, some people did something like this, like with stickers and whatever. And I mean that we all need to know that it's not secure to write your password, especially on your working place. That's why we will speak about new standard that helps you how to deal with that. So the statistics says also that the biggest problem with our accounts is that they can be stolen by, for example, data breach. It's very, very common case, but also social engineering. So some people try to somehow to mislead you and give you some wrong links, whatever that actually called phishing. When they send you emails, SMS, you need to click, and then they can steal some of your data, for example, from browsers, your cookie, or something if your websites were not very careful with this data. So also there are some dictionary attacks on your when it was like pre-calculated already your password. So for example, they in dictionary from data breach already, and of course brute force. And regarding brute force, I could say that AI plays big role, but let's at the beginning speak about phishing. So phishing could look like this or like this. It's just like from my own email box, and it's not so they always try to somehow to urge you to do some action, and they're not very cool, this emails, and you need to be careful about them. So don't click links. Regarding brute force and AI, you need to be very careful because now you can your passwords can be hacked like this. If they have like only digits, you can see on this table from report that if it's like has 14 digits, then it could be hacked instantly with power of like ChatGPT with servers. So be careful. Don't use MD5 standard for keeping passwords. Like it's a hash algorithm how to store your passwords. And it was a situation several years ago that LinkedIn actually it was big breach in the system, and even password of Mark Zuckerberg was stolen because of this algorithm was compromised because of dictionary attacks actually. So with AI era, we have brute force. It's became much more stronger than before. Social engineering as well, because you know there are already plenty of accounts in Instagram and Twitter. Sometimes they're quite realistic ones. Even video, you can get your video with the face of your friend, but actually it's not your friend, like deep fake working. A lot of disinformation, so you need to be careful what are you reading and what are you following, what instructions. It will be much more new cyber attacks in future, and it all lead to a bit depression and burnout of developers because they have some problems that, for example, they're afraid that they can lose jobs, whatever, and it just became much harder. But let's be ready, like for these challenges, because it creates new opportunities for us. We can grow, also we can be more clever. We just need to think more about it with a good perspective. When life gives you a lemon, you need to make a lemonade of it. So, okay, just a bit more statistics from FIDA Alliance. It's a very important organization who actually behind the Web of authn standard. And from their statistics, it's that phishing is one of the biggest problem for like somehow stealing passwords of the people. And that's why they try to create new standard that can help us to avoid using password at all, because this was the biggest problem before. And regarding money, when we need to, for example, restore our password, a lot of companies, they use like SMS sending you with password, and it also costs money sending SMS. And global average cost regarding this statistic of data breach in 2023 was $4.5 million. So it's quite a lot, and we need to think about it. So what we can do with that? Now let's just like a bit touch what's behind the authentication process. So when we log in, we put our password, and then we try to sign in. So at the beginning, when we do it first time, when we register on the website, at this moment, our password usually go becoming encrypted, and we send actually not pure password. We send something like this. It's called hash. So we store on server usually hash, and when we try to sign in again, we compare hashes. So we don't store actually on server our passwords, because it's not secure at all, of course, because any user who has access to databases already knows your password. So hash, the idea of hash, why it's like supposed to be secure, because when you change only at least one symbol there, even like capitalized letter or small letter or big letter, so then your change drastically changes and hash, and it means that it's quite hard to like realize to find out what's your password was. So people started also to go further. They understood that still it's not enough, and they started to send some notifications to your phone, for example, calling. They started to send SMS to you, but it's also not secure, right? It's not secure because in some countries, for example, your provider, phone provider, just like can allow someone else to buy your number, and that's all. It's not a good example, but it's like truth. We need to deal with that. That's why I would not rely on SMS because also it's expensive. So still we always have this opportunity to send like magic link to your email with like try to with a link to change your password or with new password. Then people start to create OTP, one-time password with notification with applications, web applications where you can not web, mobile applications where you can get one password one single time. Also application push, when, for example, in some in YouTube, you try to log in into Google accounts through YouTube, for example. So some relative application they can log in, help you to log in. And then now we have password manager also to keep our passwords. So all these techniques, they help you to deal with your authentication process. It's called two-factor authentication, but you also can create something else. For example, login through big companies like LinkedIn, Facebook, Google, right? But it's also not, so you need to trust these companies, right? To be able to log in. So to conclude all of these methods of two-factor authentication, I would say that the most secure way for now it's a hardware key, like example like YubiKey, but so yeah, it's the most secure way, but there are other keys as well. Regarding password manager, there are plenty of them. That's why it's good. You can decide whom you trust, right? What company exactly you trust to keep your encrypted passwords. But now we have also biometrics. So biometrics, it's already we use it a lot with our phone, so we can unlock them. But WebAuthn standard helps us to have the same mechanisms for web applications now, and that's very good. And when it started to work with password managers together with being able to keep them in cloud, So password managers can store your passwords in cloud. They're all encrypted, so they have quite secure procedures. All of this together, it started already more interesting. In WebAuthn standard also good, because behind this there are so many big companies. So then in this standard, there is a specific mechanism like called passkeys. Passkey, it's a pair of two keys, public and private key. And it could be, for user, it could be different way how you can deal with that. For example, you can use, as I said already, hardware security key. So it's like small device where you can actually this device stores your private key inside this device. Then fingerprint, it's also your device. If you have this sensor for like keeping your fingerprint, then it will in secure way just return you truth or false. Is it your fingerprint or not? Facial recognition works the same way in web, like for mobile applications. You just like check your you firstly store your like map of your face, 3D map, and then it just like comparing this like a map of your face with your face currently. And then if it's okay, then device will allow you to get your private key and to do authentication. And PIN code. The difference between PIN code and password is that PIN code stores only on your device. It never goes to any server, even encrypted. So hardware key, that's how the key what I have. It cost me like 50 euros. It works with web, it works with phone. It's very, very good. And also it could be with your fingerprint. So you can touch, and only if it's your fingerprint, it will work. So the idea behind passkey is that we just don't use passwords at all. It's cross-device, it's cross like platform also. And it uses public key cryptography, one of the famous now algorithm for this. And passkey is passkey is as I said, is a pair of keys, public and private. Private usually stores on your device. Public can be stored anywhere. You can share it with anyone. And regarding the how does it work? So if you have when you do authentication, so public key goes to server, and it will like encrypt the data for you. And if you want to read the message that was specifically for you, then you can decrypt it with your private key that stores on your device. But also, I need to notify you that if it's on a device, it could be stored locally. It stores locally, but also if you put your if you like use password manager for storing passkey, that your private key, the copy of it, encrypted, also will be securely stored on password manager. But good point, it's a bit maybe scary, but good point that you can choose password managers. It's very, very convenient to use, so highly recommend. This standard is already like everywhere. You can use it very bravely, and passkeys also supported by all the platforms that you need. It looks like this. For example, if you use with a laptop, it looks like this with fingerprint, or you can use another devices to log in. On mobile, it could look like this with your Face ID usually. And also, if you try to go somewhere on your device with Touch ID on laptop, it could look like this. Examples who are already using it, actually a lot of companies like Yahoo, Apple, GitHub, Binance, PlayStation, also PayPal, DocuSign, Shopify. So a lot of companies use it. It's good point that we also can follow their example. Okay, now let's speak fastly a bit fears. People sometimes think that, whoa, it's biometric, so scary. Maybe you will like copy my face after this. No, it's not working like this. So let's speak one by one. First, I think some people think that fingerprint is not unique. Someone else can try to log in through with another finger. So fingerprints are unique, but I also want to tell you a small story that in the beginning of this year in Columbia University in New York City, they actually find out that your fingers, they're still unique, but with a fingerprint of one finger, AI now can recognize other fingers of yourself. So it's quite interesting, and just AI used another algorithm, but it's just like a reference. Face ID is not accurate. Regarding smartphone companies, for example, Apple, no, they said that it's quite secure. So there is a potential only 1 in a million that someone can like log in with another face through your device. So Face ID now, after hardware key, it's the second secure way. But I need just to mention that it was several years ago that algorithms, they were not perfect before, and was a potential when people did a specific mask, and then they tried to do something with the face, like imitate that it's a face of some person. They did it very like exact copy of the face, but face recognition works with your also detection of your micro muscles and detection liveliness of your like face, like are you doing something with your eyes, eye movements also. So it's quite secure now. But also it can happen that someone can like hack you, but the problem with that it could be very costly for them, because they need to do 3D like print of your face somehow. They need imitate it. They need very good materials if they want, for example, to imitate your fingerprint. So a lot of things. It's possible, but it's hard. So you need to think about it. For example, your device was stolen. If your device was stolen, then of course it's not good. I'm sorry for you, but multi-factor authentication could help. And actually, it's good practice to use multi-factor, because two-factor is not enough. And also, as I said, like SMS, phone numbers is not secure enough. So I would recommend to use like hardware key, for example, and to use your biometry also, because the idea behind multi-factor is that it should be something that you know, maybe like still some password or some information like secret question. Then it should be something that you possess, something that you have, and something device, face, and password. So yeah, something like this. Then quantum computer. Quantum computer, it's a big machine, and people sometimes afraid, oh, if some bad people will use it, then probably it will be a problem. Yes, it will be a problem. But there are also good things that some algorithms, they now supposed to be still quantum resistant. There are like different algorithms. As I say, don't use MD5. Also, don't use SHA-1. You can use SHA-2, SHA-3, and Blake 2. They supposed now like quantum resistant, but it's like with the AI. The progress goes first, and we need always to be in a trend. We need to understand how it works, what hackers already like change, and etc. So to conclude, statistics about passkeys. A lot of companies already around Google website, some report that passkey, they increase your login process or authentication process of your website. They increase that. They reduce phishing of your stealing of your passwords. So it's seamless multi-device access now and cross-platform. So it's all benefits for us. And it's cost reduction, because you don't need to send SMS. So key points from this like theory that hardware security key is the best option. Fingerprint is also safe to use. Face ID is more secure than fingerprint. Use still password manager, but because as a fallback you need to use sometimes still email with your like password, for example, and multi-factor and fallbacks. And the last thing that I wanted to explain to you is some like narrow use cases in blockchain, because I was working last year with blockchain. So you heard that user experience with blockchain was not very great maybe. So when you needed to create your account in blockchain, it looked like this. So it was 12 mnemonic phrase with 12 words, and you needed to remember them and store them somewhere secure. It's like also was nightmare. Now it's just like example of one application, Nicodex, how you can like create your account in 2 seconds with biometry. Then you can log in again, check that you they have the same face. You go inside, and so also as fallback, you can like send their email. So you can attach your email, and you will have at least 2. But you can create different like pipelines how you exactly want to do multi-factor authentication. It could be even more secure. It's very fast, so it helped the blockchain industry, and now I see that more and more people do that. But also one more example, it's not only about authentication, like simplification authentication process on blockchain. It's also about like signing. Like for example, DocuSign, it could be very good example of this. I'm not sure that they already like made this realization, because when I last time used DocuSign, they didn't ask my biometry. But in this example, it was a situation when I was at the conference and I did a picture, and then I asked people like sign with me this picture that we visited this event, that you all were with me, and several people signed with me this transaction in blockchain code. And then we had a record in blockchain that we all together with different accounts, we visited this conference. So it could be used as digital signature, not only authentication process, but the same absolute algorithm like signing. And also it could be used like a minting. It's when you're like becoming owner of some digital assets, like picture, for example, or painting or whatever. So it also could be used like minting, signing, minting process the same, and it could be used for different things, for selling apartments, for something. And there are a lot of benefits if you also use it with blockchain, immutability of blockchain, transparency, and at the same time anonymity. So it's just like small example, very not typical, I think, for Web2 people, but areas where you can use it is just like it's huge. And it's not only blockchain. It could be in Web2, in Web3. Every digital signature could be used with passkey, I would say. How to use it? So it's just like small example. If you want after completion, if you already have on your website some passkey, then you just can put this WebAuthn into parameter to complete. If you write on TypeScript, use simple WebAuthn. It's quite good package. And if you use another several languages, go to WebAuthn website and check it there. There are plenty of examples for Flutter, PHP, and other languages. So materials, there are plenty materials, but I would say WebAuthn good website. Also on Google Documents, you can find a lot of examples how to implement, and also how some companies achieved really good results of that. So conclusion, passwords are not secure. Use multi-factor authentication, use biometry, use password manager. You can choose the password manager. A small trick that you can create some wrong answers for secret questions. Just try to use them always the same, otherwise you can forget them. Why? Because secret questions, they're quite simple, and some people around you can know the answer for them, and maybe you don't want that. So don't be afraid to use new secure technologies, because secure technologies, they purpose to reduce vulnerabilities of your applications, of your life. So go ahead, try it. And I would be glad, thank you very much for listening to my talk. I would be glad if you can give me feedback about my talk. I always like feedback. And if you have any questions, you can write to me. If you need slides, I also can send it to you. So thank you very much, and see you.
Yep. Thank you so much,
Thank you.
Lekha, for an awesome talk. So yeah, folks can just scan this one and ask questions as well connected. Okay, so yeah, you may stop sharing right now, I guess, so that we can move
Yeah.
into the next section. Yeah.
Stop sharing.
Great.
Yeah. Thank you very
Yeah,
much.
thank you so much. Yeah, hope to see you soon.
Bye.
Bye. Okay. Yeah. Now I hope I hand it over to Roshana for hosting, right? So yeah. So so bye for me. So thank you so much, guys. So yeah, hope to see you soon.
Thank you, Sharia.
Yeah, you could carry on.
Hello, everyone. My name is Roshana. I'll be the host. And yeah, I'm so happy I'm introducing one of my best friends at the community, Tom. So I know Tom for, I think, for the last 3 years, and he's inspiring. He's one of the best people from the community I know. Yeah, his knowledge, his personality, everything is amazing. So I'll just, you guys would, if you don't know him, you'll know more in a few minutes. Just I'll give you a short bio from about Tom. Tom is the CTO of Aptura, the app development specialist and the founder of Council Security, the mobile app security expert. He has been a developer for over 20 years and worked with Android since Cupcake. He is a Google developer expert in Android. And yeah, I'll stop speaking and give it to you, Tom, please.
Thank you very much. Well, that is a heck of an introduction to live up to. Thank you very much indeed. Let's see what we can do. Let's see what we can do. So I'm going to talk about Camera X and building camera experiences on Android. So let's switch to this one just here. Yes. As Rishnak said, my name is Tom Colvin. I'm a GD in Android and the CTO of Aptura. So what we're going to look at in the next 25 minutes whilst I'm talking to you, we are going to look at, well, together we're going to build a camera app in Android. I'm going to do some live coding, which obviously never goes wrong. So fingers crossed on that one. We're going to start by looking at why Camera X exists, what that library is, how we previously wrote apps with camera features and why that was complicated. And then how Camera X came in and looking also at how that has changed things. And then it's going to be hands-on building a camera app. And I should say that if you want to play along with this, if you're interested in writing an app with me, then there is a repository URL at the top of the screen there. It's going to be on the top of almost every slide. So feel free to go ahead and get that repository right now. You just need the latest version of Android Studio to be able to run it. So let's start by having a demonstration of the app that we are looking to build here. I will just stop sharing the slides and share a different window. Here we go. So the app that we are looking to build has a camera. Now, many apologies for the double me that you're seeing. That's horrific for anyone. But we've got switch between front and rear camera here. So I can switch to the rear and I can switch to front camera. We can zoom the camera. So me up far too close. Again, apologies. And we're going to demonstrate. So all of that is demonstrating the preview use case. But we're also going to demonstrate how to use the image capture use case. And I'll talk again, obviously, about what use cases really mean and what that all refers to. But we're going to be able to take a photo as well by pressing that take photo button, and that will share it to wherever you want to share a photo to. So before we actually get our hands dirty with code, there is a little bit of kind of theory to go through. There's a little bit of understanding where this Camera X library fits in and what it's good for, and so that you can see the pieces of code that we're going to write and how they all kind of fit together. So let's start with history. How did we previously use the camera in Android? Well, there were two things that we might want to do. The first thing was if we just wanted to take a photo or capture some video and we didn't really particularly care how. Like, we didn't want to put a lot of effort into building an interface that was particular to the app that we are working with, but just wanted some pictures somehow from the camera. Well, we use camera intents for that. Now, if you're an Android developer, you'll know what an intent is. The idea of an intent is it's a message that's sent out through the system. So we send a message out saying, I'd like a photo, please. And different apps can come back to us and say, yeah, I can take a photo for you. And maybe you'll get more than one app coming back. Maybe you'll get no apps, but basically you'll be able to, if you get a response, you'll be able to say, yeah, I'd like you to take a photo for me. But that gives us absolutely no control over how that photo is taken, no control over the UI and the UX. And it gives us no control over the results that come back to us. So, for example, the photo that comes back to us could be full of stickers and emojis and things like that. And that's fine if you're sharing to social media, but it's no good if you're like creating a photo for your passport or something. So camera intents are very easy to use, but they give you no control whatsoever. Now, over the other end of the scale, something that gives us loads of control, but is extremely difficult to use, was the old Camera 2 API. Now, I say the old API, it still exists. But if you wanted previously, before Camera X existed, if you wanted to work with the camera in a customized fashion, you had to use Camera 2. Camera 2 is extremely difficult to work with. Let's have a look at a couple of examples of why it's extremely difficult. Firstly, it's extremely difficult because photography is complicated. Now, if you have played ever with a digital SLR, for example, you'll know that there's 100 esoteric settings, and they're all kind of mutually exclusive, or you set one setting and it changes another setting under the hood, that kind of thing. Photography is complicated. Now, some of that is managed by the camera on the device itself, but some of it isn't. And if we're dealing with a very low-level API like this one, some of that is our responsibility. And again, I say that the API is very low level. It means that testing is very difficult, because devices work very in very different ways. So you can have a situation, for example, where you write some code for a Samsung device, and you try to run it on a Google Pixel device, and it just literally doesn't. The code that you've written is specific to the Samsung device, because Camera 2 is very, very low level. And just to give a very tiny example of just one of these small problems that we can get, here is an example, that flowchart that you see on the screen there. That is an example of taking a photo using the front flash, and the timings and the difficulties involved with the timings there. So if you flash too early before the photo is taken, then the subject is still in the dark. If you flash too soon, then you'll find that the colors in the subject are washed out. So, that was something that with Camera 2 we had to manage ourselves, and with Camera X, it's come along and sort of smoothed the path here. So, Camera X is now the thing that is used for most camera experiences. Still, Camera 2 exists. In fact, Camera X is built on Camera 2. Camera 2 still exists, and it's only there if you need to use unusual hardware features or specific camera models. So if you are the person that is in charge of writing the camera app for the next Samsung phone, and that Samsung phone or that camera on the Samsung phone has some very specific features, well, you're going to need to use Camera 2, that low-level API, to access them, because Camera X provides access to most common features, but not things that are very, very specific. So Camera X is now for everything else. We still use camera intents if we don't want any control, because Camera X is not simple, but it is a lot easier than Camera 2. So we say that Camera X is the less complicated way to write camera experiences, but it's still quite complicated. It's not smooth completely. Camera X is it's still got its esoteric things. It's still got stuff that is slightly difficult to work with, but don't worry, we're all in it together. So let's dive a little bit deeper now into what Camera X does for us. We'll talk about its use cases. So there are four things, only four things that Camera X does. If you want to do something outside of the four things that I'm going to show you, then you don't use Camera X. And that's quite important. It's important because it allows the people who develop this Camera X library, it's a Jetpack library, it's developed in-house by Google. It means that the testing for Camera X is much simpler because those four use cases are all that they need to test. So we can be quite confident that these four use cases will work on almost any Android device that you throw at it. In fact, there's a set list of supported Android devices, but you'll find that it works on almost everything that you throw at it. So these four use cases, they are preview. Now this is a mandatory use case. You have to have a preview. It's the viewfinder of old. It shows what the camera is pointing at on the display. Live feed of the camera. There is image capture, that is taking a photo. There is video capture. Now, video capture is enormously complicated. It isn't just taking a moving image, of course. It is threading in an audio stream, perhaps a couple of audio streams. Camera X is very good at the way in which it's very good at combining those streams together, but also handling the fact that different manufacturers will deliver that video and that audio in slightly different formats and slightly different packages, and Camera X sort of manages all that complication for us. Video capture remains very difficult, very complicated, but that is smoothed somewhat by Camera X. And the fourth use case is image analysis. That is about doing clever stuff with the camera output. So if you want to do a QR code scanner, if you want to do a gesture recognition system, so passing off live streams from the camera to some AI model, that's what we use image analysis for. If you want to build a video conferencing app, then image analysis is the thing as well, because it's about a live stream of the video. Video capture isn't the thing because that is recording video over time. It's not about delivering the live frames of the video sort of frame by frame to a server, for example. So image analysis is that frame by frame management, or doing clever things with each frame as they come in. So those are the four use cases. They are represented each by an object within Kotlin. So the Camera X library has has an object for each. So we've got a preview, an image capture, a video capture, and an image analysis object. We don't have to create them all. Like I say, the only one that is mandatory is the preview. And for previews, we also have a preview view. That is the canvas that is provided to draw the pixels of that, what the camera is looking at right now. To make that preview view work, our preview use case here has a set surface provider method where we pass in the preview view, and that gives us the preview from the camera itself. So preview use case has a set surface provider. Image capture similarly has a take picture function, and we run that if we want to take a photo. Video capture, again, more complicated than the others, always is, but we've got a recording object that the video capture use case provides us with. The image analysis has a set analyzer where you pass it your callback function for well, whatever you want to do with the frames as they come in. But that callback function will be called every time a new frame becomes available. Okay, so those are the 4 use cases. That's how the preview view works. And joining it all together, we have this thing called a camera provider. That's the glue that binds together the use cases that you want to use with the actual hardware. So this is where we get to talk about hardware itself. So we can pick a camera on the device, and this is where we can add things like portrait effect or night mode cameras or things like that. So the camera selector tells us not just which lens of the camera we want, but also which features of the camera we might want to be binding up to it as well. And we use this magic function, bind to lifecycle, to do all of that work for us. So that's it for the theory. We are going to sit now and write a little bit of code. I've got about 10 minutes left. And I think within those 10 minutes, we will be able to put together an app that does the preview use case. So we'll be able to see what's on the camera. I don't think we're going to get to lens choice, so back or reverse camera. I don't think we'll get to the zoom or the image capture either. But if you look at the repository that's at the top of the page there, all of those things are available within that repository. So if you look at the master branch, it will have all of those available, example code for all of that. If you look at the branch called workshop, then there's a to-do that shows you step-by-step how to write that stuff yourself. So if I now stop sharing and I go to Android Studio, everyone's favorite bit of software. Hopefully that is not too small for you. So we will start by adding a preview view. So if I run this app to begin with, let's start it. You can see my phone running just here. If I run this app to start with, we can see that there is a white screen. And that is because our composable camera preview here, which is being displayed the entire size of the screen, does nothing. It's just completely empty composable. So the first thing that we're going to do is add that preview view, that canvas to draw the pixels of the camera itself onto. And the way that we do that, well, it's sort of annoyingly complicated because the preview view is an Android widget. It's designed for the world of Android views, not the world of Jetpack Compose. So we have to wrap it in an Android view, an Android view composable. If you haven't used that before, it's just there to be the bridge between the Android views world and the Jetpack Compose world. So now if I start the app again, we've added that Android view in. We see that we've gone from having a white screen to having a black screen, and that, my friends, is progress. Doesn't look like it, but it is. So the reason it's just a black screen is because this is just a canvas for drawing pixels onto. We haven't got anything telling us what pixels to draw. So the pixels to draw are obviously provided by the use case. And like I said, the use case is just created by, so you create an object which is the use case itself. So we're going to remember that object here. So I will paste that in just here. So we get a lot of these builder type patterns within Camera X, and the preview use case is no exception. So we will build the preview use case like that, and we'll remember it just here. And now using the preview view, what we're going to want to do is tell the use case to draw its pixels onto this preview view. So we'll say preview use case dot surface provider. So the canvas in the proper technical language is called a surface. So the surface that you're going to draw onto is the surface of the preview view. Now, run that again. We're going to find that it's a black screen. And the reason it's a black screen this time, even though we've told it what pixels, what to draw the pixels onto, is because we still don't have that stream of pixels coming from the camera itself. So we've got a working preview, but no camera data fed into it. That's where we need the magic camera provider instance. The camera provider is something that we have to wait for. It's asynchronous. So we do it like this. We grab ourselves a camera provider variable ready to put into it, remembering a process camera provider. So camera provider, I should say, is an interface, and the particular concrete class that extends that interface is process camera provider. And using a launched effect, we're going to wait for an instance of that process camera provider to put in here. Now, once we've got the camera provider, we are going to need to bind it to a particular use case. Or we're going to have to bind the use cases against a particular camera, I should say. And the function for doing that is like this. Through the magic of Kotlin, we can have functions inside functions, which is very, very pretty indeed. So we can do this. We can write a function called rebind camera provider, and we can run that function from inside our composable. So the rebind camera provider chooses a particular camera. So that's where the camera selector comes in that we saw on the flowchart earlier. The camera selector has a require lens facing. So it tells camera X that we'd like a front-facing camera. I could have written back there, and it would give us the rear camera. We're choosing the selfie camera in this instance. And we're building it again. Build a pattern like you see a lot in camera X. So we got this camera selector object. As I previously said, if you wanted to add in night mode or portrait mode or things like that, then there's a slightly different way of doing it through the same camera selector interface. But that's where we would add that kind of thing in. Then we use bind to lifecycle, that magic method that glues everything together. The things that we are gluing together are the preview use case, the camera selector, and the lifecycle. Now I've got a slight bug because my preview use case is mentioned after that definition there, that function definition. So we'll just move that like that, and now everything should work. Okay. Now we've got a rebind function, and we will need to run that function each time something needs binding. So there are two instances where we will need to rebind the camera. The first is when the preview view becomes available. That usually happens quite quickly, but we'll run rebind camera provider just there. And the other is when the camera provider becomes available. It's because the rebind camera provider function needs both of those things. It needs the preview use case, preview view, and the camera provider. So we're going to run rebind camera provider. I've got the same problem where I need to jiggle these around because rebind camera provider needs to be above that launch effect. There we go. That should be it. So if I now press run app, you should see, there we go. We've got previews working. Hello world. So there's previews. That's very good. I've got about 1 more minute left, and I wonder if I can do the lens facing as well. So lens facing is passed in to us through the code that we've got built around this, through the buttons that we've got built around this. We will have it's passed into our composable just here. So I obviously need to stick lens facing into the rebind function. But the other thing that we also need to do is we need to note when the lens facing changes and perform a rebind there as well. So we're going to need another launched effect to run that rebind. So whenever lens facing changes, rebind the camera provider. Now, if I try and run this code and change lenses, I'm going to press back camera, we're going to find that it crashes. It crashes for a fairly interesting reason. There we go. It crashes because we are already bound to stuff. So the camera provider that we've got is already bound to a life cycle, a particular camera selector, and a particular set of use cases. So we need to unbind it. Camera provider dot unbind all. That's all it takes. So we unbind everything and then we rebind it. And now if I press play, we should find that we are able to switch between the front and the rear cameras. So there is the front camera and there is the rear camera. There we go. All right. So that is pretty much time up for my slot, I believe. I will stop sharing Android Studio and I will go back to my slides just to show a final thank you. We've had the hands on, and if you want to connect with me, I'm very, very willing to hear all your questions, hear anything that you managed to do with Camera X. Please provide any feedback that you have on my talk. I'm always very, very interested to hear. But yeah, that's where you can connect. And the repository URL is right at the top there. So feel free to go ahead, download that, see how far you can get. And like I say, if you work with the workshop branch, the branch that's called workshop, then you'll find a step-by-step and you'll be able to add in the things that we haven't got around to within this slot. We'll be able to add in the zoom, and you'll be able to add in the taking a photo part as well. And worth saying, if you look at my GitHub, there are other repositories there which also do the image analysis. So we've got a gesture recognizer, for example, or a hand gesture recognizer, which will tell you if you're thumbs up or thumbs down or victory sign or whatever. All right, that's pretty much me. I hope that has been enjoyable. Any questions? I'm watching the Discord right now.
Thank you so much, Tom. Very nice talk, as usual. Inspiring. Do we have any question? I don't see anything in the chat here. Let's check the Discord.
Nothing so far. That's fine. I guess I answered absolutely everything.
Yes, you covered everything. That was perfect. And the timing, amazing. Yeah, I don't see any question. Let's refresh. Let's wait. So yeah, just reach out to Tom. I assure you guys, he responds so fast. He's amazing. And yeah, so thank you so much, Tom. I really appreciate it. Thanks, and hope you have a lovely evening and nice weekend.
Yeah, same to you and same to everybody watching. Thank you so much. Thank you for
Thank
having me. I
you.
appreciate it.
Awesome. So let me let me share my screen. The next speaker, we have Massey Kwong. Let's wait for Massey to join.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you well. You're here,
Awesome.
Massey?
Yes.
Awesome. So I stop sharing. Great. Thanks for joining, Massey. And so let me bring Massey's page up. So Massey Kwong, she's a lead XR developer at ThoughtWorks. And she's going to talk about from Android Wear to Gemini, the race to replace your phone. So I'm very excited. I'll stop speaking and pass it to you, Massey.
Cool. Hey everyone, my name. Oh, I just can't skip. 1 second. So I need to go to the beginning of my slide. I was actually modifying my slide because what happened yesterday was a big announcement. So I introduced myself. I am Massey Kwong. I am the lead XR developer at ThoughtWorks. I'm also the Google developer expert for wearable and IoT since 2014. There's one thing I still carry with me everywhere, all the times. It's either go out for quick grocery shopping or pick up my kids, go to the corner convenience store, just walking around the house. If I don't have it, I feel super uncomfortable. You probably guessed it. That is my phone. The smartphone adoption rate in the US surpassed 97%. So anyone who wants to have a smartphone already has one. The US internet traffic shares for mobile phones surpassed the desktop in year 2017. I did not know, right? I was not in this tech era. I was still a baby at the time in year 1996. I did not know we had to pay about $49 to purchase a software called Netscape to access the internet. It was a lucrative business that eventually it became a war to compete for the most popular browser. At the end, the winner was Microsoft because they own more than 90% of the shares of personal computers. Most people who bought the computer came with a Windows operating system, which has the Internet Explorer pre-installed. So that's basically how Microsoft won the browser wars. They owned the access to the internet. However, this war didn't end there. In the year 2008, Chrome was released. As you can see in this picture, soon Chrome became the most popular browsers. And below the chart here, there are still a few players, but besides Safari, none of them really have any significant share in the browser market. So why it matters? Why businesses really care about the market share of their operating system? Because owning a share of a market really gives you multiple streams of income. The first one we know is a placement fee. That's something we often ignore, but it's quite lucrative. For example, for Apple received about $20 billion in 2022, which just for a placement fee for a search engine. it actually counted over 17% of Apple's operating income in that year. That's a lot more money by just owning a small share of the smartphone market. And Apple also making money off commissions. If a developer selling any doing any micro transaction or selling a software on App Store, Apple gets 30% of that transactions. This revenue adds up. The last but not least is the traditional licensing fee, which is commonly seen for Windows operating system. You buy a PC, it actually has a fee already paid to Microsoft to purchase a license for the operating system. And that's why it matters for businesses to compete in the browser, compete in operating systems, because it really just brings different revenues for them. Or they don't have to pay another competitor to have something placed or pre-installed on their phone or their computer. And as we all know, the smartphone became really popular around the year 2012, 2014. But you can see the sales, the growth of sales decelerated around year 2015. We start seeing a stagnate of smartphones growth. People stop buying the latest phone. The gap between old phone for new phone starting extend. I still using my a phone I bought like 4 years ago. I have not bought a new phone in recently, and this market is really stagnant. People are wondering, what is next thing? Because nobody wants to become the BlackBerry. BlackBerry was really popular at the beginning of the smartphone era, but they completely missed the growth of the real wave of smartphone adoptions. So every tech companies out there, they want to be preventative. They want to be they want to dominate the new market. And year 2012, a company called Oculus Rift, they were the one of the first startups raised money successfully on Kickstarter. So Kickstarter is like a crowdsourced raise platform to raise funding for businesses to produce products. So they were one of the first few successful campaign ran on Kickstarters. Oculus Rift, they were the modern virtual reality company. They introduced their new innovation in virtual reality. That was a big hit. The year followed, Google's announced their investment on Google Glass. In 2014, Google Glass became public. People can spend about $1,500 to purchase a pair. And in the year 2014, Facebook actually acquired Oculus. It was a really surprised move at the time, but Facebook was really serious about the shift in their business focus. They were so serious about this, they even renamed the business to Meta to show their dedications into this new division. In the year 2014, there are more smart devices was released. Android Wear became under the spotlight at Google I/O 2014. There were 2 Android smartwatch released. There were Samsung Gear Live and LG G Watch. I actually personally had one. It was quite impressive. You were able to talk to it, looking at the time, and you were able to pair it with your phone. And it soon became an industry trend. Then other companies, of course, like Apple, they released their own version of the smartwatch. And soon Apple Watch became the most popular wearable device in 2015. And a few years later, a company well known for wearable devices actually got acquired by Google for $2.1 billion. During that era of 4 or 5 years, there are a lot of big deals was being made, and lots of money was pouring into this wearable era. As we all know by now, there were like tons of goggles, glasses was being made, and a smartwatch. And of course, there are many more smart home devices. As you can see in this graph, even today, the smartphone adoption rate is around the 97%. The smartwatch dominating the wearable space takes about 26% of the market shares, followed by glasses and smart home. There is a common thing here. You can see none of them really surpassed the 30% adoption rate mark. None of them became mainstream device like the smartphone. The number of number of VR users in US kind of stagnated. It never had that hockey stick rapid growth like the smartphone. The number is always lingering around the 65 million users. We are seeing a bottleneck for this type of new devices. So why only 20%? We've been working on smartware home devices for past 10 years. So based on my personal experiences, I concluded some reasons. So the first one is the cost. The original version of the VR glasses made by HTC costs about $3,000. You have to buy the headset, which costs a fortune, and also you need to buy a special gaming PC that can run all the softwares. And the second is a comfort. The old version of the devices, they usually come with trackers and wires. You are tethered to things around you, and they're heavy and hard to figure things out. The look, of course, it's not there yet. I think even today, the most commonly accepted version still glasses. I think the Ray-Ban Meta glasses is a good direction we are heading to. And the fourth one is still very hard to use, which is something I will be focusing on later in this talk. So why it is so hard to make it easy to use? There are three ways we commonly see today we are interact with smart devices. The first one is controllers. It's how we pointing at things and using them to communicate with our device to have an accurate input. So the first assumption we all had as manufacturers or developers is we need to have keyboards. Many attempts had with plugging your physical keyboard and mouse to your headset or to your watches. It's usually often not ideal. They're not designed for this kind of interfaces. Not to mention early stage of the virtual reality apps where you typing on a physical keyboard. You're often doing blind typing. You cannot see what you're typing. And we try to integrate a mouse to those kind of devices. However, a computer mouse only has 2 coordinates. You only get X and Y. In an immersive experience, we need 3D coordinates. So a company called Valve, they open sourced their innovation in 360 controllers. It's not only giving you 360 coordinations, but it also recommended developers to render their controllers in your software. Like in this picture, you have a real controllers in your physical space, and then you also render a mimic version of your controller in your applications. And that became a standard later on for all the Quest and Oculus devices. Then we didn't stop there. Microsoft, for HoloLens, they're really betting on gesture controls. So here is an example of somebody using their hand to interact with virtual softwares. The second way we interact with our devices today is voice. I think today is pretty common. We see a lot of people talking to ChatGPT, but at that time, because we did not have a direct control, we don't have a touch screen on a lot of devices. We are often talking to our watch or glasses. You usually had a voice command, but the voice command are kind of prefixed sentences. You gotta talk to your glasses, and if the keyword matches some existing keywords, there are certain applications will be run. but it was limited. So if the action you want to do was not pre-registered on the operating system, then you will not able to have that. We were not able to trigger the software or opening the feature you're expecting. The last one is vision. That came later. A company called Magic Leap. They invested heavily in eye tracking. So here is an example. Somebody tried to use eye tracking to interact with the keyboard. And it looks really cool and it's for sure working. So in mixed reality space, we usually call it gaze. However, it still has this downside because with gaze alone, and the input often has a delay because we have to confirm our input. So here, let's have an experiment with me. So we are gonna try to use this keyboard, this virtual keyboard, to enter certain words. Let's try type Google, right? So let's all go find G on this keyboard. Okay, I located G. And in order to confirm my input with G, I need to focus on G for 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Okay, G is selected. Then we need to find O. Let's go find O. Okay, O is selected. And I need to focus on it for 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Good. And then I need to select O again, but because I already selected O, I need to deselect it, look away. Okay, and then look back at G. 3 more seconds, okay? 3, 2, 1. Okay, G is selected. You got my point. It takes too long just to type some simple keywords. Not to mention if you want to enter your password or selecting some special characters. That's just a nightmare. Especially in this industry, we do not have a standard for keyboards. So you often have keyboards that autocomplete or keyboards that does not support certain languages. It's really confusing for users. And a lot of software, a lot of users actually end up dropping. The drop rate is really high at login screen because you enter your username and password was such a big barrier for them. So that was stressful. However, we have done some improvements in the usability. So the first thing we did is we ditched most devices out there are start using mobile operating system right now. So the operating system requires less computing powers, it's wireless, it's light, and then earlier this year, Apple released its Apple Vision Pro. It had lots of user experience improvements. So the first one I've seen is you have out of sight gesture control. The user is actually sitting down, and you no longer have to wave your arms within your vision to scan your gestures. You can just relax and sitting on a couch to interact with your software. Here is an example of the HoloLens demo early in the days. You can see the software is far away from you. The user has to raise their arm to interact with the software. It's less ideal. It looks really cool because it looks like a superhero movies. But trust me, if you use software like this for hours, you will get pretty exhausted. And another design innovation I have seen is the placement of tools. So here is an example of a software called Tailbrush. They were one of the leading developers who introduced a utility box near your arms. So nowadays, a lot of XR apps, you will have your toolbox tracking with your arm's reach versus are being placed far away from you. And here is an example of the improvements in the keyboard. Now you can use a combination of gesture and gaze input at the same time. So here is an example in in the Apple Vision Pro. You can draw. However, if you look closely, it still only supports single finger typing. You're still not able to do multi-finger typing at the same time. And it's a virtual keyboard. We are getting close, but we are not there yet. And yesterday, Google just announced Android XR. I was there. It was a very impressive event. And here's their demo on the website. They demonstrate the capability of the Android XR. But in their demo, there's one thing I noticed is they have a physical keyboard in the demos. I chatted with the team. So basically, in the Android XR, you're able to put a physical keyboard, and the AI were able to detect your physical keyboard. You can just type on a real keyboard and receive the correct keyboard inputs. And also a mouse can be used for Android XR as well. That's really innovated in this input area for XR space. So the fifth thing I would like to talk about is the battery life. I feel a battery pack kind of will become a norm for us for a bit. It's not ideal, but it definitely offsets the weight of your headsets. The last but not least, I think that's why I'm giving this talk, is retentions. We're still struggling with user retentions in this new wearable era. We do not have that killer app yet. A lot of companies are struggling still with the retentions. The device is really cool, but we don't really use them. So I looked around and I started asking the question why people are using their smartphones. And up top on the chart is actually chatting or sending messages, because we had such a difficult user input experiences. Most people are not using a smartwatch, smartphone, or not to mention goggles to send messages. Next is online banking. I mean, we barely just start using phones for banking. We still have years to go when people start comfortably using their wearable devices to do banking transactions. Next one is on top of the list is listening to music and watching videos. I think smart home is doing quite well. I'm looking forward to the generative AI versions of smart homes that makes the whole experience more seamlessly. Another category is really matching the theme right now is shopping. People love to use their phone to do shopping. I do see huge potentials for wearable devices in terms of target this category. But in order to build for XR space, it's still a lot of investment need to be made. And last but not least is using online map and navigation. I do see glasses, smart glasses, can for sure tackle this space very well, as we can see in the Android XR demo. I think that's a really good spot for developers to start the investigation. Making internet calls, of course, still popular. I don't see people really making calls on their smart home or smartwatch yet. But glasses, maybe. We do have some potentials. So, as we all know, yesterday there was a big announcement at Google about the Android XR. We started using generative AI, try to implement a new type of AI devices. There are many companies really try to release this kind of smart AI companions out there. They're supposed to help you, ease you, and stay around you. They're less invasive. They look natural. A lot of people pre-order devices. However, because they're limited power, they kind of have to use AI to do all the tasks for you. They even being called out as a scam because the AI just simply didn't work as expected. So, for example, a lot of those devices, they're instead of using AI, they actually use web script to complete certain actions for you. And once a company, for example, Uber, changed the website, the web script can no longer be functional, and they will trigger errors, and then suddenly certain features just not being supported. So we need a better AI for smart devices. And yesterday, I actually in person tried the Gemini in Android XR. It was phenomenal. It really understood your space. It understood what you're looking at. The headset was light. I'm really looking forward to see what other smart glasses other manufacturers are going to release. So Gemini in Android XR, it came with it, so you can already working and develop in this. We are getting pretty close to this Black Mirror era that we have a assistant really understand us. So how about now, right? Everything's less expensive. It's around $300. It's more comfortable. Most of them are wireless. The look is a bit better. It's easier to use with all the new standards in terms of design. We have better battery lives. I think battery packs still going to be with us for a little bit. The retention, we still need developers. The Android XR developer announcement really trying to emphasize this. So if you're already an Android developer, your app will be supported. So as long as you're using Jetpack Compose, your app will just run like a 2D app in the XR space. If your web XR is also supported, I personally tried some browser web XR. It worked phenomenal. Like it worked like smoothly. So that's great for web developers. Last but not least, like me personally, I'm a Unity developer. So Android XR is already supported for Unity. You're ready to go. And here's the example of a screenshot I took. This is going to be a new standard in this Android permission era. You will have eye tracking, face tracking, hand tracking, and scene understandings. Those are still in preview, but I'm pretty sure they will become a permanent thing in our future Android development. So we're set at this very early stage of the growth for smart home devices. And here is my question for you, and we really need to figure out what is missing. The tool is here. Well, all the developers out here, as a creator and developers, we really need to think about, we need to live in the future and then build what's missing. Here, we are still at a very early stage of the whole era of XR space. So now it's on you to really figure this out for everyone. So thank you very much. I am Macy Kwang. Here is a QR code to my LinkedIn, and I also run my personal YouTube channel called Code to Create, where I share tips and tricks in technology. So thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Macy. That was amazing.
Thank you.
Let's see if we have any question for you. Can you see yourself, the question?
And let me see.
Discord.
Let me check.
I'm updating it. I don't see any question right now. Let's see. Any question? This is the last chance, guys. You can see Macy. I'm sure you can follow with her, and please, follow her on YouTube. She shares amazing videos. I'm one of your subscribers.
Thank you.
Let's see. I don't see any question right now. I believe you covered everything.
Oh, awesome. Thank you so much.
So maybe that's why they don't ask questions. But in case if later you have a question, or if you're watching this video after being live, just, you know where to reach out, right? You have her details. Thank you so much, Macy. It was amazing having you. And have a lovely evening.
Thank you.
Great. So I believe we are going to have a break. So we have amazing Lisa here. I'll pass it to her. Hi, Lisa. Okay. Great. Lisa, you're muted. If you want, I can introduce. I know we have a break. Lisa, you're now unmuted, please. I couldn't hear anything, but yeah, thanks for sharing the screen, Lisa. This is the break time, as you guys see, and this is our next speaker. So please be back in half an hour, and we're gonna go ahead with this amazing talk. Bye for now, and see you guys shortly.
Amazing, everyone. Welcome back. We hope you had an absolutely fantastic break. I am so delighted to introduce you to our next speaker. So Madonna is joining us to talk about building mobile applications in the AI era. So Madonna, hello. Madonna, can you hear us? Are you there? Okay, bear with us while we're just waiting for Madonna to arrive at the stage.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello, hello?
Hello, Madonna. Welcome. Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Oh, thank you. I think I'm 1 minute late, but I'm here. I'm going to share my screen. There we go. And then I'm going to share my presentation. Let's see. Let me know if you can see it. Can you see it?
We can absolutely see it. I'll hand it over to you.
Oh, perfect. And I got somebody little here decided to join me. But that's totally fine. So hello, everyone. Today we'll be talking about building mobile applications in the AI era. And I know this is a new platform, so I cannot see the comment, but I'll just go on and just assume everybody here is a mobile developer. But if you're not a mobile developer, I have a good intro. So, let me see. How do I click next here? Oh, there we go. So today our agenda is going to look like the mobile landscape. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about Android development. We're going to touch a little bit about iOS. We're going to also talk about a little bit about hybrid, and then we're going to jump into building with Gemini. And then we'll see the capabilities that you can utilize up on code generation, which is pretty cool. And then currently how you can also have Gemini on your app, and then some conclusion. The mobile landscape, let's look at that. So what I mean by that is that we have two biggest ecosystem, which is Android, if you're an Android user, Samsung people, or Pixel, and then iOS, which is iPhone developers or iPhone people that use iPhones. Now, if you're new to mobile, let's say today you've never heard about mobile development or how can you build for the mobile platform, this is what you need to know. For Android, you need to know Kotlin or Java. Right now, they're pushing more for Kotlin. So I think in the past, I would say 5 years, I've been using Kotlin. So very heavily on Kotlin. But Java is already in pre-existing project. So if you join a company today, you might find a lot of Java code there, and that's okay. But new code is written in Kotlin. Now, if you're an iOS developer, it's similar. So they moved from Objective-C and now they're starting to use Swift. So you'll be using a lot of Swift. Now, if you want to build for both platforms, which is Android and iOS, which many people do, especially indie developers or small startups, you can definitely go with Flutter, React Native, or KMP, which is Kotlin multi-platform. Now, Android, for those who know, it's developed by Google. It's open source, which makes it easier for developers to fork and also learn more from it as compared to iOS, which is not open source and you cannot do as much as you would want to do with Android. Now, let's actually get into the AI stuff, building Gemini. Now, so Gemini is pretty interesting now, and I would say as a developer, I've been utilizing it at work. Now, if you're an Android developer, you might have used something called the Studio Bot, which is pretty cool for Android developers. And what you do with it is it has Gemini in it, and what this does is that it helps you with your code day to day. Now, we're going to look at those kind of examples of how it can help you. But just to say, now as a developer, especially if you're a startup or a founder or somebody trying to build pretty fast and you know how to write the code, Gemini can really help you move faster. Now, how can it help you move faster? You can give it a prototype, let's say a screen, and then once you dump it there, tell it, hey, based on this screen, create this UI component. It will do that for you. Design System Pros too, you can use that too. Now, for those who not use Gemini yet, this is how it looks, because I know there's a competitor on the side. I'm not going to mention, and everybody knows about the competitor, but today I'm all about Gemini, girl. So I'm going to talk about Gemini. If you have a Gemini, I'm a tester. I got access to Gemini way early, so I continue testing it up to now. But this, I think it might be different for other people, but this is how it looks. Also, I'm not able to share a lot of things from the Gemini because as a tester, I'm also under an NDA. But that said, one of the things that I've been able to do with Gemini, for instance, is you're able to Gemini can break down problems, let's say complex codes, into simple and makes them understandable for you. This is if you're trying to learn something new. Now, it has good code annotation and comments. Let's say Gemini can generate inline comments and annotation within your code. And I know there's a lot of hesitance yet in your companies, let's say, allowing this. I know I asked another place I was speaking how many people use Gemini, and I heard many people actually use Copilot, which I think is mostly approved as compared to Gemini, but maybe in the future Gemini might be approved because I like Gemini so far. Now, there's also step-by-step walkthrough, and this is for more intricate code structures. Gemini can provide step-by-step walkthrough explaining the execution flow and the role of each component in the code overall functionality. Now, this is pretty cool if you're a developer too, mobile developer, because let's say some parts you're not able to understand, or you have a crash that you're not able to understand, you can ask Gemini to explain that or to give you a reason as to why this might be happening. Now, yesterday I was actually at the XR launch in the Google office in New York. And one of the things that I spoke with the developers was the fact that right now there's a survey that came out that in years Stack Overflow has not gotten as many questions posted as years before. So it means everybody's either using Gemini or the other competitor, which is interesting because now everybody's moving away. So better get in with this one. Now, another thing that Gemini can do is definitely visualization and diagrams. So let's say in some case, it can generate visual representations like flowcharts or diagram, or even illustrate how different parts of the code interact. Now, one thing that I have to tell everybody to be cautious about is that all these tools will give you the answers because they cannot say they don't know, or they will give you something. It's up to you now as a developer to ensure that the code is secure and the code makes sense. So even though there's a debate that it might overtake us in the future, I feel like there's always be that eye of an engineer just to look through, because sometimes it just gives you the code, right? It doesn't tell you this is wrong or this is right. It will just tell you this how to do it. So it always answers. Now, another thing that you can use is examples and analogies, that is to make abstract concepts more concrete. So Gemini can provide relevant examples or analogies from real world scenarios, which is super cool. And I've experimented that, and I think they do a pretty job in that too. Now, it can also have like an adaptation of user level. And then finally, you can use the gems too. Now, the gems, for now, I don't touch many. The only gem I actually use is a coding guide, but I wanted to mention that they have gems. I don't know if other talks touched on this, but there's a lot of gems that you can use in Gemini. So there's an AC reviewer, there's a hiring helper, there's a learning coach, there's a logo designer. I know all of this exists in Gemini, but my most favorite one is the coding guide, which is this one here. So here you can see it has options: help me fix my code, check my coding homework, build a basic website, update my website tracking code, and all that stuff. Now, let me see, as a developer, what, especially building a mobile app, what can I ask Gemini to do? I will show you a simple example which I can do, which is definitely just helping me understand a code that has error. So for instance, this is a code, right? I have a function, and this is all in Kotlin. That's why I mentioned at the beginning of the talk. I'm going to assume everybody is a developer who build for either mobile or knows a little bit of Kotlin or Java, because it's quite similar. I think this one also looks a little bit like JavaScript, so you might be able to read along with me. So func calculate total price. So this particular function takes in a list of items, and you can see we return a double. And what we do is we set this total to 0, and then we iterate through the items. And what we say is if the item's quantity is greater than 0, then update the total price. Else, print the warning with the item name and has an invalid quantity, and then we return the total. Now, this code has issues. Number one, it has mixing responsibilities, which is the function calculates the total price and also prints warning messages. It uses the, like you can see, the total variable is modified within the loop, which can make the code harder to reason. And then the code assumes the item.price and item.quantity cannot be null, which is not true. Sometimes that can be none. Now, how can we improve this code? I just want to mention this is all done by Gemini on how to improve it. So here, as you can see, this is how we update or improve our code. We have calculate price, right? Again, we pass a list of items, we return a double. And what we're doing here, we're creating a new val called valid items, where we filter through and check if the quantity is greater than 0. And then we have another invalid items where we take the items, subtract the valid items. Now, what we do is that we take the invalid items and go through this loop for each. We do print the warning, and then we return the summation of our price. As you can see, e.price and e.quantity, which is pretty cool, right? So what I'm trying to say is that what it did, it now gave us a clear separation of concern, which is very good when you're building mobile applications. And also it gave us a clear way of immutability. This is the code, uses a val to create immutable lists, and the SAMOS function to calculate the total. And then finally, we can add a null safety check if the item's properties are nullable. So what I'm trying to get at here is just to tell you that if you're building, let's say, your new mobile app, and you understand the code already or understand how to put things together, you can use Gemini to give you good code and clear code based on what you already know and how you can improve your code. And then you get moving, which improves productivity by a lot, because what really brings us back a lot mostly is when you're trying to figure out a solution and it's taking too long to figure it out. But with Gemini, I feel like now developers are going to have more productivity because you can move faster and do other things too with work. Now, so let me look at explanations of changes. So here, as you can see, we first filter the item list to separate valid items with positive quantity from invalid ones. Then we log a warning for each invalid item. Now, I have to mention, this slide was generated by Gemini because I asked Gemini, what did you do? And then what we do next, we use the SAMOS function on the valid item list, which calculates the sum of the results of provided lambda function for each items. And then finally, the Elvis operator in Kotlin is used to provide default values. Let's say if you don't want to pass a null, you can return maybe a string or maybe just put 0, 0. Now, what are the benefits, right? So the benefits include the code is more concise, easy to read, and for best practices. Maintainability, the code is more modular, which makes it easier to change or extend in the future. The code is also robust, right? It handles potential nulls and making it more readable. So at the end of all this, you have to know that, yes, it's okay. Gemini can generate and it can help you build applications in the future, but it's good to understand how to read the code and understand it because it will make a big impact in the future. Now let's look at adding Gemini on your apps, right? How would you do this? Let's say you're curious, how can I add Gemini onto my Android application? So I'm going to walk us just through a simple step. And what we're going to do at the end of this is, if you get time, you can get the slides, you can try to use a documentation because it is already out there in the documentation in Gemini, and how you can build your, let's say, chat box where you can just input, hey, you can tell Gemini, hey, I want to do this. How can I do this? So like chatting messages. So first, what you need to do is you need to access your API. Let's say you'll need to get an API and add it in the build config for security. And then what you'll need to do next is ensure that you add the dependency into your project. This is the project level. As you can see there, generative AI. And I believe now by the time I was doing this slide, I don't think it's at 0.60, so definitely it's just gone up. So assume the 6 is an X, the new version. Now, so how do we initialize the generative model? I did actually play around with this, and it was pretty straightforward and easy. So what you do is you create this val called generative model, and then you get the object. And as you can see there, we pass in the model now, which is equals to Gemini. So currently I was using Gemini 1.5 Flash. I was testing that, and I'm sure right now we've progressed to a new one. So definitely get the latest. And then now you can access your API as a build configuration variable. C API key will be equals to that. And then what do you next? So now what we're going to do is generate text from text only inputs, right? And what we'll need to do is just create, after doing that, we'll now create a prompt, right? Val prompt, write a story about a magic backpack. This is just an example. And then you'll have a response, var response, which will be equal to generative model dot generate content from the prompt, and it tell it print response.text. So this is pretty easy. If you have an Android application, you can easily run this and just see it log down, and then you should be able to see how it works out. Now, for the future, what you'll need is definitely an edit text, and then you'll enter the text, and then you'll have a text that displays down like a chat app, right? That shows the messages that you've inputted. So an edit text with a button and then a display. But let's see next, what do we do when we need an image, right? Let's say we need a text and an image. This is how you do it for the text and image. So you'll have, again, the same process to set it up. And then after you set it up, what you will do is you will just come here and say, I have bitmap A and bitmap B. And then you have the input content as image from the bitmap, and then the text. What the difference is between these two pictures? And then generative AI should be able to tell you what the difference is. Now, let's look at another example, right? Multi-turn conversation. Let's say this is a chat. I'm talking to someone else, and I want to see how generative AI or Gemini will be able to return this for me. As you can see here, the way it will do, again, you will need your Gemini. Always ensure you have that there. And then here is the multi-turn conversation. This is how it will look like. So this is a little bit engaged. As you can see, we have a chat. And then we have generative model.start chat, and then we'll have the history. We have to keep the history, which is a list of content, right? We will have the role of a user, which will say, hello, I have 2 dogs in my house. And then we'll have a content role, which is equal to the model now, which will have text, great to meet you. Now, why is this important? This one is important if you're trying to build your own chat box, because you can really generalize the messages based on your own models that you create on the side based on how your users use your platform. And then easily when you say, let's say chat on send message, it responds based on what you've trained it on. But here you can see how many paws are in my house, and then you should be able to answer that. Now, there's something called streaming for fast interactions, because I think when you're building and then application, you want to make sure that it responds fast and also kind of like clear. It doesn't hallucinate, even though it does that from time to time. And what you can do is just making sure that you use, so as you can see there, I'm already setting this one up as I've done before. And then here, this is an example of how it will look like. So you have a text. This is an image. You have a text. An edit text, you enter the text and then you send, and then it will respond back. And then let me just take a pause. I know I cannot see the questions here. Let me see if I can see. Oh, okay, so the questions come here, private Q&A. This is actually a new platform. I mean, I've used this before, but I thought the chat used to come on the side here. But at the end of it, what you'll be able to do is be able to build your fast, simple application, mobile app that actually utilizes Gemini. And then what you'll be able is to tell it, let's write a Jetpack Compose function and explain it. So it will write the Jetpack Compose function for you and it will explain it for you. So the go there, as you can see, that's the button that I say go. It's just a button that runs down all the codes as needed. And I'll pause there. I think I'm right on time and ask if there's a question, if anybody has a question. But as you can see, all this is continuous learning. There's a lot, and I know a lot keeps coming out every other time. So you might get overwhelmed wondering, how can I catch up? What I've done myself is to not try to stress over it and just follow what's happening and get what I need for my development, right? So as a mobile engineer myself, what I'm doing is I'm just utilizing it to solve my problems. Like for instance, if a UI is pretty complex, I would tell it, can you try to show me how I can make this UI? And definitely it's given me the ideas. Now, it does not create the code exactly as I need it, but it definitely does give me the steps towards making the layout. And then what I do next is just fix it based on the specifications, let's say the pattern, the size, the pixels, and it's amazing. What I can say is that definitely made work easier, not easier to say, made productivity more easier for us developers, where you won't spend so much time trying to get something working as compared to you just asking Gemini, can you try to improve this for me? And then it goes on and improves that for you. Now, you can connect it with me here, and definitely looking forward to hearing any questions that we have. And hopefully after this, you can build your first Gemini application in Android. And I think the lady here really enjoyed the talk too. She didn't cry. Hello, Lisa, are you there? Oh, cool. I think we're on time, Lisa, right?
We are absolutely on time. Thank you so much for your amazing talk there, and a big welcome to our youngest speaker, who was
I know.
delightful throughout. Love that you're role modeling, normalizing parenting in the professional environment. And one question we did get in chat for you: if someone's a Python developer but wants to start with apps, where would you recommend that they get started?
Absolutely. I think right now there's amazing resources out there on how you can get started in mobile, but I would say definitely go to developers.android.com. That's where you'll find all the code labs and everything that's needed for you to get started. The code labs are super amazing. You know, I started doing mobile back in 2014 and there was no documentation. But right now, everything is out there for developers. So I feel like it's becoming much and much easier. So you can just go and say get started in Android and then pick the beginner guide, and it will give you all the best things, the latest practices, everything good. So it's developers.android.com and go to the code labs. And please use Jetpack Compose because that's what the developers are going to be using in the future. Even though it's okay to learn about the old patterns, I feel like the old patterns are being phased out. So I'm no longer a person that says, no, go learn the old patterns. It's okay. You'll catch up. Use the latest ones. Everybody's going to the latest.
Amazing. And another question for you. When it comes to all the fantastic developments in Gen AI, what do you think is next in this space, specifically in mobile development? What do you think
XR.
to see?
XR. So this is super cool because I worked on the Google Glass back in the days when they came out. And I remember launching my first code on the Google Glass was super amazing. And now yesterday, I was in this launch where Samsung, Qualcomm, and Google have come together, like they're working together as a team. It's no longer an NDA; it's already out there, published. Because I know I couldn't talk about it, but now it's out there. But they're working together to build this virtual reality, mixed reality, AR, augmented reality into our day-to-day applications. And I feel like this is going to be so groundbreaking in the future because think about it. I mean, yesterday I was just thinking my daughter in the future, she will use different technology because the way they've created it such that there's the headset now, there's the watch, and then there's the glasses, and all of that it's already inbuilt. So I feel like also being somebody who's also built for AR, it's gonna be more of feeling realistic, like you're in that place. A good example was MLB. They've worked with MLB where you feel like you're in a part of the game and that's already it's gonna come on the phone too. Like you're gonna experience it. And I thought, interesting. I like it. I mean, so I think in the future, definitely in the mobile space, there'll be more XR and MR, mixed reality, and AR, and yeah. And if you also want to learn about that, it got released today. Just also check in Android developers.android.com/XR. Pretty cool stuff.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much for joining us today. It's been absolutely fantastic. We've all learned so much. And thank you to your little one as well for letting us borrow you for this half an hour.
I know, and cooperating. I think she did afterwards. She's with Mama.
Bless. So yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much. Okay, bye. Yeah.
Thank you so much to Madonna there. So our next talk is in just 5 minutes. We'll be joined by Anakita talking about mastering data flow in modern Angular. So see you in 5 minutes.
Wonderful stuff, everyone. So I am so delighted to introduce our next speaker, Ankita, who will be speaking to us about mastering data flow in modern Angular. A big welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm happy to be here.
Fantastic. Do you want to screen share, please? And I'll let you know when it's coming through.
Absolutely. So this should work.
Absolutely. So it's over to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, everyone. My name is Ankita. I will be talking about mastering data flow in modern Angular, especially because there are so many ways and it can get a bit overwhelming. Like I said, I'm Ankita. I'm an Angular GDE, and I'm currently based in Austin, Texas. Please feel free to connect with me. I didn't mention Blue Sky here, but I also recently joined, and you should be able to find me by my name. So if you're in Austin, LinkedIn, Twitter, Blue Sky, feel free to connect with me at any time. Okay, so there are multiple ways or multiple places where you can be sharing data within Angular. So typically, we would like to think of it as between parent to child component, child to parent component, or between routed components, which are the components that would load when you go to a specific route, or some components that are totally unrelated and you cannot define a relationship between them, but still want to be able to share data between them. So if you look at the DOM tree of any Angular application or any application in general, it's typically what this is how it typically looks like. You see the body tag and the main app component tag, and then you have the header, footer, and all the things. So you will see that the header and the top navigation component here are a parent and child component. And similarly, between like pages and hero, pages component has hero image component and main content component. And this is such a basic example, but just to illustrate what a parent and child might be. And over here, like logo and top navigation are siblings, and the unrelated components would be, for example, the logo component, and all the way over here we have the chat component. Like sure, there is a multiple step level up of a common parent, but they're kind of unrelated still. So once we have that paradigm in mind, let's first look at parent to child component. One of the most common ways, but also easy to forget about, is using content projection. So this is when the parent provides the content and the data, but the child controls what the presentation should look like. And you can think of it as, like the parents try to project their hopes and dreams onto the child, and the child then controls it. So that's kind of a similar paradigm to it. You can see the main content component here is the parent that has this data that it is trying to pass to, and the child component decides where the structure would be. And the parent can inject anything that they would want to. Let's stick on this first. But you will use this to pass different types of dynamic content in a flexible, reusable way, because different parents can pass whatsoever data, but you'll have a consistent consistent styling to it. So that's one way. The next one would be using inputs. And inputs are, again, a structured way where there's a clear flow established that anything that is marked as an input is what the parent is giving to the child. So when inside the template of the parent component, you have these square brackets, and I like to think of them as gift boxes that the parent is trying to gift the data to the child, and then child controls again how it is displayed. But this is more structured, this is more type safe, and you can use this pattern again when you want to have more control over the data and the type of data that you would like to pass. And then you can also, from parent to child, another way of data transfer is using outputs. And this is for the child to communicate, to send back data to the parent. But the parent can then handle whatever is being communicated. It's usually an event like a click event or a keyboard event or a mouse event of any sorts, or a hover event or something like that. That the parent handles the event or interaction that occurred in the child. And so in this example that I have over here, the parent is receiving from both his child the app card and the app grid. It's receiving the click event from them, but it's using that event to do the same thing, which is the ID that is being passed via this event is being used to view info in a panel. So it's similar to how you want to control what the child is giving you. So you'll use this to receive updates from the child component. Okay, so all of these that we have looked at so far are not specific to modern Angular. These are established patterns, and they continue to be used. They continue to be so. They're very clear and precise and easy to understand. Let's look at child to parent components, and that's where we will see how modern Angular comes into play. So again, just a refresher, few slides ago, we saw this content projection example, and this is what the parent component looks like, where the card component, all the data between the card component, all the image tag, the H2, all of that is what is being passed to the child using content projection. So this is the parent, and this is what the child will look like. The child acts as a container. It receives all the data, and it has, using the select or whatever attribute is being passed using the select or the class, we will then control where it is placed. Whatever data is being passed, the structure of it is, and the styling of it is controlled in the child component. So this is how you would use it, and you'll use this to handle presentation logic in the child, like I had mentioned earlier. And the parent will focus on what data or content is to be provided. So now with inputs, this is again what the parent look like, and you would pass in using this square brackets whatever data that needs to be passed to the child component. And the child component is going to receive it like so. There'll be these decorators that you can mention, and you can mark them as required, or you can transform the value. And this is what I mean by that this is more structured and more type safe, because if an input is marked as required and it's not being passed, then you will have a compile time error. And as you can see, that's why inputs are recorded at compile time and cannot be updated or added or removed at runtime. So, and then you can also combine inputs with other properties like host binding to then control some other aspects. Like, for example, if the input is being passed as true, then via host binding, you can apply class error to the host, or the host component, which will in this case be the child component that is receiving this input. Now so that's using the decorator pattern, and I'm just highlighting the @ symbol. That's the decorator that is being passed here. Now, the one thing that you can do with modern Angular is use signals, and signal inputs are primarily read-only inputs. I have this developer preview label on it, and that's primarily because up until a couple weeks ago, it was only available in developer preview. Version 19 was released a few weeks ago, I think sometime end of November. And that's when it came out of developer preview, which means it's fully stable and you can use it. But I also understand not everyone updates their app the instant that a new version is released. So you might see that when you are on an older version, they're under developer preview, but they're absolutely safe to use, especially considering that they have been marked as production ready in the latest version. But the benefit of using signal inputs is that now they're signals, and you can use computed artifact, which are native signal properties, to manipulate the data or just do anything with the data to compute, to derive values and listen to updates and things like that. So when you want to use a more reactive context for the input values that are being used, this is the approach that you will use. And we also have outputs, like I had mentioned. Again, this is the parent component. All of these things here are what the parent component will look like. The parentheses is the way that how it receives it. So whatever the child, while declaring the child component in the template, you have the round parentheses, and that's what it's receiving it in. And this is what the child will look like. Whatever it is trying to pass to the parent, it will mark using the output decorator. And again, like I mentioned, it is usually whatever event is being taken place within the child, some value change, some interaction pattern, or anything that any interaction pattern that the child wants to communicate to the parent, it will do so using the output decorator. And in this example, we have the decorator, which is of the type event emitter. And now with modern Angular, you can also swap those out to use to use the output function. I know this looks like a signal, and that's why I got confused myself, but it's actually not a signal. It's just a different type. Instead of the event emitter, it is output emitter ref type. So these are more type safe in part of modern Angular that make it much more easier to use, because the syntax is similar to inputs. So you don't have to use decorators at all anywhere. And so it aligns with the Signals API, and it is also less verbose and also more type safe. So yeah, you will use this in modern Angular. Again, like I mentioned, it is in developer preview, but it is, as of the very latest version released 2 weeks ago, it is stable. However, if you were to use a version before V19, it would still be in developer preview. Okay, so sometimes you want to share data from parent to child, but also if the child has an update, send it right back to the parent. And this is something that in Angular we call as two-way data binding. Like you'll send a value, but if the child updates the value, or there's some interaction pattern or anything that the child notices and wants to communicate back to the parent, this is this is also an option that you have this two-way data binding. So basically parent to child to parent. The parent passes this value. And again, this example that I have right now is how historically in Angular we have done that we've had the value being passed and value changed is how it is emitted, and it needs to have that change name next to it to indicate that it's this change that is being emitted out of the value that was being passed. And I say value, but I mean, this could be any name, The name is not important. What is important that it is suffixed with change. Or another way to do this is to use the shortcut, what we call as the banana in the box syntax, that the square brackets and the round parentheses inside it. If you don't want to specify it like that, basically what it tells, what it indicates, if you see this in a template, is that date selected is passing is receiving the value via date, and it's passing back any emission to that updated value back to the parent. So when you want to listen to events and updated values simultaneously between parent and child components, this is the paradigm to use. And you would have an input that was the parent, and this is what the child component will look like, that it has the input and the output emitter marked in it. And for both to work, like I mentioned, the nomenclature or the naming convention should be that it has that change at the end of it. But you could also use something called model inputs, and this is something brand new in Angular, in modern Angular. Model inputs are also signals, and they define both. They're used to define both input and output. So you can see less verbose. Instead of having to specify both input and output, you just declare it of the type model. And another big difference between model and input signals is that input signals are read-only signals, in the sense that you cannot update the value of it. But model signals are writable, and obviously, right, because you want to be able to update the value so that the parent can listen to it also. And because of that reason, we cannot apply transformations to the value being received as a model input, because then that would get counted as something that needs to be relayed back to the parent, even though that might not be the intention. For example, if you want to transform a string value to uppercase or lowercase, that's not possible with a model input, because that transformation, they'll be perceived something that needs to be emitted back. So this is the approach when you want to use two-way data binding, but in a reactive context, because now you can leverage signals. Okay, so the third type of relationship that we usually see within Angular for components is routed components. And there are like multiple ways where you can pass data within a route. And honestly, you can really deep dive into it and have a detailed talk on all these ways. You can pass route parameters, which is this /:id. So that's the route parameter being passed to this product details component. And this is how you will set it up when you're setting up routing in an Angular application. Or you can have query parameters, which appear as ampersand and question mark at the end of it. And you can also pass something called route data when you're passing like passing the value or defining the path for a route. You can specify the data that gets passed to the component, and that's not visible on the browser or to the end user. That's just the type of data that is just being passed specifically to the component, and then you can use that in whatsoever way. You can also pass a state, which is like an entire object property, not just a string value or a data value. You can pass an entire object using state property to the routed component that will be displayed on that route. So this is what a typical route configuration would look like. Like you have a path, and that's the ID, that's the component that you're loading. And so you have data and state properties and a resolver for those. And so when in the component, typically what you had to do is you had to use RxJS to subscribe to the route to then be able to listen to what value is being passed. So for the route parameter, you would have to get for the route, like get the ID. And for data, you would have to do pipe, like you have to map all the things for data or these context, the whatever object that was being passed. But now with modern Angular, one thing that is super cool is that you can actually receive all of these values as inputs. And so it eliminates the need of having to use RxJS or having to subscribe to it. And the way to do it is that you would just in your main.ts file, which is your apps configuration file, wherever you mention the routers, you'll just also mention with component input binding, which means that the component's input are bounded to the route. So the input properties now can also receive values that the route is being configured to. And this is what you typically use for standalone components, standalone applications, but if you haven't migrated to standalone, then you can pass the value true in your module. Also in your app module, you can set binding to component inputs property to true, and you would still be able to receive them as inputs. Which primarily means that in a component, instead of all the configuration, like injecting the route and having to subscribe to it, you can just use inputs. And if you notice here, these are signal inputs, so you can just have reactive parameters being listen to those reactive properties in your component as a result. Okay, the last type that I have are unrelated components. And if you remember the DOM tree that I had presented, unrelated components are all like something like the panel component that is a direct child of the main content component, but doesn't have a relationship with the chat component, or is probably even unaware of its existence. But sometimes you might want to pass some data to them. For example, if you want your app to have a similar look and feel based on the weather that or some other parameter that you know, like the time of the whether it's morning or evening, the time of the day, that you have shadows or you have brighter colors or darker colors that automatically adjust across the app based on some external factor, and you want all the components to listen to that. So this example I have, like I mentioned, like if you have a weather service and if you use provided in root, it makes the same, it makes sure that the same instance of the service is provided throughout the app. So all of the components that are listening to the service will get the same value. So if you're getting the weather data based on the city of the user and then using it in the application, and again, you can provide it using provided in or at each component level or at app root level or using ng modules. And again, can really configure this. You have the power to configure this in Angular the way you want to. But typically we use the first approach, using provided in, to make it more tree shakeable, which means that if the code is not being used, then it won't get bundled and you'll have a smaller bundle size. So again, two components in the same file just to be able to show them, but they're both using the weather service, and so they can both get the same value from the weather service, which is that they can get the same weather information. And so like card component and chat component, they're unrelated and they're not routed. They're unrelated, they're not, they don't have the same parent child, so they're not relation, and they're not routed. So between two unrelated components, this is typically how you will share it. You will inject a service that provides the value that can be shared across them. Some other ways that were not covered and are also not specific to Angular are you can have a local storage or a session storage and have all your components read values from that. Or you could use a state management library, whether a third party or some solution that you have developed on your own to maintain state within your app. And then all the components listen to data or have a data flow format in them derived from that. Or you can use a web worker or IndexedDB or any other like modern web technology that is available to you. Or maybe you can create something brand new for your own application. And all of those will work just as well with any framework, including Angular. And I just wanted to cover the Angular specific ways of doing things. And that is all I have to share with you all today. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so much for your incredible talk there. We don't seem to have any questions for you at the moment. You clearly covered it so well that they are wowed. So we thank you so much for joining us and sharing your incredible knowledge. Very, very
Yes,
inspiring.
of course. Yeah. Thank you so much. And it was a pleasure being here. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for being here and thank you so much for your talk.
Okay.
We now have another break, so we'll be starting again at 8 p.m. So in half an hour. And Kita, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Devfest on Discord. Can you hear me clearly?
Hello, Mustafa.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's nice. Yeah, so for our next talk, we are having Dr. Roshnak Ramat, and she's going to be discussing on building a high-performance computer vision system with Vertex AI and Gemini. I'm just going to read a brief intro of our speaker. Roshnak is a renowned expert in AI and data science with a strong focus on deep learning application. She has a diverse background, having worked in both academics and industry, and has been recognized as a Google Cloud champion, as a Google Cloud Innovator Champion. Currently, she's a data scientist lead at IBM Lagos. She has a PhD in AI, computer vision, and medical imaging from Ariat University. She possesses a deep expertise in developing advanced algorithm and modeling, and she has lectured at Ulster University. She has also researched at prestigious institutions such as the University of Cambridge, University of St. Andrews, and the Institute of Cancer Research. She holds industry experience, having worked at Elekta, a leading medical technology company, where she was a pioneering AI expert who helped revolutionize radiotherapy by developing innovative solutions for cancer treatment. Her work had a significant impact on the field, improving patient outcomes and advancing the use of AI in healthcare. Rashnak is a passionate advocate for education and community building in the field of AI. She's an active public speaker, a tech blogger, and YouTube creator, Women in Tech ambassador, and community lead, where she shares her insights and expertise with a wider audience. She's also a dedicated mentor, providing guidance and support to individuals inside and outside of IBM. Rashnak has demonstrated exceptional leadership and collaboration skills with a proven track record of leading teams and managing complex projects. So I'm really excited to, um, we are excited to have you on the call today. And we can't wait for you to deliver your talk on building high performance computer vision system with Vertex AI and Gemini.
Awesome. Thank you so much for the introduction. So let me share my screen.
Hello, are you able to share your screen?
I am. Just give me 1 second, please. Just, yeah, trying to.
Okay. Yeah, all right, nice. We can see your screen now.
Awesome. I think you can see it well. I wanted to share via PowerPoint because I had some nice demos, but yeah, it's not, it wasn't giving me the best option, to be honest, but that's fine. So I'm moving to the tab that I'm sharing my presentation. So feel free, Mustafa, to unmute yourself and let me know if there were any difficulties. And I hope you guys, just it wasn't going to present in mode, but it's going to be nice, I hope. So let's start. So I said hi before. I say again, hi everyone. Everyone from all over the world, the online community. I'm so excited to be here, and it's a pleasure to be joining you virtually today. I live in London, beautiful London. It's cold and rainy, but yeah. I'm Rashanak. I'm a lead data scientist at IBM. And today I'm excited to talk about building high performance computer visions with Vertex AI and Gemini. Please note that while I work as a data scientist, my talk today is based on my personal interest and exploration in the field of AI. So let's go to the next slide. Awesome. Yes, let me check. Awesome. It's showing the next slide well. So it's a bit about myself. I hold a PhD in computer vision and image processing. Besides my role as a data scientist, I'm passionate about empowering women in tech and innovating with Google Cloud. I'm a Women Tech Maker ambassador and a Google Cloud Champion innovator. So feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn, Twitter, or check my YouTube or Medium channel for more AI and tech information that I share. Let's go to the next slide. What is computer vision? Let's start from here before we go into more technical stuff. I hope it wouldn't be boring for the people who have background in this. So in a nutshell, computer vision is about teaching computers to see the world like we do. It involves taking images and videos, processing them, and extracting meaningful information. This technology has a wide range of applications, from self-driving cars that can navigate roads and detect obstacles to medical image analysis for early disease detection. We also see it in facial recognition systems for security and personalized experiences, as well as in retail or other applications, like, for example, like customer behavior analysis and so on. Now let's look at some of the techniques that we use in computer vision. So as for the techniques, we can see just here. As for the techniques, we can look at this nice diagram that we have like the this cute cat that we are using, like the technique of classification, that basically we are finding the object, what objects we are identifying, the objects that is in the image. Then we have segmentation, that it shows that basically we find the boundary, the region around that object. For example, here we have a segment for cat, for grass, for tree, and sky. We are partitioning them, separating them. For us as human, our brain it's an easy task for it, but computer dealing with pixel numbers, it's not an easy task. The next one, we have classification and localization, that we are not just identifying what is in the image, we are also finding the location of that. And in the last two, we are seeing like the amazing things like object detection and instance segmentation, that we are identifying like different objects, even if they are from the same class. Like, for example, we have two dogs here. We also identify them and find the region or their location. So for the techniques, we can talk about image registration. That is a very interesting application. Like we use it a lot in medical imaging, or like in satellite imaging, when we capture images in like wide range. And these images, like let's say when we want to visualize a scene, it's not easy to capture the whole scene, so we have to capture smaller images, although they're still big, but the smaller images, smaller pieces, and stitch them to each other or register the images to be able to understand the whole scene. For medical imaging, it's another example of image registration that is very much used. 3D scene reconstruction, if you can see at the bottom image that we can capture different images from an object from different angles, and putting them together, we are able to reconstruct the 3D shape of that, to understand the size of that, the depth of that, and so on. Or some other image reconstructions that we can see that these days with Gemini and other basically Gen AI models are very cool stuff we can do with them. Some other things are image generation. If you guys are a fan of these Gen AI models, or you play with them, or you're on Instagram, you know, like you can make your avatar from just uploading your own image. Image denoising for medical imaging, I can talk about it, like in case if you've ever had to take an X-ray or I don't know, CT scan, you can see like those images are very noisy, or ultrasound, and it's because of the noise, the artifacts that those images they have for different reasons, and removing those artifacts and noise would help the clinician to have a better understanding, visualization of the image. But that's a great technique we use in computer vision. And image captioning, to basically give us a caption, description of the image. Like here we have a cute little dog sitting in a heart drawn on a sandy beach. So that's a beautiful description that computer can generate for that by understanding that image well. And now I want to talk about some of the advances that Google has done in computer vision. So let me show you the next slide. This one. Yeah. Let me see, you're seeing it also well. Perfect. So Google has been at the forefront of AI innovation for over a decade. From groundbreaking models like BERT and transformers that revolutionized natural language processing, to AlphaGo's historic victory in the game of Go. Google has consistently pushed the boundaries of AI. For computer vision, Google has made significant strides with projects like Imagen, Project Astra, which generate stunning images and videos that I'm going to show a bit of that in my next slides. And more recently, Gemini has emerged as a powerful multimodal AI model, demonstrating exceptional capabilities in understanding and generating text, code, and images. Google's commitment to open sourcing these technologies has not only benefited their own products, but has also accelerated the growth of the entire AI community. As the focus of today's conference is about, in general, AI, responsible AI, especially for Devfest, it's worth mentioning that Google has been a strong advocate for responsible AI development. They have implemented robust guidelines and frameworks to ensure that their AI systems are built and used ethically, from ensuring fairness and avoiding bias in algorithms to prioritizing transparency and accountability. And if you've ever heard about Imagen, one of the Google's most impressive models is Imagen, which is similar to what OpenAI had for their DALL-E models. So Imagen is a cutting-edge text-to-image model. This was a beautiful video, but sorry, it's PDF. I'm not able to play the video. That it shows that by choosing different combination of words, Imagen is able to generate new image for us, and each time it's a different and new image. And the creativity in the prompting is limitless now with this image generation tools like Imagen and DALL-E and so on. This was also another nice video, which I would like to talk about. It's about the Project Astra. Project Astra is a groundbreaking AI assistant from Google DeepMind. If you haven't seen this, please Google Project Astra. I'm sure the video is on their website. You can see the link on the DeepMind website and also on YouTube. That it's a beautiful, beautiful tool that leverages the power of Gemini models to understand and respond to various formats of information like text, images, audios, and videos that it shows in this nice demo that the user is talking to to his phone, asking about the objects that the camera can capture, and ask for description of them, shows a math equation and ask them to solve the problem. It's a very nice demo. Awesome. Now let's talk about Gemini. You heard a lot about it, but yeah, it might be some of my things I'm saying is repetition, but I mean, Gemini is great. So it's always nice to understand it more and learn more about it because of the power of this amazing tool, which was basically built in the late 2023. Google released the Gemini models, representing a major leap forward for the advancements of LLMs. Almost like a year ago, more than a year ago, but Gemini wasn't just another LLM. It marked a new standard for multimodality in AI. That's very interesting and what I like. And I want you to think about it as an AI that can seamlessly understand and generate text, translate languages, write different kinds of creative content, and answer your questions in any informative way, even if they are open-ended, challenging, or strange. So this release signifying Google's commitment to pushing the boundaries of what is possible in the AI landscape. And I emphasize again, the multimodality is one of the important keys of Gemini. Next one, Vertex AI, that I believe lots of you guys have heard about it. You know what is it, and if you don't worry, I tell you in the next slide that Vertex AI is like a supercharged platform that makes building and deploying AI models a breeze, I'd say. So it automates data preparation and labeling, speeds up model training and tuning. And it also simplifies the deployment and monitoring. Also, it integrates very well with other Google Cloud tools. So it's a very user-friendly dashboard. It has a very nice and user-friendly dashboard that provides a clear overview of your entire AI pipeline, making it a powerful tool for any AI project. And to get access to Vertex AI, please make sure you have a Google Cloud account. You can sign up for free at cloud.google.com. And if you don't have one yet, just sign up. And if you have, of course, you know where to go. And the good news is, if you're a new customer, you get $300 free credit by just signing up for the Google Cloud products and using their products. and build a proof of concept if you want. Once you signed in, you need to go to the console by clicking here when I put the arrow and create a new project or use your previous ones from here. And from the search bar, let me go to the next slide. From the search bar, search for Vertex AI, and you can see the different options that it shows you in the bar. And yeah, from there, you can see the Vertex AI dashboard, which is the one-stop shop, to be honest, for all your machine learning needs. It lets you do everything from enabling APIs and accessing tools like Vertex AI Studio and Colab Enterprise to prepare your data, building your model, and deploying the models that you've done. It even has special features for vision applications. And as you can see on the left side, I put an arrow on the screen that it has the option for vision, the computer vision that I was basically talking about it, and the cool tools and things you can do. So when you click there, when you come here, you can see the vision model garden that you can browse. And you can customize them. You can deploy machine learning models with the model garden. You can choose from the models created by Google and other providers. As you can see, for example, we have Claude 2, Claude 3, 3.5, and so on. Access foundation models, you can access them from here, like the Claude image and so many. But yeah, those are, yeah. You have to see the latest updated one. We have Llama here in the image, and of course Gemini and Gemma from Google itself, and you can fine-tune them and many more things you can do here. And from here, when you get to the Vertex AI Studio, there are lots of options for text generation, images, or even speech, as you can see. And yeah, so and now let's talk about this real magic of the Vertex AI vision. That is like giving your computer superpowers, allowing it to understand and analyze images and videos with incredible accuracy. So imagine training your model to recognize objects, detect anomalies, or even classify emotions in images. That's very cool. And there are lots of applications that you can think of that you can do with these tools, which you can do with the Vertex AI vision. And all of these things are possible from just getting here. So as you can see, like last time I tried to access, all features are currently limited, but you can request. So I put this screenshot that in case if you've seen this, just try to click the request access to unlock the full potential of your powerful tools that you can use. And from here, I wanted to slide that to show you the Vertex AI vision is a powerful tool that streamlines the entire computer vision pipeline. So you can easily ingest various types of visual data from images to videos and analyze them using the pre-trained Google AI models, or you can upload your own model or customize your own, any of the models which are there. And the platform allows you to store and search your visual data efficiently and provides robust analytics tools to gain valuable insights. Whether you're building a simple image classification app or a complex video analysis system, so you can just go to the Vertex AI vision, which offers you the tools and flexibility that helps you to succeed. And although you might not have immediate full access to all the vision features, you can still get started very quickly and easily to the computer vision applications right in the Vertex AI Studio. For instance, you can use the freeform prompt to upload an image to generate description, just like the example where you can see on the screen that I'm applying an image captioning technique while I uploaded a picture of a cat and asked the model to describe it. And it says the cat appears to be a Persian or a similar breed, and it gives like a nice, description of that. That it says the fur is thick, fluffy, and so on. It's a really nice and detailed description that it provided. The model used here is Gemini 1.5 Flash, which is a powerful language model that can understand and generate text. And this is the end of my talk. So thank you so much for listening, and please feel free to ask any question. Reach out to me via any of the platforms that I shared, and I would be more than happy to answer your questions. Let's see if there is any question. I don't see here. Let me go to Discord. I don't see any question. Mustafa or any of the moderators. Can you see the questions?
No question at the moment. Okay, yeah, some questions. How can we get started with computer vision?
How can we start it? Okay, it depends. If you want to study, because I was just talking about computer vision in another Devfest, and there were some students, they asked me how they can take a PhD in computer vision. So depending on your path, if you want to do study, if you want to just learn on your own, how much time you want to spend, or you have a project, there are lots of nice resources online. Try to, on Google website, Google developer website, there are amazing videos, tutorials on Google Cloud. There are really nice tutorials you can use. And what I suggest, in case if you want to do your own project, maybe just try to identify the task that basically you have to use, the technique, the ones, for example, I said, whether it's image segmentation, captioning, and so on. Try to understand what are the available tools. Let's say if you're, for example, a Google Cloud user, you can go to the developer website and find out what they have and try following the tutorials. If you want to do more detail, you have more time, you want to do more, let's say, academic learning, try to go for courses. On Coursera, there are really nice courses you can follow in different levels, and it provides you lots of information. And in case if you're interested more, like me, you want to do like a degree in that, then I believe try to see which universities they offer that. And and I really like it. And in NLP, we have more experts than computer vision usually, and even computer vision more than the part that we have for healthcare, which is very important. So it's a nice area. You can, and there are lots of applications. I do encourage people to always learn about it.
Yeah, that's nice to hear. So one final question, if you can answer it in 1 minute. What is the coolest computer vision thing you have built?
The one I built, the coolest one is mostly in the healthcare domain, because especially in the cancer treatment, I'm very, that's a domain that I really am passionate and I really like to contribute. So during my PhD, after that, I worked a lot on in industry as well as the academic researches I've done at University of Cambridge, Institute of Cancer Research, the work I've done in Electa. that basically was detecting the shape of the tumor. And one of the nicest one was not only telling what is the current shape of the tumor, but also telling like what are we expecting it would be the what are we predicting about the future in case if the tumor recurs for some of the very aggressive tumors. So it was providing more information to the doctors prior to do any operation or treatment by understanding the nature of that disease more. So, yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. That's really nice to hear, and I think that that was really helpful for we the listener, and it was definitely helpful for the doctors who were using it. Yeah, so thank you very much for your talk. It was nice. I enjoyed it. I could relate to some of the things with Platex here, and thank you so much for that. We'll just bring in the next speaker.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, hello.
Hello.
So we have our next speaker on board, and just going to read a little bit of your bio. So Martin is a Google developer expert on cloud, so a GDE for Google Cloud since 2016, a champion in Cloud Innovators Program since 2021, is a senior software architect at REEA.net, a Romanian hero on Stack Overflow with 210K reputation points. He led the implementation of complex and distributed systems serving millions of users for companies like Free Logo Service, Logo Mix, WaterSmart, and many more. He's an active contributor for open source solutions like the React admin interface and many more. He's an expert in database and systems like Google BigQuery, Elasticsearch, and Redis. And today is going to talk about BigQuery, vector search, and multimodal embedding. And I hope we are all ready to listen about how we can use vector search and embeddings in BigQuery. So over to you, Martin.
Okay, thank you. Please confirm if my voice and audio is working.
Yeah, it's working very much.
Okay, good. Should we wait the time announced on the agenda, or I should start now?
Yeah, you can begin now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mustafa, for everything. So today we have an interesting topic about BigQuery vector search and multimodal embeddings, and we are here to actually see demo-driven presentation about these new concepts that have reached us now. So essentially my agenda consists about how we see database search legacy way. What are these multimodal embeddings that I will be talking about? We will see what are vector search, how do we query and return results for multimodal embedding systems. We will demo this in BigQuery, and I have an example app, an awesome example app to actually return multimodality inputs and respond from the database for this. My name is Marton. I am Hungarian living in Romania, and I got a GDE because I answered a lot of questions on Stack Overflow. Being in a GDE program, I'm speaking about topics about cloud, BigQuery, serverless, and Vertex AI. You can follow me on Medium and also on Stack Overflow or GitHub as well. My day job is about programming a backend system for an email marketing platform with a lot of scalability issues and so on. Let's deep dive into the concept of today's presentation. Essentially, if we discuss that we have a data set on one side and we need to return results, we are going to see how BigQuery let us to actually turn this into embeddings, store the embeddings, and run input search against the rows that we have in the database. Essentially, we will talk about building embeddings by leveraging multimodal embeddings model from Vertex AI. We are going to store as a secondary column. And then when the search operation comes from the front end, the search input is being transformed by the same multimodal embeddings model being run against the vector search function, and we are able to produce results from our database. This is the high-level concept of our talk today. First part, let's understand what are multimodal embeddings. So first of all, let's talk a bit about traditional databases and what are the search limitations on that. Essentially, if we have a website or an app, we can have a search term like a keyword, which is matched again tabular data and keywords in the database. We could return exact results, we could return partial results, we can return full text results, and there are a couple of other ways to return results. Now, with a new technology, we are no longer confined to text. We can generate embeddings on multimodal data. Essentially, here it means that we could have a text keyword, we could have an image, we could have video or audio as an input. These, the inputs, that the search terms, as I said, could be and can be transposed into multimodal embedding models. Fetching the embeddings are some numbers which are represented in dimensions, and we can store these dimensions into the database for each row, because this lets us to actually do a similarity search on the next step. Essentially, it changes how we are using the technology in favor of returning results. It has no longer an exact search because we can do semantic understanding. It understands information which are in relation to the input itself. The embeddings capture the meaning of the text and the context of the data. So it enables searching beyond the exact matches. Also, it can handle diverse data types. So essentially, you can query text, image, video, or you can query multimodality of this, as we understand on the next slides. And the results are much more relevant and comprehensive because the nuances are actually understood of the input itself. So essentially, let's imagine the multimodal embeddings as a space. I used here 3 axes denoting living, size, and color, but actually the embedding vector space is 1408 dimensions long. Currently, the Vertex AI model offers 1408 dimensions for it. And we are able to actually see that if we take an image about this cat and we fetch the embeddings uses this space denoted with the blue dots. Also, similarly, if I get the text, which is great tabby cat laying in front of a Christmas tree, somehow similar to this image as a text, and I fetch the embeddings of this text, just this text, the embeddings are turned into these green points. And as you see, these are correlated in the space itself. So they are able to find similarity search on these topics itself. And this opens new possibilities. For example, you could ask questions like, find me a picture similar to some input text. Please understand the multimodality of this. There is a picture and there is a text input. Also, you could do little business use case where you can return for a customer support on the screen issues that resemble the current one on the call, even if the words differ, and maybe look up for the solution or look up an escalation for the problem itself. Also, you could return 2 items or 2 persons. These are hard to do in the legacy database systems because what it means 2, how do you classify it? You eventually need to label the data, but labeling 2 or similar objects is a very, very complex task in the legacy database system. But with multimodality, this system is offered out of the box by the nature how the model works on producing the embeddings.
Also, you can go into business use case where you can return product recommendation that understand not just the purchase history, but the styles and aesthetics of the images you browsing. Oh, I like some orange, or I like some blue color. I want to see more orange or blue color products, and so on. Let's see this in practical way. First of all, as we are at the developer conference, we may put the question, how do we obtain the embeddings? Well, if we go to the Vertex AI, we are able to identify some common models like Gemini Pro, Gemini Flash, Imagen 3, or Chirp, but there is a multimodal embeddings offering as well. If I go to the console of the Vertex AI system, we are able to see here that there are embeddings for, if I search the model garden of the Vertex AI system, I'm able to see embeddings for text, embeddings for multimodality. You can, if you are going only with the text input and text output, then the embeddings for text is the right model. But I suggest you should go for the embeddings for multimodality, because here you can later combine images and so on. Also, these are just the two basics models that I'm showing, but there are embeddings also for specified domains for itself. If I just search embeddings, there are a lot more results returned from here. Essentially, this is a model existing on the Vertex AI platform, and you can call the model by using API. You have here on the card the example called how do you call an API, and it returns you the vector in order that you need to store it. The cost of this model is very cheap. For 1 million items, it's $100. So for 1 million, $100. Let's go practical. We have the embeddings, we can store it, but let's do vector search. We have talked about the embedding vector space, and we need to look for a certain item, and we need to return similarity to it. How do we define the items of our code? First of all, the query item needs to be fetched as an embedding. So we are converting the input, which is in this case this image. We are calling into vector embeddings, and there is the embedding space, and we need to return similarity. Please observe that the blouse here are in different shapes and different colors. Their embeddings are fetched and stored on the database at creation point. When we are actually doing the vector search matching these embeddings compared to these existing rows, and essentially it will return as a candidate items with a rank, and we can choose the stock one, which are the most similar ones. You may put the question like, is this operation costly or slow or fast? Well, there are two ways, and there is a legacy way, brute force item, where you need to compare against all the elements of the space. But this sounds like legacy database, and it's not the purpose of multimodality and not the purpose of the embeddings API, and real-time ranking is difficult. But we already fetch the embeddings of the input, and the embeddings already locate the country, if I say in a map, where are the items belong, the similar items, because if I'm talking about, let's say, Romania, the items won't be in Canada. So it will be near Romania, and this speeds up the process. This is called approximate nearest neighbor search mechanism, and it's very fast search times, it's scalable to larger data sets, and slightly reduced recall. So this is the way that we are going to go. How do we apply? You can apply this on a different databases, but today our demo is for vector search in BigQuery. BigQuery is a data warehouse in the Google Cloud. It has a very generous free offering, and language construct-wise, it's very, very up-to-date. It contains a lot of functions that drive you from object tables to vector search, and also generate text, for example, working with Gemini. It lets you to do awesome stuff. Let's go and check it out, the steps that we are going to do. So first of all, in order to work with multimodality, we need to create an object table. An object table is a table represented on top of the storage. So essentially, we put on cloud storage the files, and we create a table for it. Then we are able to create a connection to the the cloud storage, a connection to the Vertex AI, and then we are able to fetch the embeddings for the input. We are able to run two functions: generate embedding with a table syntax and generate embedding with an SQL syntax. The function names are the same, but the parameters differ for it. Let's explain the process at a high level. So we have a data set of images in my demo. I uploaded to Google Cloud Storage. Then I have access an object table over the folder, over the bucket, and I'm in BigQuery as a table. I'm fetching the multimodal embeddings, and I'm storing that as an additional column to our data set. And the search input is being fetched as an embedding, and the vector search will return the results for us. Let's see the demo for this part. We are going to move into Google BigQuery Studio, and here we are able to see the table for a storage. I have Google Cloud Storage where I have stored the sample images that I'm going to use on the system. How do I do this? BigQuery lets you to create an external table on top of a cloud storage folder or cloud storage object store. Essentially, it's a nice way to work with files, but in database representation. In order for this to work, there is a connection setup that has the necessary permissions to do it. After that, I ran the query to check the table is there. This is the output of what you see here. Also, I need to create a model in BigQuery in order to fetch the embeddings. You don't see the embeddings here, right? These are just the object table representation. There is a syntax of create or replace model with the same connection, and we are using to multimodal embedding model from Vertex AI. And you can use this connection also to, or this sample code you can use to create code, for example, for Gemini or any other model on the Vertex AI model garden. Then we are going to create the sample embeddings. And here comes into effect our new function. Essentially, this function, let's run it, will be able to take two parameters. First parameter of this function is the model itself, like the definition of the model I want to use. The second parameter is the table itself. So in this notation, it uses an object table as an input, the entire table, and then the model against to rank it. And normally this created a table, and we are going to check the dimension of the embeddings. This is the dimensionality, the axis of the embeddings, and in our sample database there are 20 rows. Let's see the table that we just created. As you see here, we have the path of the image and the rest of the data from the previous object table. But on the very first element, we have the generate embeddings and an embedding status. If you have an error, you will see the error here. And these are actually arrays of 1408 dimensions for every row of the data. Good. Let's go to the concept of index data. In order to run an effective vector search on a large database, you need to create a vector index. The vector index syntax is this one, and you can create it on top of your tables itself. And the final query to actually return results is something like this. Let me run it, and I will explain in a moment what it does. So we have this query which does a select statement and returns similar items to some input. What is my input? My input is a text, keyboard cat. I need to turn this keyboard cat into an embedding. So I'm using an inner query to create the embedding over the SQL syntax by calling the multimodality model from Vertex AI. This situation, the generate embedding takes a model as a parameter and takes an input as a table, simulated as a table here for my keyboard cat. this inner query is being run, and it creates the input modality, the input multimodal embeddings. And then there is the second query, which is vector search, and this takes multiple parameters. First of all, it will return results from which table, on which column do we store the existing rows embeddings, and the third parameter is my input embedding for that. And there are some other elements like how many items I need to return and so on. So essentially these return similar items to my keyboard cat. And I'm able to actually change this to dinosaur, for example. Dinosaur, let's take it from here. And I can run it again, the query. Essentially, we don't see any visual representation, but the results are changing. Also, you have distances, and you can order the results based on the distance and so on. So now we have an advanced topic, but before going into the advanced topic, let's run a second demo for you. Let me move to my second demo. So I created a sample app in order to understand better and to show you how multimodal embeddings work in BigQuery. I've used the Google Landmarks dataset in order to represent you a lot of images. I've stored this in cloud storage, and we will see how text input and how image input return similar images. Let's deep dive into some examples. The demo uses the dataset. It has 100,000 images in a BigQuery object table. The multimodal embeddings have been fetched, and they are stored against the table as a column. We have 1 GB as an additional metric to it, and I use the default 5,000 lists. There is a concept of lists, but usually 5,000 is the default one I know. The images are different, various, and I will show you just basic one, how this one. Let's go to the first part of this demo. Let's run semantic search with text input. Essentially, against my database, I can ask based on my text input, and I will get visual representation of the results. What happens in the background? Yeah, these are, show me a picture of a cat. These are the cats returned from the database. What happens in the background? First of all, my input text is being fetched by the ML generate embedding functionality of BigQuery. This is the part of the input query. Then we are running a vector search on my table. Yeah, it jumped. On my table in order to return results. Let's open again to return results. And we are returning the results from the vector index data, vector index table itself. Good. Let's see some other examples. Show me people eating at a table. Well, in a legacy database system, you may often find hard. How would you do this with labeling data? You would need to label food, you would need to label the act of eating, you would need to label table, you will need to label multiple people, and so on. Essentially, multimodality understands the embeddings, understands the nuances of the image, and it returns similar images. Let's go next. For example, find images with 2 identical objects on it. This would be very interesting result set. We will see in a moment what similarity objects we have. Well, we have some similarity objects, right? We have 2 balls here. We have 2 shoes in a different way. Also, we have some person here. We have 2 milk here. Also, we have this board. Well, hold on this board. I was initially thinking that, hey, the model missed something. There are no similarity or 2 identical objects on here. But actually there are many, because this little white rectangle is similar to this white rectangle and to this white rectangle, and the black one to the black one, and so on. So there are many similarity items on it. Essentially lets you to do very complex similar search and to return different results. Again, while my results are rolling back for people working with concrete, for example, you need to understand the input is text. The rows contain the images, the reference to the images, but the data against is actually the image binary. So in this situation, I'm testing a text-to-image multimodality embedding system. Good. Let's go to the final part of the demo, where we are able to find similar images using image as an input. So here I will go and I will use a castle. I'm from Transylvania, and this is the Bran Castle, the famous Dracula story. And let's see if it returns similar results to this image for itself. And you are able to see that the data set returns very similar images of this result set. In the background, what had happened? First of all, here with Python, we obtained the embeddings of the image bytes. The API returns some numeric values, the embeddings vector, and then this embedding vector is being used as an inline input for the vector search function of BigQuery. Essentially, returning from this table using this column and the matching embeddings similar results. This concludes the demo, and let's move next back to the final part of the presentation. We can improve the efficiency of vector search by applying different notations. Essentially, there are 20 types of reasons that initially it might fail, and you will need to learn around the projects how to improve them. Also, you are able to actually create additional columns to store part of the index itself. This will speed up the query very nicely if you need to return the file names only, for example, or creation time of the results. And you are able to actually filter down by type or reduce the data set and latency of the search by using this composed storing of the index itself. Also, you are able to create on large data sets two indexes, IVF or 3AH. If you, for example, use one input, this is better for the IV's index, but you are using a batch of inputs, like you need to look up for 5,000 items, the similarity search. For example, if you run a big marketing campaign, you are able to do this 3AH index in order to produce better results for it. Takeaways. You have learned, hopefully, that the new ML generate embedding function lets you to create multimodal vector embeddings in BigQuery, and you store this as an additional column. Also, you learn vector search function to return results that match to your input embeddings. You can start quickly with the features you expect from BigQuery, and you are actually a step ahead to actually create a RAG application using BigQuery, and essentially you can feed the return results also to a LangChain integration to return much more practical results. In order to continue the learning journey, you can get this QR code, which leads you to a page where you will find the documentation for the BQ embedding, a blog post, or a video entirely about this process. Also, learn about vector search documentation, LangChain integration, and you can find the LangChain notebook or the GenAI repo where you find a lot of embeddings and working with embeddings, the solution. Myself, I'm involved in a different presentation as well. So if you are interested in other sites where I cover topics, there is one article about Imagine 3, there is a function calling in Gemini, and there is remote functions in BigQuery. Additional presentations that you may check out if you are in this field and you are interested about the topics I usually cover. Thank you for listening to these talks, and if you have any questions, let me know, and in the remaining time I will answer, or you can ping me on LinkedIn or one of our Twitter, whatever sites in order to answer your questions as well. Thank you for having me and listening for this talk.
Yeah, thank you very much for that, Martin. That was really, really nice. I see some of the benefits of using um, embeddings with BigQuery, whereby you can even search based on you can do semantic search, which you can get results based on the intent of the search that you are doing and not necessarily a keyword search, which is really one of my key takeaways from your talk. Yeah, and that's really, really great. So thank you very much for this. Just taking a look at the Q&A, and for now, there's no question for you. I'm very sure some folks will be reaching out to you to also learn more about this, which is really nice to see. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for having me, and I wish you best of your rest of your day. Thank you for having me. Bye.
Yeah, bye. Thank you. Yeah, bye.
Hey, hello, hi.
Yeah, hello. Just give me a few minutes while I do the.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Just to be sure, you can hear me, like it's all good, right?
Yeah, it's all good. I can hear you clearly.
Perfect. Okay, so yeah, then I'll give everyone 3 minutes, right? And then we can get started.
Yeah, I'm going to read your demo. I'm going to read a bit of your bio before that. Yeah. Hi, everyone. Welcome. Hi, I'm Howdan. So Howdan is passionate about technology and research, and he studied computer science in Spain, France, and Switzerland, and he founded a few associations and contributed to open source projects. So he has been lucky enough to get some recognition for leadership and academic achievement, and is currently working on research that combines knowledge graph and natural language processing, which is a combination of two topics he's very passionate about. And today is going to be discussing about attacking LLMs detectors with homoglyph-based attack. I'm very sure that a whole lot of us are lost from the topic. So I'm really hoping that Hadan is going to do justice to clear out a whole lot of this for us. Yeah, I'm really, really excited to have you on board, and the floor is yours now.
Yeah, well, thanks a lot. Well, I'm gonna try to be very fast today, right? Because we have a very short time, and there's a lot of things that could be said here. So, well, first of all, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna share my screen because I have like some slides here to share with you. We're gonna have some demos as well, but we'll get to that in a minute. And yeah, well, I'll just jump right in because we really have very little time, and there's a lot of content. So just let me just go through some very short notes before we get started with the real content. The first of which is that I'm going to try to be more accessible rather than precise. What I mean by that is like I'm going to simplify. I'm going to talk about some systems, but I'm going to just like well, omit the details. I'm also gonna just ignore some of the detection systems that I'm gonna talk about. So this presentation is more to give you a general idea rather than understanding everything, right? But if you want the precision, like if you want the details, I'm also gonna give you some references. So you are gonna have some like QR code at the end of the presentation, and you can actually go there and read the original sources for the different pieces of work that I'm gonna be talking about. So you will have hopefully a very nice general idea, but if you want to dive deeper, you can always go to references and check more information there. So that's for the contents of the presentation. But another thing that is important to point out is that we will have some pink boxes throughout the presentation. So we will have like some boxes like this, right? Like when we finish each of the sections, and the goal here is that we will go back to them at the end of the presentation to just build a nice summary of what we learned today. So now we are ready to get started here with the topic itself. And of course, I just need to have a very short word on who am I, etc., etc. Well, you sort of mentioned that already, so I won't really go over that a lot. I just really like to do science, development, language models, other things about AI, but it's something I'm very passionate about. And more specifically, I'm going to be talking about this article here. It's called Evading AI-Generated Content Detectors Using Homoglyphs. It's basically what I'm gonna base the whole presentation on. So it's an interesting read if you have some time, but I hope you really get a general idea here. So first of all, let's get right into the topic. What's this thing that are called homoglyphs, right? Like what does it mean? Like what's a homoglyph? Well, I'll give you a very short and simple understanding of the thing. Let's say you have some A's here, right? Like all of those are, or they look like A's, right? But if I were to ask you now, which one of these is the A that you get when you type letter A on your keyboard, would you be able to tell? Probably not, right? Because like it could really be any of them, right? So the correct answer is just one of them. It's just this one here. But I mean, you could have just said, I don't know, this one. And I mean, it's a sensible choice, right? Like all of them could be A's, but they are not really A's. Only this one is like the irregular A that we are used to. So that's Latin A, and the other ones, and that's the important part, you can see that they have different codes, different numbers here. So in the computer, they are represented differently. So basically, homoglyphs are characters that look the same, but they have different encodings. That's what we care about. Of course, there's some things that were done with homoglyphs in the past. I'll just give you two very short ideas that you will probably have in mind, right? One of them are URL attacks. So for example, when you get like a text on your phone, click here to reset your password, and it looks like it's PayPal, but actually there's like a weird thing here. Oh, it's not PayPal, it's another website. That's I think that like homoglyphs were a vector of attack in the past. For not anymore, because now there's a thing called a Punicode, and like it just sort of converts this thing before you actually go and access the website. But they were sort of vulnerability in the past. That's for URL attacks. And another thing that I think is interesting to point out is just hiding information in plain sight. And that's what we call steganography. It's just a very basic idea. For example, like I give you some text, right? And I tell you, well, if the first A in this text is actually an alpha, then you should do something secret that only you and me know about. So just hiding information in plain sight. That's another application of homoglyphs. So that's for the past applications. And they were ways of using homoglyphs, characters that we can't really discern, for doing some malicious things. But we will be talking more about AI here, and specifically AI-generated text detectors. So those are the systems that are able to check if you used ChatGPT to write something, right? Or Gemini, or whatever LLM you're thinking about. So I'll just give you an idea of two types of detectors. There's more, but I'll just try to keep it short. One of the detectors that we should know about to understand the rest of the presentation is a thing that we call perplexity-based detectors. So what I mean by that basically is that we will have a language model which will be performing the task that I hope you're familiar with at this point, which is I'm just gonna fill the gap, right? Like I'm just gonna complete the sentence. So I take a sentence, I give that to my language model, and the language model, the only task that it's doing, or at least for the purposes of this presentation, the only task of the language model is to give me a probability distribution like this. So for example, if I gave as a hobby I like to collect, the language model is going to tell me there's a 30% confidence that the next thing that you should write is things, but if it's not things, maybe you should write books, stamps, coins, etc. Right? So what I do here is I just pick one of the top words, for example, books, right? And I complete the sentence. So as a hobby, I like to to collect books. That's AI generated. Very simple, right? But what happens if I choose another word? Let's say, for example, bracelets. Bracelets, that's of course human written, because if we go to the probability distribution, let's see where's bracelets. Oh, it's, well, way below, right? Like it's just 0.01% probability. So that's very unlikely. So that means it's human generated. In other words, low probability means a high perplexity. The model is very surprised to see that this was the word that was written here. That means it's human written, right? And if it's the opposite, then it means it's AI generated. That's the basic idea. Now, if we repeat this thing for the whole text, of course, we can try to, get a sort of, well, I wouldn't say 100% confidence, but you can have maybe a little bit of an idea of whether a text seems to have been generated with an LLM or not, right? So very interesting technique. And this is one of the main types of detectors. But there's another one, and probably you heard about this. So this is called a watermark. And if you've been, like just reading the news lately, you've probably come across things like this, right? Like OpenAI having like some watermark that can detect texts, but no one knows how to do it. Well, this is what I'm going to talk about for the next 3 minutes. How do watermarks work? Those are another type of detection technique that I think is very interesting to talk about. So watermarks. Just remember the probability distribution that we had like a minute ago, right? Like I take a text, I give it to the language model, I get my probability distribution. But now I'm going to do something different. I'm going to pick a rule for how to choose the next word. And I just like literally came up with this very simple rule. You pick the nth word. And how do you choose n? Well, n is the number of letters in the previous word. So for example, collect, that's 7 letters. So what I do is I go to my probability distribution and I pick word number 7. So that should be plants here. So I pick plants and I go here to my sentence and I just write plants because it makes sense according to my rule, right? So that's watermarked. It's a very special way of completing the sentence. I have a very specific distribution of words. If I keep doing this thing, like if I do it many times, if I complete a lot of words, I'm gonna have a super specific choice of words that depend on each other. So I'm gonna be able to be like I'm gonna be able to say with a very high degree of accuracy that, hey, this text seems to have been generated because it just follows the rule that I set for almost all of the words, right? So that's a very strong technique. Now, can we actually do something to attack those techniques? Well, that's homoglyph-based attacks. Of course, that's the core of the presentation. That's the interesting part. And for that, I'm going to go for a demo. I'm just going to give you a very simple idea. I'm going to stop sharing my screen. I'm going to share a different screen. Just give me a sec here. You should be seeing another thing now. So I'm just, sharing a screen with a Hugging Face space here, and I'm gonna pick just an example text. So this is a text that has been generated by AI, right? You can see that it's about like a capybara that did some weird stuff. Okay, we don't care about the text itself. We just care that if we go to a website like this one, and we paste the text and we check if there's, if this has been generated by AI, what do we get? We get that it's actually AI. It's detected, right? So of course, that's what we would expect. It's been generated by AI, so that's what we get. But what happens if we reprocess the text? We perform a homoclave paste attack, which basically means I'm going to take some of the letters here and I'm going to replace them by characters that look the same, but again, different encodings. So what happens here? Well, is it still detected? Let's check. Let's go back to the website. Now I copied the other version. You see it looks more or less the same, right? Like you won't necessarily be able to straight away like just say that this is like a different version of the text. But now, oh my God, well, it's human. So wow, super effective. Well, that's the whole idea behind based attacks. Very interesting. I'm going to go back to the presentation. I think that's like a very simple example, but it gives you the idea, right? There's like this rewriting process, and basically what it does is that the text just becomes unrecognizable, so the detectors can't really detect them anymore. Okay, wait a sec. Let me just try to reshare my slides here, because I see that they are not being shared. Okay, very good. I think you should be able to see them now, right? Yep. Nope. Is it working? Wait, can you? It's not working. Okay. Let me. Oh my God, I hate. I really hate that moment. Like when it's like working perfectly and then like it just stops working. Let me check.
Can you see the
I'm
share
so
screen?
sorry. Let me. Yeah, just give me a sec. I'm gonna try to share the thing again. So I'm sharing. Oh no, but this is not the correct screen. It's the slides themselves. Just give me a sec. Sorry. Okay, it should be here. Can you see it? Or maybe you can't.
Not yet.
Okay, I'm gonna share my whole screen. Let's see if that works. Maybe that's weird. Can you see like my full screen? Maybe. Hopefully.
Not yet.
Oh, come on. Okay. I'm gonna do one thing. I'm just gonna rejoin the session super fast.
Yeah,
I'm gonna be here like in 30 seconds.
Yeah,
So
let
I don't
me
know
take
what's.
you up and bring you back so that you don't have to leave. I just take you up as a presenter and bring you back in as a presenter.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Oh my God, sorry. I really, I'm back. Yep, very good. And PowerPoint. Let's see. Share my screen, PowerPoint slides. And well, it should be working. Like here it says that it's sharing my window. But can you see it? Oh my God. No, it doesn't work. Oh, that's bad. Okay. Oh,
Yeah,
well, at least you can see my whole screen. Okay, that's not the best thing, but well, let's just keep going on. I hope it will just work like that. So Yeah, you can see my slides here, right? Yep.
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Very good, very good. Okay, so let's just try to keep moving. Oh no, I think I know what's the problem. It's like PowerPoint just crashed. I think that's the problem. That's why it wasn't working. Oh my god. Okay, let me like close my PowerPoint and share the thing. That's a pity. Okay. Well, in the meantime, while I reopen PowerPoint and everything, I'll just say a little bit more about homoglyphs, which are very interesting. Just tools that we can have to evade systems in general, like detection systems. I'm also going to drop a link here in the chat if you want to experiment with them. While I go and like reopen PowerPoint, blah blah. So, I'm not sure I have like the permissions to write messages, but maybe you could help me to just like resend this thing to everybody else on the chat. And that would be very nice. And it's just a Hugging Face space where like we can experiment with like some homoglyph like tags for generated texts. And let me check what's going on with my PowerPoint. This is so weird. It's never ever, like in my whole life, it's never ever happened to me. I don't know what's going on this time, but I hope I can fix it right away by just literally going to Activity Monitor and quitting PowerPoint. So let's see if I can do it. PowerPoint. Where's this thing? Okay, force quit. So goodbye PowerPoint. I'm gonna open the thing again and let's cross fingers. Let's hope it works now. I'm gonna have to be extra fast now because, as you can imagine, I lost 5 minutes just on technical issues that shouldn't happen. So I'm gonna have to be extra fast now. And well, while I reopen PowerPoint, etc., now it should work. I'm gonna reshare my screen so at least we can hopefully move on in a sec. Just let me know if at least you can share like you can see my screen now. I hope you can.
Are you sharing?
Yep, it should be here.
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay, sure. It was working a second ago, so it should work. Oh, come on.
Your PowerPoint back up.
Oh! It's working. You see?
No, not yet. Your PowerPoint back up on your computer.
Well, yeah, I think it's like loading something. I don't know. Oh, this because like so here it just says we can't access your screen. Check your system settings. You did something a second ago and it started working. Maybe if you like, you could just like do that thing again.
Okay,
Maybe
I'll
it will
do
work.
it now.
Perfect. Great. Okay, so I'm gonna share my full screen now. And please, fingers crossed. Hope it works. Yes. No. Oh my God. Okay. Maybe there's something else I can do. You know what? I'm gonna try to share my PowerPoint slides, but without sharing the actual presentation. Maybe that works. If that doesn't work, I'm just gonna literally talk without a PowerPoint, and I'm just gonna explain the whole idea to you without a PowerPoint, which I think really adds to the presentation. But well, sometimes you just gotta improvise, right?
Yeah. So is he on Google Slide? Maybe you can just share it to my email. Now.
No, it's not. That's the problem. Yeah, I mean, like if I now go and upload the thing, it's gonna take some time, and it's still not working. The share your screen thing. So I'm just gonna talk through the presentation. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm very sorry. I guess I'm gonna have to improvise. I'm gonna be honest, this was never ever in my life, and I've done a few presentations, but never in my whole life has PowerPoint not worked. But I guess there's a first time for everything. So I'm just gonna explain to you what happens when I have homoglyphs, and when I have specifically a homoglyph attack on some text. And I was talking, you will remember probably that we had some types of detectors that were something that we called perplexity-based detectors here and watermark detectors here, right? All of them worked in different ways, but the whole idea of those detectors were that I'm going to try to analyze the text somehow to see if there's some patterns that reveal that there's an AI here. Now, what happens when I apply homoglyphs? The basic idea is that the detectors will start seeing different things. So for example, a perplexity-based detector, it's going to start seeing that there's weird words that it doesn't recognize. So it's going to be very surprised. And we were saying before that surprise means that the system will think it's human. If the AI sees a text and it looks I don't know, Chinese to the AI, right? Like something it doesn't really understand, then it's gonna think, oh my God, this is absolutely not AI, because I wouldn't write like this. It's gonna be human. So perplexity-based detectors are just evaded in this very specific way, where it's based on the surprise that we generate when we have a homoglyph-based attack. Now, on the other hand, we have another thing that is the watermark detector, right? And the basic idea with watermark detectors is we are going to be able to evade them, just because if you remember, we had this rule that was oh, if we have some word here and we try to generate the next word, let's just take the number of letters in the previous word and then we check what's the next word in the probability distribution according to this rule that we have. Now, the problem is, if we can't recognize the previous word anymore, for example, if you have a homoglyph in the middle of the word, and maybe it confuses the algorithm. Maybe it makes you think, oh, it's actually 5 letters, or it's 3 letters instead. So now I'm going to go to my probability distribution. I'm going to pick something else, something different, something that's not the thing that I should be picking. So my watermark also gets removed, sort of. That means that in the case of perplexity detectors, they will say that this text is human. In the case of watermark-based detectors, they will also say that the text is human, because in both cases, they don't sort of abide by the rule that we expect to see here. So that's a very interesting insight. And if possible, I'll do a very last try at sharing my screen, because I really think it would be very nice if at least I can show you some experimental results. So now I'm not going to share PowerPoint. I'm just going to try to share my PDF viewer where I have the paper itself, and it's still not working. So, well, yeah, just I guess screen sharing is not going to work at all. So Okay, I think now I got like moderator mode granted or something, so maybe it works now. Let's see if it works. Ba-da-ba-bum. Does it work? No, it doesn't work. Okay, well. Oh, yes, it works. Oh my God, fantastic. Okay, this is what I wanted to show you. Okay, so like I was you through like some of the ideas of detection, etc. What I think is super interesting to show you here is this table here. This I'm just showing you the paper that this is all based on, and what I can see here in this screen is that you have some detectors that are tested on some data sets here. And when anything, you have this thing here, right? Like green stuff. So that means that some of the detectors are very good at detecting text, right? Like I have 094, 093. Some of them are pretty good. But the thing is that when I start replacing some of the characters, the performance just drops a lot, like 0 in many cases, right? That's a huge drop. Like that's, I don't know how to put it in words. It's like absolutely impressive. And the key point here is that when we do this technique that we were seeing before, like I was showing you this website that we had here with like some text that we were right, and then we went to this website and it looks to be human. Well, this wasn't just a very cherry-picked example that just turned out to work very nicely in that case. This is actually an example that works in general. We get almost 100% evasion rate when we apply this technique. So I would like to finish because I won't have time to go into another part of the presentation, which is how can we actually solve this problem. I'll just give you this link. Okay, so if you want to check out a way to solve that thing, because it's not just as simple as, oh, I'm just going to raise an alarm for there's an attack if I see there's homoglyphs. It's not so simple. Some naturally contain homoglyphs. For example, if I have a scientific article, it's going to have homoglyphs here and here and here in many places. So it's not so simple to detect homoglyph-based attacks, but there's things that we can do. If you want more details, I'm more than happy to tell you on LinkedIn. If you want to message me, and I'm more than happy to guide you through the thing. But you can also check this website. It's on Hugging Face, Homoglyphs Alarm. I was building that like 2 weeks ago, so it's pretty recent. I'm still working on the thing. In topic, please feel free to message me, and I'm more than happy to just talk about this thing. And I'd love to have more time to talk about the topic. But you see, it's I have to be honest, the presentation today has been very much not what I predicted, right? Like I've never had my Mac not working, to be honest. But I guess, yeah, that's something that happens sometimes. That's a part of life. And I'm more than happy to answer any questions if there are, but also I know that we are on time, right? Like it's 21:29, so it's time to go to the next talk. So maybe I'd ask you that if you have questions, you can just message me on LinkedIn. You can add me to LinkedIn, just write any questions that you have, and I'm more than happy to talk about this for ages. I could really talk about this like in great extent. So thank you. Thank you. Yeah, sorry again. Like I really have no idea why, it looked like I didn't have the permissions or something. I don't know what was going on. Mhm.
Yeah, hi, Kalinda.
Hey, hey. Yeah, Kalindi.
Oh, Kalindi.
Hello.
Oh, Sorry about that. Yeah, so
No
before
worries.
you continue, I'll just read a bit about your bio. So Kalindi has been crafting tech and nature journey over the last few years, and sometimes more tech, sometimes more nature, and sometimes more journey, as she says. So she's currently working on nature ventures and organizations to accelerate nature projects. And I experience it's generally a college of projects, jobs, and learning that help her learn more about the space, such as placing water cameras to monitor mantas or holding cameras to record some stories for a documentary about wildlife reserve in Namibia and a bunch of others. So she's a believer in tech because of its ability to leverage and power to scale. And she worked in an edtech for a big part of the last decade because of its mission of making education accessible. And going forward, she's dedicating herself to nature, and we are really excited to hear her talk about our presentation today, which is going to be based on. I'm just going to pull up your screen, which is going to be based on tech and AI for nature, a love story. And really excited to hear what you have for us today. And I'm just as excited as everyone to listen to you. Yeah, so bye for now, and you have the floor.
Thanks a lot. Let me try to screen share first. I think you need to stop screen sharing so that my button pops up again. Okay, yeah, I can see it. And here we go. I think you can see the slides now. And okay, let's go. First of all, I'd like to really thank Devfest for this topic of responsible AI. I think it's a really important discussion to have continuously when we work in tech. And I hope to share my take today. And I think when we think of tech and nature, we don't usually think about it as something that is in synergy, and especially not how tech can be used for it to have a positive impact. And so it is questionable about what kind of relationship is there between tech and nature, and if it is a love story, but there's definitely one love story in there, which is my love story. So the agenda for today will be basically, at first, I'll tell you a little bit about my journey, and then I'll show you some organizations and projects that work in the space, and then we'll have some reflection and Q&A time at the end. Please add them here in the Q&A or in the Discord, and feel free to also, in case you're watching this like later, you can tag me on Discord or write to me somewhere else. And well, to start it off, just the fact that we're here today and able to attend such events and able to watch these kind of things and working in tech, which means that we're building technology for tomorrow, means that we're already quite privileged. And we have access to resources and tools, and with privilege comes power. And as Spider-Man's uncle used to say, with great power comes great responsibility. So in my opinion, or I think that it's really important to ask this question, like, what am I doing with this responsibility? So here is my answer. You might have seen this bar before, and this is basically the average temperature. And as you can see, with time, because of climate change, it's getting hotter. And this is from 1970. And there has been a new stripe making the rounds recently, which is the biodiversity stripe. And as you can tell, it's greener at the beginning, and then it gets grayer as we lose. And if we look at the specific numbers, it's basically since the 1970s, we lost about 70% of biodiversity worldwide. And that's in the last 50 years, and a lot of things happened already before. So there's a lot of work to try to reverse this trend. And so this became my trend to basically, this became my North Star to take care of nature or do something positive for that. And here I'd like to take a step back, because often when we hear stories of people and their careers, and it's usually such a linear path from A to B, and but it's often way more complicated than that. And often also the North Star is not just the North Star, but it's like the kind of general direction or a little hint or feeling that something might be important for us. So I think when we have this feeling, it's important to try to explore and see if what is there. And for me, this journey of exploration went a bit like this. So with each step, I discovered a little bit more about what I want to do and what is actually meaningful to me. So in the sense, first it was just to try to do something good for the community, then specifically for nature, then biodiversity, and now it's oceans. And even though I am working in this field now, the path is still very windy, and it goes here and there, and then there's different things and different projects, or maybe work, or it's never linear, and it never goes there. It's just important that we keep being on this journey of curiosity and revealing moments that can tell us what we should or we could work on. One of such moments for me was this when I went to a AI conference now 5-6 years ago, and there was WildMe giving a presentation there, and they said basically that that it's possible to recognize individuals of animals based on dots or lines or splotches or even shapes of tails. And so this was and to do this with machine learning. And why is this important? If we know how many individuals there are somewhere, we can count populations, and we can learn things about their migration patterns. For example, let's say someone uploads a picture of a whale shark in one part of the world, and then someone uploads a picture of that same whale shark on the other. Now we know where they travel. And knowing the information about where individuals are and how they move, we can help, we can define population sizes, we can protect areas where they breed or where they live, and so on. And we actually don't know a lot of things. So for example, if you look at this on this graph, all the gray areas is information, is animals and plants that don't have, I think also fungi maybe, that don't have a declaration on the endangered species list. For example, even orcas are not endangered, or at least because they didn't have a rating, because we didn't know how much, what's the population size. However, we might be getting a rating for orcas soon because of work of organizations such as WildMe. So I really think, like, having heard this story on just working in tech, I think it's really awesome, tech. And these are the three elements of why, the three reasons why I think it's awesome. The scale, the leverage, and the resilience. It means that sometimes you can do something in your room alone, and suddenly it can be useful for so many people. It means that when we give tools to people, we have such a massive leverage to create change. And then also by making tools that are cheaper or easy to use and so on, we create many places where this is done, which creates then resilience both for building solutions, but also in the nature sense for environments. So when we build tech, it can be also very personal process. Like you're somewhere, you're just on your computer tapping away, and you might be very far from the actual user. So I think it's important to talk to the user. And this aim took me on the journey of going on a project in the Philippines, because I wanted to see how tech is used in the field. And as you can see here in the corner, there's a camera on the bottom of the sea. And this camera takes a picture every 5 seconds. And then every once in a while, the manta comes by and is caught in the camera. So we'd place this down every 2-3 days, and then come pick them up and take the SD cards and then download the photos. That's about 10,000 photos in one single day that we would then manually go through and say, oh, is there manta here or not? And this definitely sounds like a perfect machine learning project, right? So why is there no machine learning there yet? And there are a few considerations that come to play here, some technical and some not. And as I said, there's like 10,000 images, and we don't want to miss any mantas. And a lot of the times with machine learning, you might miss some. A lot of the work that Lamave does is with volunteers, which means that people come and go. So it has to be something that people can learn to use really fast. And also often where such research stations are, and there's maybe no Wi-Fi or spotty data, and even electricity can be a problem. So these challenges are not impossible, but it's things that we need to keep in consideration when we develop tools. So another project that I'm working on is with spyfish in New Zealand, which with the Department of Conservation in New Zealand and Wildlife AI. And basically this is also doing monitoring, but this time with videos. And you can see fish, like you have to count the fish, how many fish there are. And this helps with monitoring marine reserves. And so it takes a long time to gain insights. Let me see if I can play it again. I guess not. No, sorry. It takes a long time to gain insights from those videos because experts have to go through them and annotate count all the fish for every 30 seconds or 10 seconds. So let's ask for help from technology and also technology assisted opportunities. So if you go on this link or the QR code, basically you can review these kind of videos and count the fish yourself. And currently we're also building the machine learning pipeline to do this as well. This means that then the information about has there been a decline or what is happening inside a marine reserve or outside marine reserve will get to decision makers much faster, which means we can take action faster as well. One question for you is, do you know which kind of cameras are used in these two examples, like both in the Lamave project and this one? And it's basically the GoPro. What I love about this example is how technology that is sometimes built for a different audience, like in this case, adrenaline seekers that want sturdy cameras and water resistant and with long batteries, this can then be used in different fields. And so this is like a example of how developing a certain technology can really help another field. And another example is the use of environmental DNA. You probably heard that genome sequencing costs went down a lot in the last 2 decades, and this can be used to see which species are present in a certain area. So, for example, on the right, you see this drone that has wet membranes on the bottom, like these white things, and then it goes in the tree canopies and collects the DNA samples, and then this can be analyzed way more quickly and at cost than if we had to do this in some other way. So now we saw a really small example, but if we zoom all the way out, we can see another project from Global Fishing Watch, which basically uses satellites to monitor suspicious vessel activity. For example, a boat that would switch off their other rudder before going to fish where they shouldn't. And so this can be, again, used for giving valuable insights to decision makers and so on. So there's a lot of before I showed you some examples of projects where camera traps were used to monitor an area, but we can also basically listen to an area and learn about what is there. The benefits of audio is that it's much more, the batteries last much longer, and also the tools are relatively cheap. So this is, for example, it's called an audio mod, and I think they're like 50, 60 euros. And you see, we can also put microphones underwater. And this on the bottom right is basically the spectrogram of whales. And I love this audio mod because there's this beautiful story of resilience from resilience from a project from Capreolus, where they were monitoring a field, and there was a flood. And so a few of these audio mods actually survived the flood, like a few of the microphones. So now we have a soundscape of an environment going through this event. So one outcome for example, from bioacoustics is this insight gained with the help of bioacoustic, and you can see all the different birds that were present in an area in the last few weeks of late spring. So let's take again a step back, and we saw here a few interesting projects showcasing different technologies and different use case. So, but let's go back to the initial questions of, okay, what can we do with this knowledge and skills? And as I talk to people about it, about all these projects and about what we can do and about working in nature, I often hear basically the people asking, where can they do this? Or I wish I could do this, something like this. But also I want more money to be put into nature, or more ways in which we can actually like build on that, make it a good love story. And so this is one of the reasons why I started Nature Venture, which is meant to accelerate nature projects. And it has the aim to connect nature projects with people and experts and skills, and then also with organizations and companies that have resources and money. And I think companies basically work the same as people. Like they also need to figure out, or organizations, they also need to figure out what is happening, or where they're going, or what works and what not. And I also think we need to follow and figure out this path. But there is already someone how they're working on a turtle app, on the turtle monitoring app, because of a connection I made and created. So this relationship wouldn't exist there. So it's important to, if it wasn't for this project of mine. So it's important to see these little wins. And then, so here I'd like to turn this question back to you, because, okay, nature is my fight and my story, and you can join me on this mission or project. But the thing I want to ask you is like, where do you want to use your skills and this privilege for something that's important for you? So what are you doing with this responsibility? And hopefully you will be asking this yourself every day too. And so curious to hear, let me know in the Discord if you're in the Discord, and otherwise just feel free to send me messages. And let's see if there's any questions in the Q&A. Let's see. No questions there. Oh, no questions. Okay, let's see. Yeah, there's a Q&A button in the Q&A, and then there's a question in the Discord. And I'll wait a few seconds, and otherwise I'll tell you a few stories.
Yeah, hello.
Hey,
hello,
hey.
Yeah, so I saw a question for you.
Sounds good.
So someone asked that, is there a lot of funding in this area, and where does it come from?
So the question of money is always a difficult one, and I think we also have this perception that if money comes to nature, it's usually for bad things or for exploitative things. But there's a few really interesting companies that find ways to make money from or in line with nature. And of course, there's always like this government funding and research funding and all these other grants and so on. So for example, the Spyfish project in New Zealand is a government nature protection funded project. And then there's also a lot of money comes from ESG investing from companies. So also, let's say if you work at a big company and you want to have a positive impact in this case, you can maybe organize events to do with people or organization with nature, or you can ask to maybe allocate some resources there, or let's say Fridays afternoon everyone can work on something that is meaningful to people. And then for like one example that I like of actually the business model being inside of the company itself is Overstory. And they basically do canopy tree analysis. And one of their clients is the electricity companies, because they need to do a lot of like trimming and cleaning of trees next to electricity lines. And if they can do that with satellites instead of going to see that, with people with cars and seeing what needs to be cut and what not, it can save a lot of resources and also save situations like prevent fires. And so in this case, basically, they're doing analysis of tree canopies, which can be used for seeing where there's deforestation and so on, but they can also use it to, they get the money from their clients in this very clear loop of benefit for the electricity companies, benefit for nature. Thanks. Any more questions?
Yeah, hello. Yeah, so
Hello.
I got one more question. Just going to ask. So a question is saying, do these uses of AI make up for its environmental impact? How do you square the two elements?
I don't think it does yet, but I think that's where what we do, like this is where we can make a difference. Like the more we use AI for good or any tool, the more we can offset its negative impacts. And so I think it's basically, like also if we have any kind of tool we can use it to do one thing or to do the other thing. So it's not necessarily like our responsibility, but it's what we collectively do with it. So I think that's why I love showcasing the projects that exist, because I think a lot of the times when we start careers or when we're looking for a new job, we don't necessarily think about, like, we're looking for where are opportunities, and we don't necessarily think about, okay, but how can this tool that I know be used for something that is important for me? And then I think finding one's career with that question can be way more powerful, because you can like reach out maybe to companies that are interesting and write them an email and be like, hey, I'm really interested. And maybe it's not a job right away, but at least you are aware of this space, and then it can create jobs. And then on the other hand, I think AI can really improve the streamline some of our processes, and thus like reducing the costs of things, or in the case of the Spyfish project, right, the insights can happen much faster, and then we can take actions that protect nature.
Yeah, so thank you for that. And I'm just going to read the last question, and
Sounds good.
I want you to answer both of them just in a minute. So the first question is, what made you become passionate about nature? And the final one is, which governments and countries are most climate and nature focused?
So the first question, what made me passionate about nature, I think is just, I think I mentioned it at the beginning, like we all get something that makes us go, like, we are very excited about something, or we are, or we feel good when we read this. So for me, it's like, I just get joy from like learning about the way things interact in nature. Like there's a beautiful book called An Immense World, where it talks about animal perception, and just learning about like the way things work is really, really exciting for me. And working through this, it means that as I do my day-to-day job, I get these drops of information into my world, and so it becomes a richer world. So I think that's I think it's about observing what makes you not necessarily happy, but what makes you feel a little bit alive. And then the other question was which governments. I am not entirely, like, I don't have a good answer for this, but there's some governments that included their nature into even their constitution, which I find interesting. Then there's a lot of places that are now making this ESG reporting and biodiversity reporting.